Should there be a button at the... All right, welcome to the first hearing of Portfolio Committee Number 4, Regional New South Wales Inquiry into the Veterinary Workforce Shortage in New South Wales. The inquiry is examining issues contributing to the growing shortage of veterinarians in New South Wales and the impacts this shortage is having on the provision of veterinary services for animals, their owners and the welfare of veterinarians and vet nurses. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, the traditional custodians on the lands on which we are meeting today. I pay my respects to elders past, present and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands and waters of New South Wales. I also acknowledge and pay my respects to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people joining us today. Today we'll be hearing from a number of stakeholders, including veterinarians, pet owners, wildlife carers, animal welfare organisations and primary producers. While we have many witnesses with us in person, some will be appearing via video conference today, and I thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website. A transcript of today's hearing will be placed on the committee's website when it becomes available. In accordance with the broadcasting guidelines, the House has authorised the filming, broadcasting and photography of committee proceedings by representatives of media organisations from any position in the room and by any member of the public from any position in the audience. Any person filming or photographing proceedings must take responsibility for the proper use of that material, and this is detailed in the broadcasting resolution, a copy of which is available from the Secretariat. I note the presence of the documentary filmmaker at today's hearing. If witnesses have any questions about being filmed, please contact the Secretariat. While parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses giving evidence in New South Wales today, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of their evidence at the hearing. So I therefore urge witnesses to be careful about comments you may make to the media or to others after you complete your evidence. Committee hearings are not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflections about others under the protection of parliamentary privilege. In that regard, it is important that witnesses focus on the issues raised by the inquiry terms of reference and avoid naming individuals unnecessarily. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the Procedural Fairness Resolution adopted by the House in 2018. If witnesses are unable to answer a question today and want more time to respond, they can take a question on notice, and written answers to questions taken on notice are to be provided within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. In terms of audibility of the hearing today, I remind both committee members or witnesses to speak into the microphone. As we have a number of witnesses in person and via video conference, it may be helpful to identify who questions are directed to and who is speaking. For those with hearing difficulties who are present in the room today, please note the room is fitted with induction loops compatible with hearing aid systems that have telecoil receivers. Finally, could everyone please turn their mobile phones to silent for the duration of the hearing. And we now welcome our first witnesses. Could each witness, starting from my left, please state their name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
I'm Dr. Deborah Neutzer. I'm here as an individual, and I give the affirmation. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I'm Dr. Sandra Hodgins. I'm here as an individual who's a veterinarian, practice owner, supervisor of university veterinary students. I'm on the board of Maggie's Rescue, and I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
I am Mudar Rahmani, representing Vets for Pets submissions. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm Dr. Rosemary Elliott, President of Sentient. I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
And thank you. Finally, just Dr. Ladmore on video conference.
I'm Georgia Ladmore. I'm here as an individual. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, there is a provision, if anyone wants to make a short opening statement at the beginning, I would stress we would like it to be really short so we can get down to actually asking you guys questions. So I might start with you, Deborah, if you have anything
It'd be very short. So basically, I just wanted to say I'm a registered vet in New South Wales, and I'm outlined in my submission. So I've advocated for many years and in many roles for a sustainable and strong veterinary profession. Veterinarians protect the health of animals and people. They protect our biosecurity, our economy, our environment, our biodiversity, our well-being, and our food safety. Anyone needs to look at, you just need to look at the footage of any of the New South Wales emergencies that we've seen over the last few years to know that the human-animal bond is strong. It is really important that the work we do today addresses some of the problems that we're seeing in the veterinary workforce. I leave my submission to talk.
Thank you. Dr. Hodgkins?
Yep, I just wanted to say that I crunched the numbers from my veterinary practice and have provided some data to support the free wildlife work and the stray and rescued animal work, so that data will be passed around. There's also excerpts from the Companion Animals Act, and I've highlighted a number of examples where there's holes in the Act that affect veterinarians.
Thank you.
All right, so I joined the industry in Jan 2017. I joined the practices consists of 9 vets as of today, and working hours between 8:30 to 8 p.m. As of today, 29th of August, we have only 1 vet at each practice, and working hours drop from 8:30 to 5 p.m. if we can keep a vet. However, our client database increased by 40%. So that's all led to a great, huge mental health impact on the current vet that we have in place, and then accordingly that's led to so many business issues. So I'm here to provide my feedback and experience, not from a vet perspective, but from being a business manager and a business owner as well. Thank you very much.
Dr. Elliott?
Yeah, look, I have written about a 2-minute opening statement, but I think in the context, I'll just summarise it briefly. I did want to point out on behalf of Sentient that veterinarians are frontline workers, and we do play an essential role in society, although we're not listed as essential workers. And the veterinary profession is still one of the most trusted occupations after nurses, fire and ambulance services. But the work of vets is glorified, glamorised, whatever you want to put it on the TV media, but it's actually a lot of society's dirty work that we perform. Euthanasia, necropsies for animal cruelty cases, abattoir work, and that the day-to-day work is quite grinding. We all know what some of the pressures are, but one of the most concerning to me is abuse by the public, which is ironical given it's such a highly trusted profession. I think we all know the figures about many vets wanting to leave within 5 years, and 67% of them reporting mental health issues, according to the AVA's veterinary wellness study, in the context of work-related factors. So our submission really highlights that this is not just a workforce shortage problem, it is a problem with the well-being of veterinary staff. And we don't believe that the profession itself should be responsible for all of the solutions. And one of the key factors highlighted in our submission is that the predominantly private funding of veterinary services is unsustainable. We've long recognised that proper medical care is a paramount obligation of government by a levy upon the taxpayer, but we don't have that equivalent in veterinary medicine. We've also long recognised a paramount obligation to protect animal welfare. But there is a glaring discrepancy between the New South Wales Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act 1979, which makes failure to provide essential or necessary veterinary treatment to an animal an offence, and then on the other hand the financial barriers for many owners and producers in accessing veterinary care. And we believe it's unacceptable that the most financially challenged in society should have that distress of not being able to provide treatment to animals they love, only to be offered as euthanasia as a solution, which is also a known cause of compassion fatigue in vets. It's very difficult for practices to recoup the full costs of delivering the quality of care demanded by owners and by the regulators, which is exacerbated by all of the pro bono work performed, such as treating wildlife and stray animals. I will leave it at that point because our recommendations are in our submission. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Georgia Ladmore.
Again, I'll summarise as well. My name is Georgia Ladmore. I'm a veterinarian and have been working in regional New South Wales as a vet since graduating. I think this problem can be better defined as a problem retaining veterinarians. This is a social issue with animal welfare, human health, and potential economic impacts for Australia. I think it is prudent to identify that these problems are not unique to New South Wales nor Australia, and veterinarians across the world face similar challenges. Unrealistic and unsustainable work practices are common themes within the veterinary industries, and the way that employers and the government responds to these problems directly impacts the responses and reactions coming forth. Financial incentives are one way to try to mitigate some of these issues, and I hope that the outcomes of this inquiry can help to cement the foundations of the veterinary profession and unite professionals to metaphorically be singing from the same song sheet. A change in culture in workplaces could help to lighten the load across the profession. And similarly, I think that the development of a limited register, especially for international vets, is a plausible way to empower skilled veterinarians that are already living and working within our communities.
Thank you. So we've just resolved as a committee just to have some free flow questions rather than have time allocated each side of the room. So I'm just looking for someone to volunteer to fire off the first one. Ms. Hurst?
Thank you, Chair. Actually, I'll start by suggesting that anybody that didn't give their full statements are more than welcome to table that statement, and then that way, if there's parts that we didn't get to hear, then the committee will still be given that. I've got some questions for Dr. Rosemary Elliott, and you mentioned in your opening statement about that gap between what owners expect in the spectrum of care and what they can actually afford, and how that gap is increasing. How do we go about fixing that issue? What should we be doing as a parliament in that space?
Okay, in our submission we did talk about what veterinarians can be doing at the education level, but let me address your issue with what the parliament can do about the spectrum of care. Look, I think veterinary medicine has advanced incredibly. Even since I graduated in 2008, there have been so many advances, and people expect the best care for their animals. They know what, it's interesting, they'll often make a comparison with, and so in the family, he had a broken hip and he had arthritis, and they know very well what is available to humans. A lot of it is available to animals. And at the other end, you've got vets who are trained in the gold standard of practice. And so there's an expectation by owners that they will get pretty good treatment, and they're very familiar with the sort of things. They Google it all. They look up the websites of specialist services as well. So that's all well and good until it comes to the costing. And it's very difficult for vets to give, you give an estimate. You can't give an actual set amount. It's not like buying furniture or something. So you give an estimate, and it may be more expensive depending on anaesthetic risk or the need for more pain relief, the need for longer hospitalisation, etc. So the bills can be quite high. I don't think pet insurance is, I'm not sure what percentage of Australians are covered by pet insurance, maybe a quarter. If that, and it has so many exclusions that it's quite difficult. For instance, it completely excludes anything along a behavioural line, and yet animals can develop anxiety disorders just as humans can, and that will not be covered. So a lot of it ends up being out-of-pocket expenses, and I guess the problem is it's very expensive for vets to provide the treatment and then recoup the full cost of those treatments and make a profit and pay their staff reasonable wages, etc. And what it all comes down to is there's actually no government assistance. There's no equivalent in New South Wales, or pretty much anywhere, of the human Medicare system. And where we went in our... Now, this is a big ask, and people may have varying views about it, but it is an essential profession. It's an essential service. We are a huge population in Australia of pet owners and producers, and yet everybody seems to be struggling, particularly now in this cost of living crisis. Some are actually struggling with keeping their pets, let alone getting the veterinary treatment that's required. I don't see any problem with a levy being charged. or through the taxpayers, or with perhaps something like what they're proposing in and have passed in legislation in Victoria, which is an opt-in system where owners pay a fee, an annual fee, and then they have their Veticare card and it covers the scheduled fee. And they may pay a gap or they might not pay a gap if they are struggling, like they're on a concession pension or something like that. I think we also do need to have public veterinary clinics that are bulk billed. I think this will really help practices to get on with doing the high quality work that they're doing and to not have to constantly be pulling it back. And I'm not criticising symptomatic treatment or palliative care by any means. Vets also have a responsibility to learn about the spectrum of care and to find the right balance between, in terms of expense, invasiveness, etc. But it's really not fair that so many people are doing really the bare minimum because that's what they can afford, and animals are suffering. And in my view, this is really not just about a veterinary shortage. It's about the well-being of veterinary staff, and it's about animal welfare. And and animals and vets and owners are suffering in this system, and I don't think it's sustainable, and I don't think it's fair to practice managers.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up question, because there was another part of your submission that talked about cracking down on the breeding of heritable defects.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if you can, first of all, just explain what kind of pressure that's putting on the veterinary industry when there's a veterinary shortage.
Yeah.
But also whether something like a Veticare system would cover the costs of those sorts of surgeries for dogs that are brachiocephalic, for example, or whether there's something else that's needed, like legislation around the breeding of these animals.
Yeah, look, I think they exist and they are suffering, and I wouldn't want to see them not. Certainly, they're probably not covered under pet insurance. I would have to check that. I imagine a lot of them aren't, because these disorders in breathing, skin, you name it. Look, I mean, I could spend a long time talking about what happens to a pug or an English bulldog or some cavies. We all know this. But struggling to breathe would be terrifying, and that's one of the worst issues these animals face. I wouldn't want to see them not treated, so I wouldn't have any suggested exclusion, but we strongly need legislation. We don't even have legislation that stops puppy farming, and puppy farmers pick the most popular breeds. People want pugs, they want English bulldogs, they want dogs with brachycephalic features because they look cute. And education is not actually working to stop this demand for these dogs. I think we do need legislation, but I wouldn't say a simplistic ban on a breed. I think this needs a whole inquiry. I think what this actually needs is an inquiry to look at how we can have legislation that you could actually amend the Animal Act, our Animal Protection Act, to say that it is illegal to breed animals knowing that they'll be most likely to have inherited defects. And then you could set up a system whereby these animals, if people want to breed from them, they need to have a veterinary assessment using a standardised metrics. And if a vet says that this dog cannot be bred from, that dog needs to be desexed and not bred from. And so what you would end up probably doing is having a small number of these dogs that would then be crossbred, depending on if it was bulldogs, you wouldn't have enough left to breed. You may with cavies. So I think we need an inquiry and an amendment to legislation, because it is actually an act of cruelty, in my view, to breed animals who will struggle. And it does have an impact on veterinarians. It's heartbreaking when someone puts a dog on the table who can't breathe. And there's not much you can do about it, and they can't afford the surgery. And if they can afford the surgery, it doesn't always work.
Just one more question, because you mentioned something about insurance, and I noticed that one of the submissions that we received had suggested sort of mandatory pet insurance for people who have companion animals. Does that, I think you mentioned in your opening statement around this whole issue around, people on lower incomes or say retirees and the affordability of having a companion animal to already pay vet fees. Does mandatory vet insurance then make companion animals only for the elite, and is that a problem in its own self? I'm just wondering what your position is on this
yes.
mandatory pet insurance.
Yes, I can see where they're coming from. I don't agree with it. Humans don't have mandatory health insurance. We are supported by the government because presumably we're valued. I feel like there does need to be some government support of the veterinary profession because it's a profession in crisis. Pet insurance becomes more expensive every year that your pet ages, and the number of things that it excludes, I don't think it's worked as a solution. Yeah.
Thank you.
Ask Ms. Mitchell.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you all for your submissions and for coming along today. It's been really insightful. I just have a couple of questions. Firstly, to Dr. Ladmore. Can you hear me okay? Just checking the technology. Yep. Excellent. I just wanted to ask you, firstly, I was interested, but also, I guess, sorry to hear about some of your experiences as a female vet, and I have no doubt that you could definitely handle anything that you found on farm, so thank you for making the point about that in your submission. But I wanted to ask specifically, I guess, with your experience from a rural and regional perspective, you talk about financial incentives that might be available for vets working in the regions, and particularly the role that you play, I guess, identifying and surveillance for diseases, of which we know that many are becoming increasingly prevalent. And you also talked about potentials for things like HECS forgiveness and childcare places for vets in the regions. I just wondered if you could elaborate on that a little bit more in terms of what do you think would work, what's not being offered that could be, and how could that help address some of the challenges, particularly when we know you do have a higher number of female vets in the profession these days as well. But I just was after some more info on that.
Yeah, thank you. I think we know that we've got many, many more females entering university and graduating from university. And we also know that within the first 5 years after graduation, we've got a huge attrition of veterinarians that, sure, they may be registered, they've still got the same skills and they've still got the same training, but perhaps are not working or working in a full-time capacity for a variety of reasons. I think there's real opportunity for incentivising the workforce to re-engage by way of HECS forgiveness has been a popular thought. My challenge with HECS forgiveness as a sole mechanism would be that once such an incentive was finished, and the HECS debt was nulled, then what motivation then remains for experienced vets to stay in rural and regional areas? I think especially in the large animal sphere and with the threat of exotic disease incursions, that we really do need experienced vets in rural and regional areas. And although new graduates are wonderful and recent graduates have lots to bring to the table, I don't think that leaving them on their own is a great setup for animal welfare, for disease surveillance, or for professional relationships. So to that front, I think that there are real opportunities for vets that are on farms to be doing disease surveillance, whether they are conscious or subconsciously doing that. I know that the number of times that I turn up to a sick cow or a coughing cow or something and you go, oh, well, this could very well realistically be an exotic or emergency animal disease that we are.
We just lost you there, Georgia. Just lost your audio there.
No, we can't hear you. Not sure what's happened there. Oh, that's okay. In the intro, I'll just ask one more question, then it kind of ties in potentially until Georgia comes back on. And it sort of picks up the point that she made in relation to training and early career vets, because all of you in your submissions referenced that in different ways, and there were some trains of thought along the lines of we need more vet places offered. There were concerns about who would actually be working at the universities to lecture because you've got shortages there. And then also I think there was also comment around the international students and their placements and what that means in terms of how long they stay. So it's a very broad question probably to any or all of the panel who wishes to answer. In terms of that workforce training piece, where is like the most critical gap that you see? What is one thing we could recommend from this committee that would make a big difference? Dr. Hodgins, you've got your hand up, so you can go first.
Sorry, I do supervise a lot of vet students from Sydney University, and I think that they choose the top students, and they're not necessarily the best students to be vets.
Yeah, okay.
And you can have a 90% ATAR and still be perfectly capable of completing the degree. All these people are smart, but we need to choose people who already want to be large animal vets. We don't choose the top people and then make them go there. I think there needs to be some selection criteria. It's a sales industry. You're selling pet care to people, and the stress comes when you're recommending the best care. The people don't have the money, they don't see the value, and that's when people get stressed and upset, and they get that blowback from clients. They don't have an expectation that they're selling these things. They don't have an expectation that they're going to be working after hours. And I think that there needs to be some selection processes, because these roles need to be filled. And if we're not choosing the right people to start with, then we're setting ourselves up as an industry for failure.
Okay. Any other thoughts on that?
Yeah. At the moment, the system is that we have the HEX places, which is most of our domestic students. There are a few paid domestic student places. But one of the problems for universities is that is underfunded. So if you go back to all the higher education reports, it's about $20,000 a year underfunded for each HEX place, which means that for the universities to be viable, the veterinary schools, they need to be subsidised by other courses, and they also bring in international students. And the international students, I think that's about 40-something% actually stay for a few years. There is a visa that is available to them to stay. So if you've done a course that is over a certain number of years, there's an actual visa that you can stay for a certain number of years if you want to. But that's more about funding rather than actual, getting vets for our actual domestic market. We need to look at how do we fund that university course. And at the moment, we're sort of proposing a new veterinary school up in Lismore, while the ones that we've got are not financially sustainable. Okay, so to me, we need to be looking at them and ensuring that they are financially stable. Back in the federal level, we need to lift the rate per HEX student. We should be looking at how those vet schools work. Within the actual education review, there was highlighted that there was one veterinary school that may actually close. So, just opening another one is not the answer. The answer is looking at that sustainability of veterinary schools. There also is sort of the talk about, do you stream? If you stream completely, and I think that's one of the things that the review looked at, then that's going to make it very difficult to actually have that flexibility of the workforce. Okay, so basically, at the moment, out in general, like if you go out into rural practice, it's not just large animal work. Yeah. Okay, so it's small animal work as well, and often the small animal work is the part that actually funds a lot of the actual practice. So therefore, you need to be teaching them small animal work as well. And if they leave and there's no one to come back in, and we don't have that flexibility, that's going to be an issue.
Thank you.
I have a story about this for, especially with the training. I have vet nurse studying the animal science for the last 4 years. Every year she tried to enroll into the DVM course and always get rejected. Every year there's a certain excuse. The very last excuse was her math mark or math GPA. So I do support Dr. Sandra. It's not always about how good you are in math. It's not always about how good your GPA is. This student born in a farm, works all her life in a farm. She knows everything about animals, and yet she's trying all her best to get enrolled, but she always don't get successful. Unfortunately, international students who normally after graduation they leave back to their home country, they take them 80% of the chairs available in all the universities across Australia, and there's only 20% left for the domestic students, and that 20% only be given to the very, very smart students, according to the GPA or to the ATA. But there are many other people there who really working for the love of the animals, but they can't get that opportunity. So there must be a certain criteria put in place is not only that number, but something else to have them enroll into the DVM course.
So having that balance of academic, but
Yes.
also that natural aptitude of wanting.
Because you can guarantee if such a student enrolled and get graduated, that student will stay into the industry for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, because they're doing it for the love of the animal. It's not doing it because just a profession. So even the mental aspects of the job will be much less comparing with other vets who just do because they're just smart and want to be a vet.
Yeah.
Ms. Boyd?
Thank you. And thank you to all of you for your detailed submissions and for taking the time to come here today. I just wanted to pick up on the information that you've handed up, Dr. Hodgins, in relation to the numbers of wildlife patients that you've seen. So you've given us data here that's showing that over the last 15 years, you've treated over 8,000 wildlife at a cost of around $100,000 every single year, completely out of your own pocket. Can we just sort of delve into that a little bit? I'm going to ask you the obvious questions that, although I feel I know the answers to, I feel are good to get on the record. I guess, why do you do this work for free?
Oh, I was a wildlife carer before I was a vet, and I've always wanted to be a wildlife vet. The industry where you get a paid job in wildlife is so small that I gave it up and became a general vet, but then I found that people knew that I like birds and they just come. Once they know, they will come. And it's my passion. It does cause a lot of resentment in my practice because we're seeing so many and I'm not always the one doing it. And when I'm not available, I have to pay other people to do it. And they get resentful because they see their wages aren't going up, yet I'm making them, treat wildlife for 2 hours a day. So, it is my passion, but it would be easier if there was some support. Because our clinic loves wildlife and we're very educated in it. We do get referrals from other clinics that don't do it. So it's a bit unfair.
And what would happen if you turn those wildlife away?
Well, it's illegal. We'd have to euthanize them. We have to see them. We have to provide first aid care and pain relief. That's in the law. But these animals wouldn't be getting rehabilitated, or carers would be doing it themselves. They're passionate and they're not going to give up. They're going to do it as best they can without proper help.
And do you get any government, like you say, it's an obligation, you have to do it under law.
No.
Do you get any government
Nothing.
fees for that work?
Nothing.
And
Even a break in payroll tax, I've got an extra staffing level to cope with strays and wildlife, but I'm, paying payroll tax because my staffing levels are higher than your average vet. It's there are a lot of ways and incentives that don't involve handing out cash, but yeah.
and can I ask, I guess, the other witnesses as well, do you think that this is an unusual situation for you to be, we have here one vet clinic spending, $100,000 of free time basically treating wildlife? Is that similar across the board?
Yeah. Is that okay for me to speak? Yep. Yeah. Okay, so most vet practices over the years have treated wildlife for free. Okay, so they'll range in the number of wildlife they do see. There has been recently probably some practices who have decided not to see wildlife. What that means is if something turns up on their doorstep, they still will need to treat it because by law they need to give first aid or emergency treatment to anything in their presence, which is one of the regulations. So they will be seeing those, but they'd be euthanizing or referring. But in most practices, they would be treating wildlife for carers, and that's always been done for free. And that's a public good that they do. But I think that that's wearing very thin at the moment with the problems that we've got.
I might add to this that, and I agree with all of what you've said, I think it's very widespread. However, there are practices where it's very clear that the practice owner does not want wildlife in the hospital. And the best situation there is that people get the wind and don't bring it there and take it elsewhere, but then that's adding pressure to other practices. I am aware of, though, situations where practices know that it's expected by law and these animals sit around in a box for ages before anybody looks at them or before anybody euthanizes them. That's the bad end of the spectrum. And I think all of this comes back to there's no remuneration for this, there's no support for this, and it's a private practice model. And I think what you're both talking about there is just wonderful work, and it has to be recognised. And I feel like there needs to be, I think if someone brings wildlife, they should have an assurance in their minds that the vet is a safe place to take them. But I don't remember having any. My degree was brilliant, but I don't remember anything about wildlife other than at a theoretical level. And they are quite different to treat. And if you have young vets, they could just give the wrong antibiotic to a possum and it'll just die. It is actually a very specialised field. So I feel like it needs support at many levels, financial and at the training level, because we don't want these animals to suffer as a result. And lying around in a box in the presence of dogs and cats, which I have seen, is poor welfare.
And with natural disasters, are you seeing an increase in, like, are there sort of peak periods where you're getting a lot of wildlife in? Or is it pretty steady?
It's steady for us. We see an upturn in spring, so all the chicks are out. So we've had baby birds every day. In rural areas with those disasters, they will call out for vets to go and euthanize if we're licensed to dart or shoot, and provide emergency care. Whether the practice can, my practice couldn't afford to send me in the bushfires. I would have been qualified to do a lot of that work, but that's the general call out, and that's all done on a voluntary basis. My friend in Wangaratta who can shoot, he went up to the floods and was able to shoot and or rescue wildlife. He didn't get paid or remunerated for that.
I might just pass to Mr. Primrose.
Thank you. I'm going to ask this same question to every witness today. So, and that is, the Australian Veterinary Association in their submission has given us 16 recommendations. So I'm just asking if you could please take those on notice. It's in their submission. Any that you strongly agree with or strongly disagree with, could you just let us know? I'd be interested in your views on their recommendations. But apropos of the conversation from Ms. Boyd, I'd be interested particularly in your comments on recommendation 10, and that is, the New South Wales Government commits funding to develop and implement a framework that provides regulatory and appropriate financial support to the provision of veterinary services for lost, stray and homeless animals, injured wildlife, and during emergency situations provided by all sectors of the profession, charities and the private veterinary sector. I'm just wondering if anyone has any comments on that.
I can give you an example. For example, one of the city council that we contracted with 3 years ago, where we provide, desexing, microchipping vaccination for all the animals at the shelter. Okay, over the within those 3 years contract, we did over 2,000 animal between desexing, vaccination, and so on. Once the contract was over, neither us or any of the veterinary clinic around that pound agreed to sign a contract with that animal shelter. Why? Because there are no vets available. So now currently that city council where that animal shelter is, they have to go to different clinics, beg them to desex one animal or two animals, whatever, on the same cost of that clinic. For example, if the contract say a male cat desexing is $40, and any other maybe other clinics, the normal price may be $150, maybe $200, maybe $250. So now that city council, they have to pay that amount, $250 or $200 or $150, just to desex one animal. So definitely fund is needed, and currently that shelter have hundreds of animals waiting there with no treatment. They do all their best to vaccinate them, they do all their best to microchip, and all that go to the same root cause that we don't have enough vet to support them. All right, and the city council, maybe they don't have enough fund to go to multiple clinics to pay for all those bills. So definitely fund is needed.
Mr.
Thank you.
Donnelly.
Sorry, did you have something you're doing?
Just to give you an idea of the costs, we dissex a female dog for our local rescue for about $280, and that would take about an hour of vet time and nurse time. I've worked out for my clinic that my break-even amount per hour in those rooms where a vet is working is $570 an hour. So every time a vet does a discounted dissexing, we're literally losing money that we need to make up somewhere else. So private practices can't support this cheap dissexing. It's not financially viable. You can do a couple as out of the kindness of your heart, but you can't do it in large scales for that amount of money.
I'm picking up that might be one recommendation that people are happy with. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm not quite sure who might be best able to answer this question, so I'll make it an open one. But interested in the various types, or an explanation of the various types of veterinary practices that operate in terms of the structure of the businesses. I think many of us sort of have seen the programs on the television and dare I say the stereotypes of what we might think are vet practices. But particularly in terms of, I guess, from the very smallest ones through to perhaps, I'll use the term, corporate ones and anything in between, is there a way in which I can develop an understanding of what the range are of the vet practices are in New South Wales?
Certainly, I think the ABA could give you statistics of what there is out there. You're right, we have large corporates who are listed companies who employ multiple vets. They have different structures, if that makes sense. So there's some that are very centrally managed, and then there are others that are managed at each practice level, even though they're listed companies. Then you have veterinary practices which are often multiple practices, so 3 practices, 4 practices owned by a small number of vets or non-vets. Okay, so they are still private small businesses with several locations, right through to the one vet out there. Although that model is slowly disappearing. There's not that many where there's only one vet in a practice. Usually there's 2 or 3 vets in practices.
Are there any franchised vet businesses? So you could take it.
Green Cross's franchise.
Yeah, there's several companies that are buying up vet clinics, and some of them will let you keep your own branding, and I think it's an economic model where they reach a certain bigness, and then they're palatable to superannuation companies to invest on the stock exchange. So it's a model that's built on making money in another way, not a model that's built on serving the profession or clients or animals necessarily.
So this is an evolving situation that we're facing, and the point made is that the actual, dare I say, old school single vet that you'd find in the suburbs that they run and I presume employ a receptionist and some nurses, that's something which is gradually subsiding, is that?
Yeah. Also, the costs of the equipment are such that you can't service the loans on those equipment. The laboratory suite we have is worth 40-odd thousand. My ultrasound is 55,000. One vet working with one nurse cannot pay the mortgages on those equipment purchases. And that's the level of medicine that people expect now.
And just my final question, I'm sure you've read the various other submissions that have been made, including your own, of course. The concerns that are raised, the issues that are raised, is it fair to say that they are manifested across, I'll use the term, vet industry as a whole, or are they more poignant in particular parts?
Yeah, so they are overall. They're actually a global issue, not just a New South Wales issue, so nationally and globally. But there are some areas where there's more need. Okay, so when you're looking at employing a vet, obviously you need to be attractive to employing a vet. So therefore, the rural areas can be overly represented in that problem, and also some of the outer metropolitan areas as well find it more difficult to attract vets.
Thank you.
So it's Georgia Ladmore here.
Yes, Georgia.
Am I able to be heard?
Yes, you can. Did you want to finish off your answer to Ms. Mitchell?
Yes, I was just going to interject on the on the plane of what other veterinary services are there, it's not just veterinarians that are in private practice that are affected. We've also got veterinarians in New South Wales within the local land services, and they are doing a lot of the disease surveillance work. We've got vets working within the DPI and other vets working within regulatory areas. So the vets that are on TV are not the only vets that are existing. And further to that, I don't think that our TV vets are perhaps doing the profession a great service in explaining that we can do all of these amazing medical feats without having any real explanation of what costs may be incurred for a family if they need to have their dog on a ventilator for 3 days after tick paralysis, or if they have broken 3 legs and they need major surgery. No, these things are not insurmountable, but they are difficult. And for the reasons that the other vets on the panel have explained, these are expensive processes. So I think a realisation of what those things involve makes it more realistic in terms of communication going forward.
Thank you, Doctor.
I think in relation to the other challenges with females within the workforce, females aren't exactly going anywhere in a hurry. And I don't think the problem is having females. I think females are well and truly able to do the job. I think part of the problem is that the salary of vets is so meagre in most instances that it is uncommon for the veterinarian to be the breadwinner in the household. And when that dynamic shifts, that makes it very hard for that veterinarian to be working. And that doesn't matter whether they're talking about male veterinarians or female veterinarians. So if children are added to the mix, then those children need to either have a childcare place. Inevitably, there'll be sick days as well for those children. And when the salaries are so meagre, it is difficult to justify within a household that the veterinarian isn't the one to do then the child caring responsibilities.
I might just have a couple of questions and I'll throw it back. Dr. Nutz, you've done some extensive work. I know you're here as an individual, but you've done some extensive work in the past on various AVA committees. In your mind, how long has this workforce shortage been going on? So I know that you've been in the industry for 25 years and you've already previously undertaken workforce analysis, and it's obviously a global issue. In your mind, when did the industry first start talking about this workforce shortage?
Okay, so with the veterinary world, it takes 5 to 7 years to train a vet, so therefore it takes a while for problems to actually start to become a real issue. We've probably known for the last I would say 7 to 8 years that we're starting to get a shortage out there. Our biggest problem is data. Okay, so when you look at data that's collected either by the AVA or the New South Wales Vet Board, it's very, very poor, okay, mainly because of response rates and the ability to collect that data. So even also when we look at the number of animals in our market, okay, so market forces and things like that, that's very difficult to measure. So therefore, we don't see sometimes what's in front of us and what we're going to be facing. So we need to be more clever in producing data so that we can actually look ahead, because this, like if we can go, okay, we're going to churn out a whole lot of new vets for the next several years to fill that gap, and we could actually do harm and do the other direction, if that makes sense, so we could get an oversupply. What we need to do is have data that actually supports what we are producing. So with the vet boards in particular, I think it's really important that they can collect hours worked, okay, so full-time equivalent, and actual clinical practice. So it's very important that they can collect that data, because I think that's the only place that we're going to get it.
So sorry to interrupt, I just do note from your comments there that the data that is collected from the practitioners board is probably a little bit misleading in terms of the scope of the problem, given that you can have people purely keeping their registration just because they don't want to lose it, and they may go and practice in a couple of years, but they're just holding on, but they're not necessarily contributing anything necessarily to the workforce.
Yeah, so that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So if you're looking at full-time equivalent, it will tell you who is actually working and how many hours they're actually working. It is a problem that we can't address unless we actually know that. The AVA has previously tried to do workforce studies to look at that. The trouble is the response rate when you're actually looking at voluntary surveys is very low, so that's very hard to interpret. And for the vet boards as well, there is specific things that they do ask when we register. The rest is also voluntary. So even when you look at why people leave the profession, so you look at that vet board data, that's not compulsory for you to answer. So therefore, those rates of what you're actually seeing are probably pretty low as well.
Yeah.
So we need to look at that data. We also need to look at our market data as well. So, like we at the moment don't have animals on our Australian census. So pet ownership, if that was on the census, it would help us to have a bit of an understanding of what's out there, where they're located.
Just one question for Dr. Elliott before I pass to one of the other committee members. In your submission, you talked just about the issue of veterinary nurses who are single mothers, obviously probably getting a single mother pension from the federal government, but they can't actually, if they do pick up extra shifts, that obviously that impacts their single parent allowance. Do you have any data as to what the breaking point is in terms of, is it 1 shift, 2 shifts, 3 shifts that tip them over the edge, or is this just an anecdotal thing that you've heard from?
It's anecdotal from where I was working recently, and also from just other people who, we all talk about, we've got great nurses, but they don't stay. Where are they going? I think the other problem, though, with the vet nurses is the salary is an issue, but I think one of the other problems is they're not being used properly. They're not really. I think we could do a lot more with their training. A lot of vet nurses tell me they don't even believe the TAFE training is enough. They would like to see a diploma. They're not actually registered, so vets are responsible for, if they make a mistake, we're responsible. They need that title and that status, and a lot more. In the UK, they're developing vet nurse practitioner roles, and you've got the vet technicians in the States. So it's a career path for a lot of the. I know of a lot of young women who are vet nurses who have decided to leave despite their love of animals. They love the work. They don't love the job because it doesn't support them as parents. And there's no career progression. So there are a lot of issues affecting the nurses.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
It was just
I don't have the data.
No, it would
it's
be
really
nice to know
anecdotal.
where that threshold is that pushes them over. So someone could maybe say to their federal counterparts, move the threshold.
Yeah.
I'll go to Mr. Fang. He had his hand up first, and then over to Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. My question was actually for Dr. Ladmore, and I found your submission fascinating because I guess you give a picture of the training within rural regional New South Wales, and also I guess the work that you've experienced has been predominantly in those regional areas. And I was reading within your submission that you talk about, I guess, the leakage from the veterinary cohort, as opposed to a lack of veterinarians being in the system. I was wondering if you might be able to provide us some insights as to where you think these vets are leaving the industry and what they're going to do that's away from veterinary practice.
Yeah, sure. So I guess if I think around my friendship circle, I think about people that have gone to full-time mothering roles for the reasons that I've talked about, people that have gone towards farming, where we certainly still need farmers, but there's not the same challenges from the public or financial pressures. Sure, there's weather challenges and all the like, but it's different. I think about classmates that have gone on to become small business owners in other retail settings, or even taking ownership of a pub because it's far easier than going through the rigmarole that is being a vet. And similarly, other classmates that have gone on to caring role for their parents for the same sorts of reasons. And even vets have a lot of skills. We graduate with lots and lots of skills. And vets that simply don't want to be bailed up by clients or bailed up by employees. And they go on to management roles or educational roles or scientific writing roles, because we do graduate with lots of skills, and all of these are great options. But it's hard to stay engaged within the profession and want to go to work each day when you don't know whether you're going to be arguing with the innards of a cow while it's sleeting outside, or whether you're going to get punched because someone doesn't like what you've got to say about their cat.
Yeah. So it's not necessarily that they're, not contributing. They're just contributing in other ways, and I guess that's a sign of the people that we are bringing into the veterinary science area, that they're quite broadly skilled and they're able to do other things. In relation to part of your other aspects of your submission, I noted that you talk about like a limited registration idea for international vets, and that there might be some benefit in perhaps trying to compensate for that leakage that we're getting into other professions by providing a limited opportunity for overseas trained vets to work in specific areas. Do you think you might be able to provide the committee a little bit more insight into that idea?
Yeah, sure. So I think, as Debbie discussed, there are different areas of the world where there is streaming that happens. You might go into university and just do a large animal stream. You might just do a small animal stream. You might just be even more specific and just do a dairy stream and look after dairy animals as it is. And we have a lot of people that in the world that want to live in Australia because it's a great place to live. And similarly, we have a lot of veterinarians that are registerable in other countries that cannot be registered in Australia without going through some very arduous re-registration requirements. And those re-registration requirements are arduous for good reason. I think a mixed practice vet that has the full spectrum of skills has a lot of skills, and it's not something that's simple. It's not something to be sneezed at. But I think there's real scope, especially when we're talking about disasters, when we're talking about wildlife, when we're talking about government roles, when we're talking about more specific areas of veterinary work, where we could have a limited register, where people that have been a dairy vet in Pakistan, for example, for the last 20 years can continue to do dairy work in Wangaratta. And sure, that's not within New South Wales, but there's still plenty of areas that have very specific needs. And there are people in Australia that are able to do the work, but not legally registerable. And I think there is scope for expanding the current provisions.
Thank you very much.
I might just pass to Mr. Murphy for the last question.
Yeah, I just wanted to start by saying thank you for the extraordinary work that you do. I know it's underappreciated. One of the themes that has come through in a great deal of the submissions, and particularly, it's raised in the submission from Dr. Ladmore and Dr. Elliott, is about how punishing the work is and how family unfriendly a lot of the operations in practices are. Just generally to everybody on this panel, are there any specific steps you think practices can take to address that? What can they do to make it more family friendly for vets working in the industry?
I'd love to provide more childcare support, but I don't even know how to do that. If I have to stay back and do a surgery, I have to get one of my nurses to go and pick up my kids and bring them to the clinic, and then I shove them upstairs on the iPad. I don't even know how to get a babysitter at short notice and supply that to my staff. I don't have many staff with children, so it's not a huge problem for me, but there are a lot of other people. If I wasn't the practice owner, I wouldn't be able to stay. I would just say no and not do that. So if we could pass on the cost to clients, and if that service was available, that would be something that I would look to provide for my staff. I don't know what else.
I was just going to say, do you think it's something that the industry as a whole could do? I mean, we faced this issue. My professional background is as a barrister, and the way we tackled it is we had the Bar Association, at least in major centres like Sydney, reserve childcare spots. So if somebody had to go off to work, there were spots available that you could put your children into at short notice if you had to appear in court. Do you think that's something the industry as a whole could look at dealing with?
I think that would be great. Some of the hours that the vets keep would probably preclude normal childcare situations. Most of them are open till 6.
Yeah.
And if the emergencies are often out of hours. But I think that it would definitely be a step in the right direction. Getting coverage at the last minute, there would be lots of vets that I could call, but if they don't have childcare, they can't come in.
In our submission, and I'm not sure, I've never been a practice owner, so I stand to be corrected. We did think about the idea of if vets are working part-time, rather than working a full day, maybe doing 2 half days that are, maybe they are just doing consulting, maybe they're just doing surgery, but say between 10 and 2, so that then they're free in the morning and free in the afternoon for the school pick-up and drop-off and that kind of thing. But I'm not sure whether that's been trialled anywhere.
With the current shortage, that's next to impossible. Sometimes, yeah. When you don't have enough staff in your clinic, then again, I said working hours now for many of those smaller clinics are different. All right, we used to work up to 8 p.m. now to 5 p.m. If we can't keep a vet, of course, when the vet say I want to go and pick up my child from their school, we have no option other than letting them, of course, go. But tell me about the aggression that come from the client when they come to the clinic and they don't see a vet. When they come to the clinic, see only a nurse, which can't really do much. All right. So nurses, to be honest, they take the majority of the people aggression at the reception desk because everything we are discussing here today. All right. So it's so many. We need to look at the root cause of why there's a shortage of vet. When we really tackle that issue, many of those areas will be solved by by itself. To be honest, but again, if you change hours, if you add more resources, at the end you need vets at the clinic to run those working hours. So when someone comes with an injured animal, they can be treated.
Yes, you need coverage for that whole period that you're open. But I do
that'd
think
be a much more difficult problem in rural and regional areas in order to have those vets available to cover those periods.
But it's a predominantly female profession now, and I don't feel like our practice models have kept up with social changes.
Are they out of date?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is difficult.
Georgia Ladmore here. I think it's much easier within a large practice to share those sorts of on-call burdens and also the part-time, making allowances for part-time provisions, because within a larger practice model, there's the opportunity for sharing the costs of the ultrasound and the x-ray machines and the laboratory equipment that we've talked about, as well as distributing those hours and the on-call. And the difference for me personally in working 1 in 7 on-call compared to 1 in 2 on-call has had literal impact on my health and well-being. So I think there's a real opportunity there within the practice model changing.
I think on that note, I'm going to have to call it. I don't want to because we're having good conversations, but we do need to get on to the next lot of witnesses. But thank you very much all for your time. I don't believe anyone took questions on notice, but if you did, the community secretary will be in touch. There was one. And we may come back to you with further questions on those, but we'll get back to you. But thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Straight off, we welcome our next two witnesses. So starting with you, Dr. Kennedy, you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Yeah, Dr. Erica Kennedy. I'm the owner, part owner. My partner is a vet as well. We both own Western Rivers Veterinary Group, which is out in Warren and Nyngan. So when we're talking rural, we're out there. So yeah. I'll swear an oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And we also have Dr. Graham, I believe, on video conference. Can you hear us, Dr. Graham? We might just come back to Dr. Graham. Did you want to have a short opening statement, and we'll...
I can if you like. Yeah,
that'd be
I
great.
I wrote it just a pretty brief, I think. I just really wanted to say thank you to all of you for giving up your couple of days to look into this and get a more thorough understanding. We're all very appreciative, so thank you. I guess in my opinion there are three main areas that are contributing to the shortage of vets in Australia. One, student selection. I think there should be more of a focus on local HEC-supported places, as the previous witnesses have mentioned. I think as well, which hasn't been mentioned, is mandatory interviewing of potential candidates, and I think that will go a long way as to selecting people that are really going to thrive when they become vets. Obviously, we've mentioned client expectations and the conduct towards veterinarians that clients unfortunately sometimes show is pretty poor, and it's not an easy topic, but I think education in this area is needed. I think this is a really substantial factor in influencing the permanent exodus of veterinarians, particularly from private practice. And thirdly, the after-hours demands in rural and remote Australia and regional Australia, where clinics are free to stop offering continued care to animals they've accepted for a diagnosis and treatment, or refuse to provide an after-hour service for emergencies. This puts significant extra strain on veterinarians at other clinics in the area, who are the ones on the phone deciding whether to see the snake bite or a dog that's been run over at the expense of their fatigue and ability to provide an accepted and required level of service the next morning.
Thank you. We now have Dr. Graham online. Did you want to introduce yourself and give either the oath or affirmation, and then roll straight into an opening statement?
Hello, so my name is Isaac Graham. I'm a vet in Guyra, in the New England region of New South Wales. I'll just bring the oath up, sorry. So I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. And just a short opening statement before we go to questions.
So I believe that the current vet shortage is a huge issue impacting regional and rural New South Wales and the greater country. There is obviously a lot of parts to this which can't be solved just through state legislation, but I do thank the New South Wales government for being on the forefront and having this discussion. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. So we've just resolved to have free flow questions. So the questions will come from anywhere and everywhere, but whoever asks will introduce themselves. Particularly for you, Dr. Graham, you can't potentially see who's asking the first question. So I think it's Mr. Donnelly. You are.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you both for agreeing to appear before the inquiry today at this hearing. Dr. Graham, just wondering, and Dr. Kennedy, you might jump in as well. Just if you could outline to the committee, if you're prepared to do so, just the structure of your respective businesses that you're associated with as veterinarians. I think informing ourselves of the business structure and how large you are and the employees and how you all work together would be helpful for the committee. So perhaps starting with you, Dr. Graham?
Yep, so our clinic structure, so we're a 3/4 vet clinic, about 50-50% workload split between small animals, so cats, dogs, exotics, and predominantly beef cattle, sheep, and a small portion of horses in that large animal section as well. So that's sort of our business structure up here.
Yeah, and we've got a mixed practice, so probably 65% smallies and the rest mixed. And of our mix, it's mainly beef, cattle, and sheep, and horses as well. So quite similar to Isaac's clinic. We're just a small business. My partner and I own it. We bought it 3 years ago at the age of 30, so we're pretty young practice owners. And we have 2 main clinics. So we do all our after hours out of Warren, and then we each day, Monday to Thursday, we drive about 80 k's to Nyngan. So one vet and a nurse drive over to our Nyngan clinic, and we have a nurse permanently over there as well. And then we provide small animal and large animal care out of there. We also have a vet that's pretty much mobile all day doing large animal work. So that vet usually travels about 2,000 k's a week, plus the actual work. So there's a lot of travel, and yeah, that's probably.
We have limited.
In terms of vets. So there's 4 of us. So there's my partner Andrew and I, and then we have 2 associate vets. One who came to us as a new grad from Charles Sturt Uni in Wagga, and then another who came to us from a clinic in Dubbo, and she was 3 years out when she moved out to us, and that was sort of after it got bought out by corporate. She decided she needed to get out.
I know my colleagues got lots of questions and have got limited time, but perhaps if I could just bowl up another question. And thank you, Dr. Graham. This is drawn from your submission. I thought there were 2 interesting points. You, on the first page of the submission, have a couple of points, 7 and 8. And if I could just read them out, these are quoting from Dr. Oliver Liu. Point 7, laypersons directly competing against vets. These are concerns. These professionals have substantially lower overheads, answer to no disciplinary reward, and don't undertake the amount of training and debt veterinarians do. And number point 8, people turning to other professions for animal health inquiries. I'm just wondering if you could elucidate on those couple of points, because they're quite interesting ones that I hadn't been really thinking of in the past. The work moving into other areas, not directly controlled by vets.
Yeah, so I guess number sort of 7, the biggest profession we see, and I'd say Dr. Kennedy would say the same out west, would be lay preg testers, lay sort of reproductive people also, competing for the similar work we do. They obviously can potentially offer their services at quite a substantially discounted rate compared to us. Obviously, because they don't have the overhead to the clinic and whatnot, they're usually just a mobile practice going around. A clinic like us, so our 2 biggest sort of large animal jobs / income is probably bull semen testing and pregnancy testing cattle. So if we lost that work to people that can do it cheaper, and possibly, and I use this probably a bit loosely, but possibly more available than we can be sometimes too, that would be a significant chunk of our business gone, and that would, we wouldn't be able to continue with the 2/3/4 vets we have on every day. So that would definitely cripple our business here, and I think that would be quite similar to most of the clinics around the regions. I guess number 8, with the people turning to other professions for animal health inquiries, what sort of sprung to mind for me there was feed stores and the like, the rural produce stores, where producers do go to get a lot of animal health support, whether that's through worming products, vaccine products, just general animal health inquiries. Now, those people are quite knowledgeable at those stores, but they do definitely lack the deeper understanding of animals that we do. And they do an awesome job of doing what they do, but we do find it difficult sometimes when they have been there first, and then they come to us if something hasn't worked, and we do contraindicate or sort of have opposing views to them. It does leave them in a bit of a who do I believe scenario. So
it's an interesting point you made, Isaac. I think what also springs to mind, obviously, lay dentists, so lay horse dentists, and I'm Oliver Liu, who Dr. Oliver Liu, who Isaac mentions is probably quite a wealth of knowledge on this subject. He's a specialist dentist, equine dentist. But we have a lot of lay dentists who get around, and they're not supposed to have access to sedation, but it's very well known that they do.
Sorry, could you say that again, please?
So, lay dentists, lay horse dentists, can sometimes have access to sedation illegally.
Illegally,
Yeah, they're not supposed to, but they do. And that's obviously a huge welfare issue when they're sedating horses for dentals. But you can't really perform, to my knowledge, and I'm no specialist, but you can't perform a really thorough dental exam on a horse without sedation. And so this is a problem in itself. And probably if you're interested in that, I'd speak to Dr. Liu about it. But that's one that springs to mind in terms of lay people. And then, of course, the rural supply stores. So these are the stores that we can buy big bags of dog food and your cattle vaccine, and you can go buy your fertiliser and some irrigation fittings for your broken pipes. But these guys sometimes are put in a position where they are making diagnoses, which is an act of veterinary science. So a farmer might come to them, I've got lambs that are doing X, Y, Z, and they'll say, oh, it'll be worms, here, give them this drench. But it may not be. It could be an exotic animal disease for all they know. But they're going to the rural reseller, maybe because of their availability, like Isaac said, but that is an issue. And when we're talking about EADs, that potentially, we could miss one through that.
Thank you both.
Mr. Primrose, you had a short question?
Yeah, very short, and given the short time we have, I'm wondering if I could ask if you'd take this on notice, and I'm asking all witnesses. The Australian Veterinary Association, in their submission, which is online now, has given us 16 recommendations. I was wondering if I could ask if you would just have a look at those recommendations. If there are ones that you strongly support or strongly disagree with, if you could just come back to us and just let us know why.
Yep, sure.
So we have your views on those recommendations as well. Thank you.
And I've probably just got one question you can take on notice as well, particularly you, Ms. Kennedy. You talked about those interviews at university when they apply to become to do the training to be a vet. Perhaps I've noticed, can you come up with some questions that you would like to see asked that would actually tease out, those personal attributes that you speak about that make a good vet, and maybe if those people don't have those attributes, what sees them fall down in 1 or 2 years? Just what you'd like to see being asked. That'd be great. And same with you, Mr. Graham. If you've got any questions that you'd like to see asked at that level, that'd be great.
Crazy.
Yep, great, thanks. I've just got one question as well, and thank you for coming here today, and thank you for making the journey to come here. My question is for Dr. Kennedy. You talk in your submission about a financial model where a percentage of vet student HECS debt is reduced each year if they're working in a regional rural area, and I'd like to hear you talk more about that. But I guess there's two things that we really need to grapple with here is how do we encourage or incentivise vets to actually go and work in regional and rural areas, and that's one of those strategies. But how do we also retain them in those areas? So, once that HECS debt is finished, do you have any suggestions for government incentives to actually keep them in those areas?
I guess my sort of opinion, which is maybe different to other witnesses, is often once you actually move to a rural area, and if you're there for 5 years or 10 years, become quite well established, and you might not stay in that particular town, but the chances of you staying rurally are quite high, I think. So it's more, to my mind, about encouraging and really rewarding them to move regionally or rurally in the first place. I don't have any specific strategy that I've thought of to keep them there financially wise. Obviously, I think there's lots of other contributing issues to the attrition. But specifically financially, after that HEX relief, I'm not sure how that would work.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you both for coming, virtually and in person, from Warren and Guyra, lovely places, almost as good as Gunnedah. That's where I live, so I'm a bit biased, but kind of in the middle of you two geographically in some ways. I just wanted to tease out a little bit more, and Greg, my colleague from Labor, asked about it, just the issue with the other, I'll say professions, but, the preg testers and the equine dentists who might not be qualified but are doing those services. To play sort of devil's advocate, and I completely appreciate the impact that it has on your business if you do lose the ability to do that. I think you were saying, Isaac, like it's a big part of what you do in your practice. But do you think there's a role to play for the appropriately regulated other people working in the industry to help with that workload balance as well? Like I get your business models are set up in a way that you wouldn't want that impediment of losing, the preg testing or the things that you do. But how would you regulate or better have those people working that can help with the workload burden, but also not detract from the professional services and skills that you have as fully trained and qualified vets who've been at uni for years and years, and we need to acknowledge that. But is there a balance, I guess, what I'm trying to
I think there probably is, but in terms of an appropriately qualified person, for instance, a farrier, that is an apprenticeship. It's 4 years to become a farrier, and vets very much respect farriers because they're experts in that field. And I think if there was some system like that where there was well-recognised formal training and that there was some accountability for, when they are making calls, preg testing, for example, they need to be accountable for that. A vet would be. And they need to be. And I think without that, there would always be a bit of headbutting together about, there'd be some conflict there. I also think that vets go rurally not to just treat small animals. If we said to a vet student that was looking potentially to come and work for us next year, look, we do, 98% smallies, and we preg test a hat full of cows, they're not going to come out. They want to do that largies work. And that's really our bread and butter about getting on farm. Is that preg testing. So if you give that away, you're only getting called every few years maybe when they've got an actual disease issue that can't be fixed by the lay preg tester. That's been coming out. They would have called them first for advice and for them to make a diagnosis. And then once everything else has failed, then they're like, oh, well, we better call a vet. But of course, then the vets don't have the experience because they haven't been out on farm. When you're there, you say, oh, there's a lame cow down there. Let's go and investigate that. Or this bull's got pink eye. Let's treat that. Whereas I worry from a animal welfare perspective and disease surveillance, which I'm sure will be discussed over the next couple of days. There's an issue there.
Did you want to add anything to that, Dr. Gray?
I totally agree with everything Dr. Kennedy's saying. And sort of what I've noted in my submission was that I think the lay people do have a big, they contribute a lot to the industry, but just to make them accountable for their actions. So, obviously they have to have some sort of professional indemnity insurance, but taking history is the same sort of what we have to do. Whether that's also reporting to a central body and having some sort of just license, just to allow people to look them up and say, yes, they have either had some sort of formal training or, yes, they have at least, they are under a central body that they do practice under that just regulates them. I think going back to a good point Erica made about the lay dentists, I genuinely don't think they have any position in the industry at all, because you cannot perform a thorough mouth exam on a horse without sedation, and sedation should only ever be dispensed or administered by a veterinarian, a fully qualified vet, just because of the risks associated with that sedative, not only to the animal but also to the bystanders around them. Like, if you misadminister the sedation, it can go sideways very quickly, and it would be a huge work health and safety issue, and just for the general animal welfare. Like, there's a lot of people out there, like, I've undertaken post-grad training in equine dentistry through Oliver Liu, and it is amazing the stuff you do miss without having that adequate sedation and the adequate further training. So the course, for that sort of course, it is about $6 or $7 grand to do that post-grad course. So it is a substantial financial burden or financial asset we do take on to do that. But the job we do is far greater than anything a lay dentist can do. And they don't need any training at all. So they can just slap a badge on their car and call themselves an equine dentist. So I think in that respect, they don't have any part in the industry at all. But lay preg testers and reproductive people do, I think can contribute a substantial amount to the industry, just if they are regulated and accountable for their actions.
Thank you. Can I just ask one other quick one to you, probably Dr. Kennedy? You talked in your submission about you'd been a district vet, I think, with the LLS, but how there's no government vets out in the Western Division anymore. I suppose just for the benefit of the committee, by not having that role, like, what role would a government vet do? What's that impact on your practice? Do you see a difference without having government vet? Like, where's the intersection between you as private vets and a government vet, and the risk of not having them?
Yeah. So I guess I should preface by, we actually have a district vet in Nyngan.
Yeah.
So we, in our immediate area, in our sort of central west area, we have a
through
government
LLS?
vet.
Is that
through
really
LLS?
close?
Yeah. So
Okay.
District veterinarian is the
Yep.
title given to local land services field veterinarians. But in the Western Division, which is just west of Nyngan and north to the Queensland border and west to the South Australian border, they don't have any district veterinarians. The one veterinarian who was there, Charlotte, she's actually working in Burke now in private practice. And also at Cobar, she's transitioning between the two. But there's no field veterinarians. So the issue is when someone calls up with a potential notifiable disease, emergency animal disease, or just plain notifiable, then for us to go out, it might be 8 hours drive to go there, and like that's pretty straight. That's 3 days out of the week that we then have a vet out. Now, obviously, if it needs to be done, it needs to be done. But that does create some issues. Whereas previously, when there was a government vets located in Broken Hill and Burke, they would cover that huge
do you get
area.
Contracted to do that?
Yes,
Gov?
it's
That's how it works,
contracted.
or-
Yeah, like
okay.
they just call up and then we send them an invoice and then they pay it.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, sometimes, we charge our travel out per kilometre, and when you're travelling those big distances, it actually, feasibility-wise, to send a vet when you can only drive so fast, and the amount they could then be generating back at the practice, sometimes it really doesn't add up, but we obviously do it because we're providing a service and we love what we do. But for those sorts of big contracts where it might be very far out west, a long drive, there could be issues there potentially, particularly at short notice when we've got, many jobs booked in over the next 3 days and it needs to happen now.
Yeah, thank you.
Before the time just ticks over now, can I just put a question to you both on notice, just on that layperson thing? Outside of the people offering advice at the over-the-counter at the rural supply store, can you give us a bit of an exhaustive list on the types of services these lay people are performing? I know you mentioned the dentistry and you mentioned the preg testers, but are there others that we need to perhaps look at as a committee in terms of how we rope them in and provide some controls around and some standards around what they're doing? Perhaps just on notice, you can come back
on notice. I think artificial insemination is another area in sheep that might be of interest, but I'm not an expert, so I'll have to take that on.
Just hope we want to try and capture all of those lay people. Yep. All right. That takes us to the conclusion of your session. So thank you very much for your time. You have taken some questions on notice, so Secretary will be in touch for you both. But thank you for taking the time out of obviously a very busy career to come and talk to us. It's much appreciated.
No problem.
Thank you.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, welcome back to the inquiry into the veterinary shortage in New South Wales. We now welcome our next lot of witnesses. So starting with you, Mrs. Winter, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Yes, hi. I'm Caroline Winter. I'm a journalist and the creator of Sick as a Dog podcast. Let me just read this straight.
Yep.
I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Mr. Putland?
My name is Gary Putland. I'm founder, or one of the founders of Sophie's Legacy, and I'm representing Sophie's Legacy today. And I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And we've got Dr. Jocelyn Birch-Baker via video conference.
I'm Dr. Jocelyn Birch-Baker. I own High Street Vet Surgery in Rockhampton, and I'm founder of Smooth Operating Vets. I solemnly swear and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And just in that same order, does anyone want to make a short, and I mean short, opening statement, and then we'll go to some free-flow questions?
Yes, thank you. Firstly, thank you for giving me the opportunity to appear at this inquiry. As a journalist and a dog lover, I've spent the last 18 months immersed in this topic, but as someone outside the industry, I think I bring a different perspective to the issues that it faces. And excuse me, in creating Sick as a Dog, I was very privileged to be able to travel right around the country and speak to a range of people in excess of 40 from the vet community and near to the vet community, in large cities, in small regional areas, in varying sized clinics and operations, to get a sense of what they face. And I learnt a lot. I learnt that vets first and foremost love what they do. They signed up to save animals and they just didn't know that they would be the ones who need saving. I learnt that they're passionate, perfectionist, private people who have high expectations of themselves and will work a 14-hour day without lunch, without a toilet break if needed, just to do the right thing by the animals they treat, the clients that they have, and also because there's not often someone else to pick up the slack. But I heard also from too many how they're burnt out, stressed, underpaid, underappreciated, and for some, if they had their time again, they would have chosen another career, which I found terribly sad. Shockingly, every vet that I spoke to knew of at least one vet colleague who had taken their life, with, of course, that horrible statistic around the suicide rate in the vet community of one vet suicide every 12 weeks, but with the realisation that's likely actually to be a lot higher. These are many of the reasons that vets are leaving the industry, but the issues facing the industry are complex, layered and many, and so too will be the solutions. Some are already being put in place across the industry, but there is a lot more that can be done. And I think that comes down to government assistance, industry assistance, and also a much greater understanding from the community, from all Australians, because we all rely on vets, whether you're a pet owner, whether you just love wildlife, you eat meat or you drink lattes. Vets are essential to all of our lives. Some of the recommendations that I sought as part of my podcast, along with the issues, I wanted to find some solutions, and they came down to those three levels. Government support is sorely lacking across funding and general support and education, whether it be for wildlife vets who need assistance to do the job that they do, to take pressure off everyday vets who are trying to do the job that they do, funding for disease surveillance for private vets so that our borders and biosecurity can be kept safe, policy changes to identify the public good that animals have, and some recognition to show that the vet profession is in fact essential and not optional. And finally, in regional and rural areas, HECS and debt forgiveness or some other incentives where the shortage out there is most critical, and this could be helped to be addressed by helping young vets to move out that way and fill that shortage. I think industry and universities still have a long way to go. I spent some time with some university students at all levels of their vet degree, and one at the end of the time I spoke with her had dropped out just from the stress and the pressure. So that mental load is starting even earlier. I think there needs to be assistance in transitioning young students into the workforce and a lot more support for those who have just moved into a clinic for the first time. The industry I know you'll be speaking to in terms of the industry body, the AVA, we're doing work around businesses, individual businesses and clinics taking responsibility for the mental health of their staff and the support that they can give them internally, as well as finding business efficiencies. And I think there's also a massive piece of work education-wise for our entire community to understand just what vets do for us. They're providing a whole lot of public good from a very private industry. I will leave it at that. There's a lot more to say, but thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Putland?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today too. Sophie's Legacy was established after our daughter, Dr. Sophie Putland, died by suicide tragically just under 2 years ago. In fact, her memorial is Monday next week. Sophie was a highly respected, loved, compassionate vet, and the kind of vet you wanted by your side when your pet was seriously ill. But sadly, the industry finally broke her and she decided to take her life. As Caroline has said, and perhaps as a matter of transparency, Caroline and Sophie's Legacy has been working very closely together. We were part of the story in Sick as a Dog, and Caroline's been very supportive of the work that we've been doing with Sophie's Legacy. Our goal was to actually reduce the suicide rate because we think it's actually a damning statistic for the profession. I'll tell you why. If you take that suicide rate and you apply it to a larger population, because vets is around about 15,000, you apply it to, say, doctors, you would lose you'd lose one doctor every 2 weeks, not every 12 weeks. If you applied that to nurses, you would actually lose 2 nurses every week. And if you took that to the construction industry, which by the way does have a high suicide rate, you would lose 1 person every week in that construction industry. And we think that that's actually a very damning statistic. And so that's why we want to do something about it, largely because Sophie loved her colleagues and she wanted us, I'm sure she'd be supporting us in actually helping them to improve their lot. Our goal is not to dissuade people from getting into this profession. It's a wonderful profession for those people who like to do it. It's just that it's a pretty tough profession, and we want to make changes in that profession, and we think that this needs to be done urgently. The figures that we quote were quoted in 2008, so they're 15 to 20 years old, and as Caroline has pointed out, it is likely that they've got worse, particularly over the period of COVID, because the number of pets or pet ownership in Australia has actually gone from 61% to 69%. In fact, I saw a statistic that said there are more pets now than actual Australians. And so this is quite a significant issue for meeting that demand. And so, and I think the other thing that Caroline has pointed out in her Sick as a Dog podcast is that we do actually undervalue what this industry brings to the community. And I'll particularly talk about the small animal area where in fact looking after pets and keeping them healthy means that the mental health of many, many Australians is improved as well. And I think that we actually undervalue that as both governments and industry and even the community. We've been running the We're Only Human campaign now since May. The feedback we've got from the vet community is they've been so appreciative of the fact that we've raised this issue around client abuse. But the other thing that's come out to us that very few people know about the challenges that are out there in the vet industry. And so we want to make sure that not only do we inform and educate the public about what's going on and ask them to be polite and respectful, but at the same time we want governments and industry to address these key issues that are affecting what is a wonderful profession. Thank you.
Thank you. And just finally, Dr. Baker.
Yeah, as well. Thank you very much for inviting me to be here today. The veterinary profession is my life, and it has been for over 40 years now, and I absolutely love it. It's a complicated profession combining empathy, emotions, welfare, legislation, evidence-based scientific data, communication, and finances. And to me, our priority is, and it should be, our people, because when we care for them, they can care for the animals, the people, their peers, the rules, and the finances. So working together, we can achieve better outcomes. And I thank you all for being here today, bringing your skills and knowledge and abilities to help us within this profession to move forward and achieve better outcomes for our people.
Thank you. Now, the committee's resolved to just have some free flow questions, so I might just start off and then see where we go. I guess my question is around the university preparedness. And did you get a sense when you were interviewing the university students that perhaps the universities were selling the degree and not necessarily selling the realities of the career that degree was attached to? Did you get a sense that the students weren't really prepared for, I guess, the rough and tumble of being a vet? Notwithstanding that no one should be subject to abuse, but just the long hours, the workload. Did you get a sense that universities weren't really, I guess, selling that part of it when they were bringing people on to do the degree?
Thanks for the question. I got a sense that they, in theory, knew about the demands of the job. Absolutely. I think it's something that is actually well covered. Certainly Adelaide University, which is where I sat down with 4 different students to talk about this. There certainly was conversations around how preparedness in theory had been covered certainly in more recent years, and support mental health wise in terms of what to expect. But I did get a sense that jump from the classroom, so to speak, to the workplace was a rather large one. And depending on what practice you might end up in, and perhaps the culture of that practice or the expectations that existed in that practice could be very different from one graduate to the next. So for those who had done some practicals and had gone on placement, certainly one of the students I spoke with found it to be quite ethically challenging for her. She took some time out and had some quite serious mental health issues following that. She's continued on in the program and has gone part-time, and I think that has helped a lot. Also something I understand hasn't been offered particularly broadly, it's sort of full-time or nothing. So I think the universities are coming to understand that the reality doesn't match the theory necessarily. And I did speak with the dean of the campus at the time. He's now stepped back from that role. And there were initial conversations being had with the other universities around Australia around some kind of transition program and what that might look like. But as I understand it, that hasn't gone any further. But I certainly got a feel for the need for something far more stringent to ensure that transition, went smoothly. And I did preface this by saying in the podcast, you could say that about any graduate from university, from theory to reality. But I think, much like doctors and nurses, we're talking about lives here. They're saving lives. And if their confidence isn't there or the experience as they walk in the door is not a great one from day one, what hope have they got?
Yeah, just picking up on what you said there about them doing practicals or practicums. I know from my education background, it was mandated. You had to do X amount of weeks in a school. Is it the same case here? Because you sort of insinuated there in the answer that some of them had done practicums, or was it is actually mandated that they have to do it?
To be honest, I can't answer that fully and honestly without knowing, and particularly at individual universities, I could potentially defer to Gary, whose daughter went through the program there.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, Sophie did practicums, and she would have done about 2 or 3 practicums during her time. And it's interesting, I think she would have discovered the toughness that's required when she was out in when she would go out into the workforce. But I think when she got out into the workforce, her experiences of businesses was very different. And so having 2 or 3 practicums doesn't give you the worldly view of what is actually going on out there from a broader industry perspective. And I think that's the thing that is really challenging here, is that the vet practices, many of them are private and individually owned. Some of them are corporate. So there's a vast difference in terms of the experience that you might have. And I think this is something we would like to see addressed, because it is, it's something where I think Sophie, it became a cumulative thing over time that actually wore her down. It wasn't just one practice and another, it was actually over time. Can I just go back to universities? I have been working with Adelaide University because Sophie was in fact in the first year when they started that course. They're very mindful of working with their students around mental health. Believe it or not, mental health actually starts in universities. Many of these students are highly intelligent, they're compassionate, they're perfectionists, and they actually do start having mental health issues because the courses are actually quite challenging. So the universities are starting to recognise that, and I know that Adelaide Uni is starting to recognise what skill sets do we give students to become resilient, to actually have the right expectation about what they might get out there. But I think the experience when you go out there is so vastly different, it's a bit hard for the university to do that completely.
Yeah, would you agree that
Could I?
Did Sophie ever come back and have a debrief with university lecturers about those practicum experiences? I think the debrief after experiencing the real world would have been would be a valuable thing.
Well, actually she did, because in one of the practicums they failed her because she turned up late for, I think, 2 days in a row for 20 minutes after having spent the morning actually working with horses, with race horses, and then rushing off to work, and because she was late she had to actually repeat that practicum, so she had to go and do another 2 weeks. So the answer is, I think they do that, they do a debrief, but whether in fact that's extensive enough to give them the broad view about what to expect out there, it's a really good question.
I might pass. Mr. Murphy, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just had a question. In your submission, Mr. Putland, I think point 2 on the second page, you say one of the steps to easing the vet industry crisis is transparent and consistent fixed pricing and guidelines to alleviate financial shock for pet owners and curtail overcharging by unscrupulous clinic owners. I presume that's linked to client abuse.
Yes.
Where people suddenly get a bill they're not expecting. And I was just going to ask, what do you think could help improve that? Is it following a model that other industries have? Like, I know from my background in the law that you have to provide a client with a costs agreement that sets out everything that you charge. You then have to provide them with an estimate of the cost, and any time that changes, you have to update them before you do any work about what the likely new estimate is, so they can make a decision about whether to go ahead. Do you know if that's common in the vet industry or whether it should be brought in? What's your view?
Yeah. I've had experience of in the last 2 months where one of our dogs was very ill, had to go in an emergency, and we had exactly what you described. They gave us an estimate, and whenever it was changed, we were advised on that. But I think the big issue around bill shock is that people go, what do you mean this is going to cost me $5,000? When in fact their experience of human health, where we're subsidising a lot of the costs, tends to be hidden. So I think the issue around bill shock is more about the fact that people don't understand that we don't have a subsidy that supports the vet industry. And so what you are paying is the true cost of delivering the services. Now, I might just qualify what I've said in that dot point. I don't believe there's a large number of clinics out there that are ripping off clients. I think many of them are genuine in what they're actually putting out. I think what we're trying to say there was, how do we set that expectation that when you buy a pet, this could be costly?
So there should be an education response for pet owners.
Well, Sophie's Legacy is actually, one of the things we're doing is raising that issue to say, when you are actually buying a pet, you really need to be thinking about putting away, up to $10,000 perhaps, because if you've got no insurance, some surgery like that could be as much as that, if not more. And so, so you are paying the true cost. So part of this is about how does industry be much more open and transparent about that pricing, and then how do we get the expectation of clients to be much more realistic about the true cost of delivering the service.
But you do think it needs some regulation of industry to make sure they're all doing that?
I think that would actually help. So I think that would help. But if we have regulation, in fact, we've had some conversations with people to say you can't fix prices because that's anti-competitive. But in fact, you might be able to regulate the way in which this would be communicated in advance to potential clients.
Thanks.
I might just. I was informed by my colleague that Dr. Baker wanted to chime in and give some comments on my questions. So I'm invited to do that, and then I'll pass over to Ms. Boyd, and then we'll work our way up the panel.
Sorry, thank you. Just talking about vet students coming into clinics, because we do have vet students coming into our clinic, and I did have one vet student who had done all her prac, so prac is part of their course. They go to various clinics, they go to pracs, and she said that this was the first time she had actually enjoyed being in a clinic. So obviously the other clinics that she'd been to, she didn't fit in, that she'd found quite stressful, whatever the issues were. I think we talk a lot about students being practice ready. I think a lot of practices are not student ready. I think there's high expectations of those students when they come in. And I think a lot of practices may not be run as efficiently and well organised for students to be able to step in there seamlessly and adapt to the culture that is going on in that clinic. There's a lot of understanding about the culture, and that's where you were talking about, to be 20 minutes late and to be written up and fail at, I think is ludicrous. For a student, like if they're late, I just go, okay, tell me why, are you okay? It's not a right issue. So I think we need to start looking at that transition to even the clinics that we're sending our students to do their prac. They need to be realistic, kind, well-organised clinics. And those are the clinics that these students need to go to for their first job as well. And I think, as you were saying before, clinics really need to be well organised and well run. And that's a big issue at the moment when we haven't got enough staff to become well organised and well run. So that was just what I wanted to say about actually having students come to us. You've got to spend a lot of time with them and mentor them and work with them.
Thank you.
And the estimates thing, we do estimates all the time. And we coach our clients all the time as to what's going to happen with their pets, when it's going to happen, how it's going to happen, how much it's cost. They're updated all the time. But even as a puppy, they come in, we have the conversations with them about the surgery. If they buy a French Bulldog, there's going to be some issues, and we talk to them about those issues. Like it's a big education thing that the vets are doing all the time anyway.
Ms. Boyd?
Chair, and thank you to all of you for coming along. Obviously, mental health is a very complex issue, as you said, Mr. Huntland. And, there's this sort of, I guess, trying to sort of plug the holes and provide the support when people are falling into hard times. And then there are these sort of systemic changes that we might be able to make to stop those stresses in the first place. We've heard throughout so many of these submissions, we've heard contributing factors to poor mental health, such as moral stress, having to euthanize animals that you don't feel you should have to, or that it's because of money or whatever. Compassion fatigue, long hours, poor pay, the impact of HECS debt, the financial stress, client abuse. I guess what could we do if we were to take sort of one urgent thing that you think might make the most difference to helping people's mental health once they enter the profession?
It's a complex issue, and to take just one, it's a really interesting question. I think one of the things that you could help out with is getting the workplace culture. We heard quite a bit about the fact that the workplace culture can be toxic. So I think that's one, and we've talked, I know the AVA are actually looking at there are practices out there that actually do really well in looking after their staff. We know it can be done, but systemically we're hearing that it's not done well by lots of practices. So, that's one area where I think you could do that. Clearly at the moment, and I can't just do one actually.
It is complex.
And because we actually surveyed vets after Sophie passed, and one of the reasons we did that, we'd seen the wellness survey that AVA had done, but we were very keen to get a voice from younger vets, and so 60% of the people who responded to our survey were 35 and under, and actually 92% were female. That's the other thing that I think we need to take into account here too, that we have an increasingly feminised workforce out there and potentially can be threatened by alpha males who might come in and demand things and things like that. So, but I wanted to come back to things like workplace conditions. One of the things we think that should be done, there is no one really looking after the individuals within the industry. We know that there is a vet union, but we don't believe that is very strong at all. So where do they go if they're having to negotiate contracts? Where do they go if workplace conditions are not that good? Where do they go if there's a stigma around admitting that you're suffering from mental health? We heard that a lot from many of the people who responded to our survey, that there's a stigma, and so people, and look, Sophie was probably a classic one there, being a kind of kid that did well at school, a bit embarrassed about the fact that she would have to admit that kind of thing, so she probably didn't. And so, this is the other thing too, we've got to be very careful about saying that we want these people to be resilient, and Sophie was definitely trying that, when in fact there's a whole lot of pressures within that industry, long hours, so that, workplace conditions and things like that. So this workforce shortage that you're tackling there, maybe that's the number one issue we've got to be addressing, and finding out how we can get an increase in the number of vets. And one of the issues with that is we've got to stop that the retention rate at the moment is actually quite low, because they're not happy with the conditions they find in the industry.
May I add something to what Gary said? And I think I came at this from the mental health piece is right at the centre of it, but it's the pressures around it that if they can be eased, that will make a lot of difference. And so from my perspective, government genuinely understanding and crowing about the role that vets play in our lives will go a long way. Conversations that I had with my educated friends, with my family, even while I was doing this project, pet owners themselves really didn't have an understanding just what vets do, not just for their animals, but for the broader community. So when we talk about wildlife, and I spoke to the amazing Dr. Bree Talbot from Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. I know you'll be speaking with them in the hearing, but when she worked in clinic, she was doing 14-hour days, and at the end of those days, having not had a break and tended to all her clients, someone would bring in, rightly so, a good citizen, brought in some wildlife at the end of the day. Now she took an oath to help to treat animals, and so of course, it sat in a box for most of the day, and she got to it at the end of the day. Now, she either had to pay for that, or it was just her free time at the end of a very long day. So how can we assist wildlife wildlife vets in doing the job that they need to do? I am aware of the funding that was unfortunately revoked recently to Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, but that was, perfectly good example where, the cost of just those basic treatments for an animal that comes in off the streets, $550. That's before you do anything major to it. So that's one, taking the pressure off there. Regional and rural areas. So we talk about what's happening on farm or what's happening, when it comes to biosecurity. If we don't have vets out in regions and in our rural areas, they're not incidentally on farms. They're not looking for that risk. So we're shooting ourselves in the foot by not actually, looking at the ways that we can support them. Hence the, idea for, some sort of incentive to get vets out there. Not to mention that they come out with a huge HECS debt, which they'll, barely cover in a lifetime, especially if they're, finishing up in the profession after 5 years, which we're hearing more and more. And the other thing is, of course, natural disasters. So, our private vets will jump when we need them to. Bushfires and floods have been ravishing this country for the last few years. The moment that they do that, and rightly so they will, for livestock and wildlife, that means that there's no one to service pet owners and clients in so many of the clinics. So I think that in trying to alleviate the mental health issue over here, there's actually a lot of stuff that government, I think, can do, whether it's financially supporting in an education sense, really just understanding and teaching the community how valued they are, that they're not just a private business, as I said in my podcast, like a laundromat where you go, well, I like your service or I don't like your service, I'm going next door. But that's how it can be seen, because it is a private industry. But the public good is just immense, and it needs to be valued. Thank you.
Yeah, I do. Thank you, Chair. Oh, sorry. Did you want to offer something, Dr. Baker?
Yeah, can I just add to the original question about the one thing that could be done to reduce the mental health and our workforce shortage? Something we do at High Street is all of our vets are casual or part-time, and I see the ads and they're all looking for full-time, and the full-time issue is the expectations of a vet, and the full-time issue is that vets do full-time and then they're expected to stay back, and then they're expected to do after hours as well. So our vets do part-time casual, they pick their hours, and we fill the roster with what they can and can't do, or what they can do. And they all do after hours as well, because we're in a regional community. And if one vet's away or our children are ill, because as you said, it's a feminised industry, we need to cater for a different type of workforce. Our workforce is women, and there is a society's expectation that they are the primary carer for the children. That's just how it is. And I see the whole industry has changed, because if you look at the women in our industry, are 97%, because if you take into context the vet nurses, the support staff, the vets, 90% of our industry are women, and they have to look after the family as well. So it's a different type of workforce, and we cannot continue to have the expectations of a previous workforce that worked 24/7 and were available all the time because they had the backup of a family. And I think that's a little bit of what's happening, because as you said, it's a feminised industry. We have to have different expectations. These women are dropping out of the industry because they just cannot do that 24/7 ongoing expectations, because one, it didn't work in the past really, and it's certainly not working now. So that's something that we do up here in a regional community, and it works fine. Our vets, if they look like they're getting burned out because of life, everything, they're getting unwell, whatever, they actually have time that they can take off, and another vet can step in, because that vet's only doing part-time. They're not already doing 50 hours a week and haven't got any spare time. They actually have the capacity to fill in for another vet. So that's a system that we're using to prevent that mental health and that shortage of vets up here. And we talk about this stuff all the time. I hear you talk about, the culture. It's really, really important that veterinary clinics develop this culture of talking about stuff, talking to each other, working collaboratively. And I think women and feminisation of our workforce will really help that as well, because we do have a tendency to work together really well if that's how we choose and are allowed to.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I just wanted to ask, firstly, thank you all for being here, and probably to you, Mr. Putland, to begin with, but then happy for the other witnesses to chime in. Firstly, condolences, I'm sure, on behalf of the whole committee for your loss of Sophie, and I think what you're doing as a dad in terms of her legacy and your advocacy is really admirable, so thank you for being here, and you're obviously very passionate about it, and we appreciate that. But I wanted to drill a little bit more into the We're Only Human campaign, and I know also, Mrs. Winter, you sort of talked about how we can raise awareness of what vets do, and I think the other committee members would agree. It's quite a common theme in a lot of the submissions, that lack of respect for the profession, whether it's people sort of not understanding that, you know, the vet doesn't have to clip your poodle's toenails, but through to you might have worked a 15-hour day and if you're slightly delayed because there's an emergency. Do you think there would be any benefit in some form of government advertising to help you know, get that message across? And I guess I'm just thinking about other professions where, and again, maybe a poor analogy, but, you know, where people are reminded not to call 000 unless it's an emergency, or like trying to get more investment from the community in terms of this is what your local vet does that you see, this is everything they do that you don't see, and how you can try to just get a bit more respect for the profession more broadly. Is there something in that space that we could be looking at? Does that happen anywhere else in the world? Are there things that we could be doing here? Any thoughts on that?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Sarah, because I think it's one of the things we've learnt when we launched We're Only Human back in May. We did not realise the enormous support and gratitude that we've got from the vet community. So much so that we have people raising money for us now. We've got a charity event coming up fairly soon that a vet practice decided to put on behalf, because they're saying this is so important that we get this message out to the community about the importance, as Caroline's saying, the importance that this profession brings to our community as a whole. And so, you know, I guess that's what one of the other things we've learned from the We're Only Human campaign too, is that, you know, people in the community were going, we didn't realise this was a problem. And so, and part of the We're Only Human campaign, one of the things we wanted to do, I'm going to leave some posters for you guys later on, so I want you to stick them up in Parliament. And we actually have a QR code there. The idea behind the QR code was that when clients would come into the clinic, they would scan that, and it was the opportunity, we thought, for people to just take that deep breath and just have a view. Oh, I didn't realise that that mental health was such a problem. Oh, I didn't realise that bill shock could actually cause. Oh, I didn't realise that, you know, they do have tough days. You know, it's the highs and lows. And then the last step is to say, and we're going to advocate for this industry. Now, we've just ticked over 5,000 people who've completed that process. And so what we're really trying to do in this is really broaden out and make sure both the vet community feel like they're valued, and I can tell you it's worked beautifully. And I will say this, when we first started this, and with my sons, I've got 2 sons, we started off, we actually trialled this QR code with clinics, and they said, no, it ain't going to work. So we actually got some professional marketing people to come in and to change the message around so it's a much more positive message. And I love that concept that, you know, we're only human. So when you're in the clinic, don't forget that we're people too. And so, you know, think twice about actually being polite and respectful. Has this been done anywhere else in the world? Let me tell you, we've had Canada, US, Switzerland saying, bring it over here. Because I don't think this has been done anywhere else in the world. And perhaps the last thing I'll say is that the South Australian government have been very supportive and in fact have funded us to actually get a broader reach. And so, yeah, we'd love governments to support what we've already done because we think it's been very successful and we're going to continue. In fact, we've got a second part of our campaign, and Caroline and I were talking about it this morning, where we might delay that because the We're Only Human has been so successful. And we don't want to confuse the message.
Did you want to add in?
Yeah, look, just to add something short on the back of that, I guess that for me the reality is that we rely on animals for comfort, for food, for export, for our tourism. We even celebrate them on our Commonwealth coat of arms. And I think it's actually, dare I say, incumbent on all levels of government to step in at this point. Now, I know that this is predominantly a private industry, but I think we've got to a point where people are dying and it's really sick and it needs some help. And I do think that there's a role for governments to now play in whatever capacity. I think that the education piece is a really valuable one, and it's one that can be done probably fairly simply and quite effectively. As I said before, I think there's also a role, whether it's incentivisation for vets to get out to the regions or support financially in the mental health space. But I really think this one's a bit of a no-brainer in terms of what it is that we ask of our animals, and they don't survive in a vacuum. So who is it that is there for them when they're sick or injured? And once upon a time, I think, I was only reflecting on this recently, you'd sort of think of wildlife warriors as, sort of these people who, hug trees and join the greens and whatever else, but that's just not the reality. The reality is that animals are really important to our survival, and hence vets are too. So yeah, I think that there's a big role for governments to play.
Chair, can I ask you indulge just very quickly, just in response to Sarah's question? I've got some feedback from some people about our campaign. So this one says, can't thank you enough for bringing to light this important issue. Like every vet, I've experienced client abuse that led me to question why I chose this profession. This is another one. I'm not sure if it's the posters, but we seem to be getting less abuse from clients. I spoke to a couple of young vets at Rose Park the other day, and they both raved about Sophie's legacy in the podcast Caroline did. You could paraphrase what they said. I can truly tell the difference that Sophie's legacy is making. People are being kind, and we're getting lots of chocolate. So if we get fat vets, that might be a good sign of what we do. And I've got some others. Thank you very much for what you do. I myself am a vet, and I've survived a suicide attempt some years back. I came across your site today, and it deeply touched my heart. Greetings from Switzerland.
Oh, wow.
Okay,
Yeah.
so we're getting lots of those.
Yeah. Can I also just pick up the point, and Dr. Baker, you might want to chime in here too, just about that workplace culture, and you mentioned what you do in your practice to ensure that people are talking, and I know that there was mention, I think, in your submission, Mr. Putland, about like a red tick, or how do you identify good workplace practice, as we sit here in Parliament, but anyway, we're pretty good these days, but how do you kind of identify the, I guess, sort of gold standard of what that looks like? How do you have other vet communities wanting to pick up the same kind of culture that you obviously have in your practice? How do you identify it, and how do you spread what good workplace culture looks like in a way that people will take that on board?
That's something I'm finding really hard, actually, because like you're saying, you talk to the younger vets who are working for clinics and they're struggling, and it seems to be put back onto them to fix it, like become resilient, sort it out, go and do a wellness program, go and do this, do that. And I really feel it is up to the practice owners, the practice managers, to step up, actually step up and do what they say they're going to do. Like if they say you're on call 1 weekend and 4, you're 1 weekend in 4, and I heard Mr. Butler or Mrs. Butler say that Sophie was told she was 1 weekend in 4 and she was working 4 weekends. So, and they don't have anywhere to go to say, look, the agreement that we made isn't working. And I've had vets that have come to work with me and have been to clinics that have just treated them not well. So it is, I think, for the practices to start stepping up and organising themselves, running a better business, developing good cultures. And as smooth operating vets, we're trying to do that. We're trying to say, hey, look, we only have casual, we only have part-time vets here, and it works a treat. You can do it. Yes, it's a bit of fiddling around with the roster. Yes, it's more communication. Communication's great. Listen to your people, see what they want, and work with it. The old expectations are out. They're just not working. You just can't work, as you're saying, 14 hours and not make mistakes, which runs over, and then you get more stress because did you make a mistake? Did you not put that dog on fluids? Did you put the right stuff in the bag? You know, I've been to bed wondering if I've done the right thing and have to go back to the clinic to check. it's a very stressful job if you're tired and burned out and worried all the time. So if you can step back and do the hours that you can do really, really well, it's such a beautiful, wonderful job. So I really think it's up to the veterinary clinics also to lift their game and become well-run clinics and think about the people that they're working with as people who can do lots of different things. Like I delegate so much. I delegate the financials to someone. I delegate the rosters, the business plan, the clinical stuff. I've only got a small clinic, but I've got a clinical director and a business manager. Like, get them to do the stuff that they're really good so I'm not stressed. And if they need an extra vet, they just call me in and I can do a bit. But, you know, I'm sort of lost on the question again, but it just needs to be run better. And vets become vets and then they go and buy a business and they're not trained how to run the business and they're not trained in HR and they're not trained on how to look after people, but they can learn that and they really need to learn that. And we need to learn that now urgently. And you need to learn to look after your people so that they will stay there. I've heard vets who go onto what we call it now, parental leave, not maternity leave. They go on leave, have their children, want to come back, and they want to come back part-time, and the owner goes, no, full-time or nothing. Now, that's just ridiculous, especially in the rural and regional areas, what's going through their head. So I really think that businesses need to look at what they're doing to get and retain our staff as well. And I don't see a lot written by them saying, oh, what are we going to do to fix this problem? So I think there's a little gap in our profession there to, they put out the wellness things, tick this off, it'll be okay. But something should be done before our team needs to be on a mental health plan. I would be very upset if my staff needed a mental health plan. I would hope one of us would be stepping in there to look after them before they got there.
Thank you.
Mr. Fang.
Thank you for that answer. That almost perfectly segues into the question that I was going to ask, which is we train vets really well around anatomy, medicine, and all the things they need to do to be a perfect vet, except a lot of them end up with a veterinary practice or in business of some sort. Is it the case that we're not perhaps setting up vets that are newly graduated to fully appreciate the skills that are needed in order to run a veterinary practice, particularly in rural regional areas where they might be the only person, and all that aspect of it requires? Do we need to give them more skills and better training in order to relieve a lot of that pressure? I know, for example, if you're a doctor, you go and hang your shingle up somewhere, you effectively become a doctor and a business manager, and the AMA or the colleges might actually provide some of that assistance to provide the background to set up a business. Do veterinary associations provide the same assistance? Is there somebody that a vet can go to? Do we make that well known? And Ms. Putney, do you feel like that there was additional pressures, not just, I guess, the aspects that you've spoken about, but the other life pressures that come with being, a vet, that might have placed undue pressure on the vets that you've spoken to throughout your consultation experience with Sophie's Legacy?
Yeah.
I'll start with you, Dr. Baker, first, if you wouldn't mind, and then I'll move to the panellists in the room.
Yeah, I think we're finding many of our students are coming from the urban areas. We do have Townsville up here in Queensland, and I think you guys got Wagga down there, picks up a lot of our rural and regional students, because coming out into a rural regional area is actually quite a different culture to running or being in a practice to in the city area. So there is a bit of a culture gap there. So there could be some input, and I think doing prac work is really, really essential. So, and I think there should be extended prac work. Go out there for 3 months, meet a bunch of people, live the life, see how you like it. I think that would be very helpful. And that would be a way of learning to live out in those communities and be a part of it, and the wonderfulness of it, not be thrown out there for 2 weeks and go, oh, this is scary. So I think that's really important. I think the prac work that we do with clinics is really, really important so that you can get a feel of the culture of the clinic, how the billing out gets done, why it gets done, and understand the business side of it as much as you can, because you're still learning all that. I need to hold this animal, I need to get a vein, I need to spay this dog like it's right here. I need to find all the bits and get them out. So there's a lot going on in a student's mind, and I don't think that's the right time to teach them business. If a person buys a business or starts up a business, it's their duty to go and find out how to run that. There are some private companies that will help you with that, but I would dearly love to see a university or a official sort of a course for people to go to, and that would involve leadership, HR, all sorts of things, to actually train them and say, look, if you're going to take this step, you need to know this as well, so that running a business is different to spaying a dog. Like, spaying a dog's great, you will have to do that as well probably, but running a business, you've got to look at your HR, you've got to organise your people, and people are very interesting, and you're going to rely on them to do what you used to do. So yes, I would love to see some sort of proper course for people to come back to do when they go into business.
Thank
to
you.
look after the next step. It's a whole different ballgame. I struggled with it, I can tell you, when I first bought the business. It was really scary, and I made some mistakes, learned from them, read as much as I could, do any course I can to learn how to work with people, and then they can do the things that I can't do so well.
Thank you. Mr. Putland, do you have any feedback on, I guess, those other pressures like business that impact on vets?
Do you mind if I actually answer the first question, which is really about, what skill sets can we give young vets coming out? Because I think that's a really interesting question. In fact, I was asked to speak to the graduates from the Adelaide University last year, and my message to them was to be agents of change in the industry. Now, that's very easy for me to say, an old fella, and in an industry, but I really was actually saying to them, don't accept some of the things you might find out there, and be prepared to stand up, because we want them to eventually be the leaders in this field. But they won't be for some time, so there does need to be work done on the existing leadership, people who own businesses. And I think, as Dr. Baker was saying, this is something that, again, is complex. I mean, managing people and building cultures is very different to, as we were saying, spaying a dog. So I think there does need to be some work around how do we actually manage that. Now, there are a lot of corporates that are coming into the industry as well at the moment, and corporates have great HR and things like that. My slight concern about that is that in a corporate setting, it does depend on who your manager is, on how well the culture might actually be developed. So let's not assume that the corporates will actually solve the problem. They'll try, but they may not be able to do it consistently. You asked a question about other pressures that Sophie found. Again, I think what Sophie found, let me say, Sophie loved being a vet, absolutely adored it. But what she found really difficult was that the long hours, and in fact some of the most difficult timing. So I remember one time she was working from 10 o'clock at night until about 4 or 5 in the morning on a short shift. I don't know why. And so she found that impacted on things like her social life. And so, for someone who was single, was dedicated to being a vet, but she found that she really did have little time for developing a social life, because her life was largely, in terms of being a vet, was at the time when her friends were actually having a social life. So I think that was another thing. Sophie, a year before she passed away, actually did say to me, Dad, I'm going to do a leadership course because I can see that in many of the practices I've been, the leadership is not good. And so she found that pressure of having to, go into places where the culture was not good, trust was not good, there was some bullying, there were some unethical practices that were going on. She found those difficult. to cope with. And so again, I think, you know, the whole notion about how we develop a culture that supports our vets and vet staff to flourish is actually something we really need to have a close look at.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I also want to say thank you for Mr. Putland for your submission. It was extremely helpful, and thank you for being brave enough to come here today and share your story with us, and I'm really sorry for your loss.
Thank you.
Obviously, the mental health of vets is a major concern, and it's come through a lot in the submissions to this inquiry. Previously, I've spoken to ministers who are responsible in this area around suicide prevention, around the prevention programs and the funding that is going in from government around prevention programs. And while there are some programs forward, none of them are directed at vets, despite the fact that vets have one of the highest suicide rate of any profession. Do you think that there needs to be work done from the government to ensure that some of these programs are actually directed at vets or vet specific, to make sure that, given that it is an area where there is such a high suicide rate, that there's some sort of targeting to that profession?
Simple answer is yes. But I mean, I think the fact that we now know that this is one of the professions that has the highest rate of suicide, I'm surprised that it's actually, and I'm not saying it's being ignored, it's just that people are not responding to that. In fact, Cam, who's in Caroline's second episode, he's a vet in WA, and he said the problem at the moment is that when someone dies, and he had two people he knew die very close, it was kind of like we'd go to their funeral, we say thoughts and prayers, and then we just go on with what we're doing. Nothing gets changed. So I think what's really important about where we direct funding at the moment is there is a reasonable amount of funds going towards supporting people who've got mental health and are trying to get help. It's the preventative side of things. You know, how do we stop vets getting to the point where they go, my only option is I'm going to get out of this world? Mm-hmm. And I think that's really important for us to start thinking about, the preventative side. So that's why we chose the education campaign, because in our survey, what vets said contributed significantly to their poor mental health was client abuse and unrealistic expectations by clients. So that's why we targeted that first. In fact, we asked the people, what would you do with the money that we'd raised to that point? And they said, do a national education campaign. And that's what we did.
Fantastic. Thank you. And I think, Mrs. Winter, you also talked about easing pressures on vets to be able to sort of help in this space. One thing we've heard a lot about through the submissions is that difficulty with people being unable to afford veterinary care, and the expectation that people have, particularly because we've got things like Medicare in place, so people have cheaper human health care and they expect the same for animals. One suggestion that's come through in a lot of the submissions is government funding and support, particularly, I suppose, for people on lower incomes, people who might be retirees, they might have a pensioner card, things like that. And I know, and that also goes back to something you said, Mr. Putland, about people having an expectation that, they need probably 10,000 in the bank ready to have an animal. And then, of course, we've got the other side of that is that, obviously having a companion animal has major mental health benefits, particularly for pensioners and other people who may not necessarily have that money back up. Do you think that a system whereby people who were, say, on a pension card were able to access some kind of funding or support so that didn't put the pressure on the vets, and vets could actually reclaim those costs for certain lower income earners, would that be part of a mental health benefit for vets as well?
To me?
Yes, both of you, please.
It's a great question, and the simple answer from me is yes. I don't know that I'm convinced we need a Medicare-style system for pets across the board, but as you rightly point out, and certainly post-pandemic, we have so many more pets that are companion animals, that are for people on lower socioeconomic situations. That is comfort. The idea that in some cases, that their pet is the thing that keeps them going, that keeps them getting up in the morning, that keeps them moving physically, that gives them something to care for and look forward to. I think that those benefits can't be underestimated. So while I wouldn't expect that a government would suddenly pour money into subsidising costs for all of us, I think that there's certainly a role to play for people on a pension in those sort of circumstances. I do also think, though, that it is very much up to individuals to be reminded that owning an animal is a privilege, not a right. And that does go back to education, and whether that starts in schools. I understand Victoria has a program, or did have a program in their schools around when you get a pet, what this means, how you should take care of them, you know, the sort of commitment that goes with that, both financial, emotional and physical. So it should start at that point, because, you know, when my husband and I got our dog, we sat down and had a conversation. Do we want to get pet insurance? Or can we afford to put some money away should something happen? Now, while I was making this podcast, my dog got hit by a car. He was up for $6,000 of basically a knee reconstruction, a TPLO. Now, we didn't have pet insurance, but we'd had that conversation. So I felt like I was being a responsible pet owner and at least having that conversation. The pet insurance part of it is, you know, for those not perhaps being able to take advantage of some kind of subsidy, there's a conversation that needs to be had. Pet insurance in this country has one of the lowest take-ups across the world. It's a conversation that's difficult for vets to have. We only saw recently in the news that, you know, depending on the policy, it can be, you know, you can cover some things but not other things. You know, it's harder than figuring out what health insurance to pay for yourself. So there's definitely a role there for pet insurance. Other things like payment plans, you know, rather than have a go at your vet when you find out that you have a $6,000 bill for your dog, have a conversation. Okay, well, is there a payment plan? Is there something we can do around this? So I think there's actually a lot of work that can be done by individuals too, as well as what could be done in a subsidy sort of fashion, yes. Can I possibly just briefly pick up on the question prior to this around suicide? It's something that has, it's kind of the reason that I started doing this in the first place. I couldn't believe that this situation was occurring, and that was prior to meeting Gary and Kate. But the fact that we have a situation, as Gary said, that it's there and everybody knows about it, but no one seems to be rushing out the door to get something done. So Gary and I have spoken at length about the need for some updated information. That research from 2008 was based in Victoria and WA alone. It is 15 years old, and from our conversations anecdotally, there's potential that the rate could be higher. Now, if we're going to make some inroads and have something to benchmark against how we're really doing, we need some updated information around the suicide numbers among the vet profession. The next stages that I've been looking into is some kind of funded research to do that. Because at this stage, phone calls to coroners' offices and health departments in every state and territory, because there seems to be no central point at which I can just grab information, it seems that there needs to be a greater piece of work. Any government assistance in that area would be excellent, but that said, we're planning to go down this route anyway, because I think that without, you know, everyone loves data and statistics, but without having actual data to work with, how do we know how great we're doing in 5 to 10 years' time?
Just noting the time, I might just throw to Mr. Primrose for
Look,
his question.
I'll ask my questions on notice if I can, given that we've over time. Two questions. One is, and you'll get copies of this, Service for New South Wales has significant resources and support for small businesses, ongoing support, including some intensive training, has for a couple of decades now. I was wondering if you could just talk or come back to us about how appropriate you think they would be, and whether people access those to provide support to take pressure off in the small business of running vet services. The second thing is, and you'll see it online, it's the Australian Veterinary Association has given us in their submission 16 recommendations. I was just wondering, and I'm asking this of all witnesses, if you would mind having a look at those, and if there are any you strongly support or any that you strongly disagree with, if you could just let us know, please, and that would be valuable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And look, once again, thank you all for your time. I think it's been invaluable. And many thanks for coming and sharing your thoughts. And obviously what is a very emotional subject for you, particularly Mr. Putland, so thank you very much. So you will receive some notice in terms of those questions you've taken on notice, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us, but thank you guys for your time.
Okay. And Chair, I've got 3 posters. I don't know how you're going to divide them up amongst this group, but I want to see a photograph of them up in Parliament.
We'll fight over them later.
We'll have an arm wrestle there.
Yeah.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now we've got our next witnesses. We might start. So starting from my left, Mr. Donnelly, welcome back. Can you please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Michael Donnelly, President, Animal Care Australia. I'm taking an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
And Ms. Azazi?
I'm Karen Adasti.
You might need to pull it. Your mic.
Oh, do I? I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Sure. And finally, Mrs. Ellie Robertson.
Yeah, hi. Is the microphone on? Hello. It's on?
Yep, yeah, that's fine.
Hi, Ellie Robertson. I'm a community member and I'm taking the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. Now starting with Animal Care Australia, would either of you like to make a short submission?
We'll make
Short
an
opening statement, sorry. Yep.
Yes, we will, thank you. Chair, I can also ask that the statement also be tabled. We have copies for the committee. I'm Michael Donnelly, President of Animal Care Australia, and I'm joined today by Carrie Nadasdi, the Animal Care Australia Horse and Livestock Representative. Animal Care Australia represents keepers and breeders of pets and companion animals nationally, and our goal is to promote and encourage high standards in all interactions with the animals within our care. Our members rely on the veterinary industry for everything from checkups on litters of puppies and kittens to assisting with impactions in reptiles or colic in horses, and the most painful of all, helping us to say goodbye to a pet who has over the years become a part of the family. Their commitment, dedication and empathy is what most of us respect. In return, they endure long hours, poor wages and ever-increasing level of abuse from a changing society, and this clearly takes its toll. Yet this is not unheard of. We know emergency workers and health system workers all experience the same. During the COVID pandemic, those workers rightfully received a lot of praise and recognition. Strangely, despite the veterinary industry also being listed as essential workers, that hasn't carried through after the pandemic. Yet they are essential. They help us protect the well-being of our pets and animals. We need to educate society on how to respect those who help protect us and our loved ones, and that includes the vets. We need to help the industry accelerate the education of the new workers. We need to improve access to veterinary services. We need to improve the services that the vets rely on, that is housing, improved wages, and safer, free access to mental health assistance when they need it. As any other essential worker will tell you, the experiences they have in one day are more than most of us will face in our lifetime. We are here today to support the veterinary industry and to share how vital they are to us, pet owners, and to offer some solutions for this committee and the government to consider. We would like to thank the Chair and the committee for inviting us to appear today, and we welcome your questions.
Thank you. Mrs Robertson, would you like to make a short opening statement?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for inviting me to the committee hearing to share my thoughts and experiences. I'm deeply concerned about the veterinary workforce shortage in New South Wales on so many levels. I'm speaking to you today on how it affects me personally. Vet charges are very expensive, even if it's just a consultation. This creates a monopoly on customers who want to treat their animals that, for most people, are considered family. There is a shortage of emergency clinics, just two in Sydney that I know of. Just this year, I spent many thousands of dollars, all my savings, and had to borrow some funds as well, in order to save my 10-year-old boy. We had to drive over 40 minutes to rush him to emergency. He died 24 hours later. These high costs in turn increase costs to pounds and shelters that will also flow onto consumers and results in thousands of healthy animals having to be euthanized. My heart breaks. I would like to see caps on medical procedure fees, and most importantly, the implementation of the Victorian model of Veticare to make vet care affordable and accessible for all. The AVA Association, the AVA President, Dr. Bronwyn Orr, welcomed the proposal but stressed that there hasn't been enough investment in the profession, leading to some rural and regional places actually not having any vets at all. My family vet of many years has repeatedly expressed fatigue, hopelessness, and frustration in relation to working long hours and difficulties in finding appropriate staff. He has also expressed incredible sadness at not being able to take on the hundreds of unwanted cats and dogs that people try to bring to him. I follow a few small and large rescue groups that struggle to access and pay for veterinary care. I've witnessed the emotional exhaustion these volunteers suffer coming across neglected and abused animals that desperately need care. And it is a constant battle to keep on raising funds to cover costs. I'm one of those people who try to help where I can. Our precious wildlife also suffers enormously, as wildlife rescuers and carers are challenged finding vets experienced enough to train and care for the animals. I've personally taken native birds to the vet who were then euthanized because they haven't been able to be saved through lack of training. A lot of this stress and pressure on animal caregivers, whether they be voluntary or professional, can firstly be alleviated by reducing the number of unwanted animals by cat curfews, subsidising pet enclosures, compulsory neutering, supporting TNR projects, seriously restricting the number of animals bred, banning puppy farms, banning animal sports, as well as allowing renters to have pets on rental properties, making it easier for veterinary nurses and assistants as far as education and training costs go, reducing university fees, supporting students in choosing veterinary professions, supporting graduates with costs of establishing clinics, and bringing in trained vets from overseas. Thank you.
Thank you. I might throw to Mr. Primrose for his question first.
I'm asking all witnesses the same question if I can, and take it on notice please, so you don't have to do it today. The Australian Veterinary Association has given us 16 recommendations in their submission, and I'd be grateful if you could just have a look at those in your own time, come back. If some you strongly agree with and some you strongly disagree with, if you'd just let us know why, because it's an important organisation. There are serious recommendations, and I'd be interested in any input that you have. So, thank you.
Thank you. I'm looking for others to ask questions.
Thank you. I've just got a couple of questions for Ms. Ellie Robinson. Thank you so much for coming in today. Your submission's sort of detailed, and I know you mentioned in your opening statement that you spent all of your savings on very expensive vet care. And you talk a little bit about a government scheme for people so that with animals that they can access the care. Can you sort of give us a bit of an understanding on how you see that working? A lot of the submissions, some of them have said, look, we would support a Vedicare system for people on pensioner cards or something like that. Other people wanted a full Vedicare system. Other people thought that a Vedicare system was just entire vet practices that were funded by government. What do you see as this Vedicare system?
So I would see it, anything at all would be welcomed, any help at all, but I would see it along the lines of the Medicare system, maybe where pet owners themselves can contribute a fee every year. Apparently models in America have worked out really well, where something like $25 from as little as $25 a year. If enough people do it, then that would cover a lot of the cost for people that need subsidising. So, yeah, people on concession fees, on concession cards, and also helping vets themselves. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And you talked a little bit about some of the pressure on pound systems and wildlife care as well. Do you support the idea of something like a publicly funded wildlife clinic to take that pressure off vets, or where vets can potentially reclaim the cost? We heard from somebody this morning, and she gave evidence of the amount of cost that it costs her clinic to actually do all the veterinary work that they do on wildlife. Is that kind of a model, as a member of the public, do you think we need to be having wildlife specified clinics with specialised vets that are funded by the government, or a system where we could have a regular veterinary clinic actually reclaim some of those costs?
I think it should be a collaboration of both. Definitely need clinics specified for native animals, particularly the current conditions that our wildlife faces at the moment as far as bushfires and land clearing goes. But vets as well, veterinarians, have to be trained in first response to be able to care for these animals, even if it is, as I said, first response until they can get to a proper clinic and be taken care of properly.
And And I guess, and this might be for everybody here, and I know, Ms. Robertson, you talked about the pressure on the pound systems and overflowing pound systems because people can't afford certain veterinary care. And some of our submissions also talk about the stress on vets to go into pounds and potentially euthanise large numbers of healthy animals, and how that contributes to mental health issues within the industry. And then, of course, the pressure on some of these pound systems, if there's one vet in, say, a regional rural area who doesn't want to go to the pound and actually do that work, which would be a reasonable thing not to want to do that. Do you have any suggestions for the committee around that space and how we deal with that complexity around pounds?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, we need to try and stop these pounds from having so many animals in the first place. So we need to be doing preventative measures and nipping things in the bud, so to speak. And as I mentioned, neutering animals and making things compulsory, curfew on cats that are not roaming around, helping people with subsidising cat enclosures, and stopping breeders from bringing more and more animals into the world when our pounds are already overflowing. I think just preventing that in the first place, and then if it wasn't such an overwhelming problem, then it wouldn't be so overwhelming for vets to have to do the occasional euthanizing, which I would hope would be because the animal is too sick or for any other drastic reason. But euthanizing healthy animals is very sad.
Could I add something to that? There is an inquiry into the pounds at the moment, and ACA has written a 26 or so page submission to that, which will cover a lot of these issues, and I'd refer the committee to read that as well because it's got a lot of overlapping issues. Yeah. The other thing that we did just last week was ring all the pounds and ask them if they're having a problem accessing vets. A couple didn't have time to get back to us before we had to appear today, but most of them said they were not having an issue with accessing veterinary care. The ones that said they were the very remote pounds that only had access to a vet 1 or 2 days a week. And obviously paid clients are going to be coming first, they're going to be prioritised. And that's fair enough. So those pounds were struggling. They're also the pounds that have the least animals in a lot of the cases. So that from what they told us on the phone. So I might want to look into that a little bit more as far as pounds are struggling and saying it as a broad sweeping statement, because we're finding that that's not the case.
Follow up on the Medicare, and I'm not trying to pit you as witnesses against each other, but I know in your submission you guys talk about a forum, I think you're at recently, where there wasn't a lot of support for a sort of Medicare model from the vets that you were at a conference, I think, in your submission, and you talk about a telehealth option might be a better way to deal with sort of urgent care. Can you just elaborate a bit more on that for the committee, sort of why you think there might be some challenges with Medicare? I don't know, my understanding is in Victoria it's relatively new, or it was about 12 months ago there was something in that space, but I'm far from an expert, hence why we're here, but just thoughts on that in general and the telehealth specifically.
Yeah, I'll let Kerry answer about the actual telehealth aspect first, but our concern in our submission was the fact that with the Victorian system, the Medicare system, was that there isn't anything available to look at a model. There's not an actual outright model. There's no plan. There's no funding. There's no announcement of how it would be funded and so on. So we would most certainly love to look at that when or if it becomes available, and then be able to provide further feedback on that, which is why we've aimed towards more of the telehealth system. On top of that, though, we're already aware that there are a number of telehealth systems that are out there, but they're all being privately run and predominantly by insurance companies or supported/funded by insurance companies. And so they are continually, or we're being told that they are continually referring people away from the vet. So you ring up for veterinary assistance, but you're actually encouraged not to go to the vet. And the driving force behind that, of course, is that once you do actually turn up at the vet, well, you've suddenly now got vet fees, you've suddenly now got an insurance company that has to fork out and pay returns and things like that. So those current telehealth services are things that we don't encourage, whereas we are encouraging a telehealth service that would be supported by government in some form or another, just to avoid that conflict that there seems to be out there at the moment.
Sure.
And I'll let Carrie explain more about how we would see telehealth working.
Yeah, our concern with the Victorian model is that there isn't one.
Yeah.
And that's a big problem. So I've got Andy Medic's motion in front of me, and really all he's asked for is a stronger framework for the wellbeing of companion animals and wildlife, open publicly funded vet clinics across Victoria. Now, New South Wales is geographically very different to Victoria, and to plonk one veterinary clinic, that would be free to the public, which is what they're starting with in Victoria, just wouldn't work here. It's just not feasible. One of the things we felt was, rather than vet eye care, was vet e-care, which would be an electronic system. I know from my perspective as an animal owner, I've got cats and I've got horses and I've got small ponies. We had a colic incident in January. It was a Sunday afternoon. My vets were closed. They don't have an after hours anymore. Trying to ring around all the different vets, having a list in my shed of all the vets. I'm already prepared for all these sort of things. Ringing the vets and finding out that they've now stopped their after hours service, in that emergency was not the time I wanted to find out. And then I just worked my way down the list till I actually accessed a vet that was available. Turns out that vet, their clinic was an hour away and he was another hour away. Yeah. So I'm in Sydney, I'm not rural, I'm not regional, and I still had a vet 2 hours away. Turned out the colic was a minor issue. We could resolve it. He helped me over the phone through first aid. It ended up being okay in that instance. It might not have been. So then we're waiting 2 hours. It also meant I was, instead of caring for the animal, I was ringing around all the vets. And someone in rural and regional in New South Wales, they may have to leave that animal to go to the phone to get reception, to get access to somebody. And then if they have to ring 5 or 6 different vets like I do, that takes time. That was like an hour in itself. So that's one of the reasons we're suggesting more of a telehealth model, a vet e-care. And that way it's more so that you could ring a central number that's then government operated. They can then triage you. They can sift out the people who are worried about nothing, which, speaking to all the different vets I've spoken to in the last couple of months, they estimate between 10 and 30% are people that are just worried about nothing. So that's 30% potentially that now are not taking up the time of a vet. And then through that call, especially if it's a video call, they can at least triage, they can help you with first aid, which is primarily what you need in that instance. It might be able to just get you through a few hours or overnight to get to your normal vet the next day. I've spoken to a few of the private operators that are doing this sort of service, not the insurance company run ones. And what they're telling me is that people are not abusing that service. I expected they would say that, but that's not the case either. And what they were telling me is that everyone would prefer to see a face-to-face vet. We all want that for our animals. We want a vet to handle them and check them and do it properly. But in an emergency, sometimes it's just not possible. When it's 1 a.m. or it's a Sunday afternoon, it's just not possible. So to have access to a professional who can give proper first aid advice that can get us through that emergency and back to our normal vet would be enormously helpful. And that would be cost effective. It wouldn't cost as much money as setting up a whole bunch of free clinics, which would then compete with our vets, our private practice vets. And we want to support our vets. We don't want to take work away from them. We don't want to now, pit them against a Medicare system effectively.
Yeah. Thank you. That's useful.
Ms. Boyd?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just a question for ACA. So my understanding is Animal Care Australia is effectively a lobbying org for pet shops and breeders. On that basis, I guess what is the commercial threat or the threat to profit that comes from having government-run vet or government, I guess, public funding for vet services? Why so opposed to a Medicare concept?
Can I correct you? We're not actually a lobby group for pet shops or pet breeders. We actually don't represent pet shops at all. That's the Pet Shop Industry Association's responsibility, not Animal Care Australia's. And we represent all pet owners who also happen to be breeders. So
when you say you represent them, what do you mean?
Well,
in what way? What is
the different
then?
species associations, animal species associations, are members of Animal Care Australia. So
the breeders' associations.
Some of them are breeders' associations, others are not. They're just pet owner associations.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so from that perspective, as for where the conflict of interest for that would be, I couldn't answer that. You'd actually have to ask the vets that question, not us.
So-
there would be no loss as far as our pet owners are concerned because the pet owners would still need to seek veterinary assistance.
Yeah. I just, I'm looking at, you've dedicated half of your submission to what you call the findings of a small informal survey of veterinarians. I mean, obviously that's got no sort of scientific basis. You've not told us how many people that is this basically just you've had a chat with some people?
This is literally me talking to all the vets I have contact with, all of our members who are vets, all of our committee members who are veterinary nurses, our member groups who have had veterinary workers inside, that are in their membership, who have contacted us. So it's personal opinions from individual vets, and from the conferences that I've been to in the last 2 months since this inquiry opened and started asking, as well as I have small companion animal vets and I have my horse vets, so I've spoken to all of them, and I've also done some calling around of all the vets I know. So I was the one actually collating all that data, but it's come from a wide range of sources from regional, rural, city, conferences, all of those have gone into that. But it is informal because it's just the people we personally could reach. That's all it was.
It just sticks out because out of all of the submissions, I can't think of another one that from any vets, from anybody who is opposed to Veticare. And yet you've got here that there was a resounding no to the idea. So it just really sticks out as being quite in contrast. Is there any way that you could do a more scientific kind of research study given the contacts that you have?
Well, we're not a scientific body.
No.
We represent pet owners. That's what we represent.
Breeders.
We're not breeds. I'm sorry, you keep saying that.
Yeah.
But we're actually not a breeder organisation. We don't have a single breeder within my area, which is the horse and livestock. I'm the horse and livestock representative for ACA. We don't have a single breeder organisation within our horse and livestock members. We're all training organisations. So we're not representative of breeders. We do have breeding organisations as members, but it's not what ACA is about. We don't represent commercial interests. We represent pet owners, specifically pet owners. That's why we're here today. That's what we've been invited to represent.
And on top of that, I would actually suggest that that's something that the government should be doing, is actually surveying the veterinary industry rather than us. We just reached out to the people that we knew.
Any other?
Could I just add to that one note? We submitted to this specifically saying that we are not vets and we're not here on a veterinary panel and we're not here representing the vet industry. And that's why we talk to our vets, because we know, we like these people, we respect these people, and we all want them to do well. And we want to support them however we can. And that was why we went to them and asked them these questions. So it's up to them to put the submissions in. And some of the vets I spoke to on Sunday were saying, oh, yes, we're going to write a submission to this inquiry, and not realising it's already closed. So, this is why we asked them questions, so that they could get their opinions heard.
And the reason I ask these questions is because if you were to look at the name and you were to look at, animal welfare as animal care as your logo, you would think that perhaps you were an animal welfare organisation. But as you said very clearly, on page 9 of your submission, you've gone and asked people, that I don't know why you've asked this question, but you've asked them, are animal rights and animal protection helping improve animal welfare? The answer is no, and you go out of your way in this submission to attack those people who would be trying to support the rights of animals. So I think it's important to clarify exactly what your organisation is for.
I think the testimony given by our counterpart here in regards to her suggestions to limit number of breeding animals and things like that explains exactly why we asked that question, to actually clarify that point and find out the answer to whether the vets are experiencing the exact things that were claimed alongside
we have
of
the
us.
vets that we can ask.
Yeah.
I think it's relevant. It's
very
absolutely relevant, because animal rights is not animal welfare. They're opposing forces a lot of the time. There is some overlap, and we've had this conversation with you before as well, that these are separate issues. So animal rights is a political issue, it's an ethical issue, it's an issue that is dealt with on the side of campus. That is where ethics is discussed. Whereas animal welfare is a science. Animal welfare scientists are over in the agriculture department. They're over in, doing in veterinary. It's a very different department. So these are overlapping issues, but they're not on the same track to the same solutions. And that's why we asked our vets how they were being impacted by these things. And the interesting thing, as we said in our submission, it was their opinions. I was surprised by some of the answers as well. But it was their opinion that they were on top of these things, they were aware of the issues, and that in a lot of ways they're not in control of what is happening in that space. So that's up to them to deal with.
Can I just add something too, please? So the way that I envisage Veticare as well wouldn't be specified clinics, as Carrie mentioned earlier. It would be more along the lines of bulk billing. So you wouldn't be putting veterinarians out of work, because it would be just an agreement that is done with as we have with doctors in a doctor's surgery. So you don't put doctors out of work by having Medicare. Well, you wouldn't be putting veterinarians out of work by having Veticare. And triaging over the phone for myself and for a lot of people would be very difficult, to be looking after an animal with a video and rushing and trying to help it over the phone. I would just like to be able to rush it to the vet and let an experienced person look after it.
Thank you.
Questions from anyone?
I'll place mine on notice, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, sure. Just before we go, just to be clear, in your submission, you actually do say at the end that you're not against, this is to Animal Care Australia, you're not against some sort of assistance for people of low income that own pets to get the treatment that the animals need, but you're just concerned about the lack of details
That's correct,
on a Veticare proposal.
On a Veticare proposal. We would love to look at a full proposal and see how that would be fleshed out and what it would look like, absolutely. And then we would most likely support something around that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
if we had those details. Can I add one quick point in regards to native wildlife? I recognise that native wildlife is the responsibility of the government, and therefore, yes, there should be some sort of cost coverage by the government. But what I would also suggest is that at the moment, the public have already funded that. During the 2019-2020 bushfires, there was quite a large raising of money for native wildlife care. There's $80+ million sitting in a bank account that's not being made available to the government, and would most certainly be able to be utilised for the use of funding for wildlife care. And yet it's being, it's sitting there raising funds and raising interest, and it's not being accessed at all. And if that were true, that the government is actually responsible for the care of native wildlife, then that money that was raised for that very purpose should be being utilised, accessed, or at least maintained or overseen by the government and its use. And that would be something that I'd like to add on that note. And that would most certainly set up a couple of wildlife clinics.
Thank you.
And there's also the AWL truck that they have, their veterinary truck. That sort of system's fantastic. And the way that, just saw it on Sunday at a festival that they were at, and the way they've set it up is really terrific. And the work that they're doing, travelling around regional areas and making sure that they can do desexing and whatnot, something like that was expanded would be terrific under the AWL model. If Veticare was proposed as something like that we can see really productive results already happening. These models already exist. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's a lot of different models we could adopt. The problem with the question of Veticare at the moment is that we don't know what it is. And so we're trying to, source, well, it could be this, it could be this, it could be this. What do we think of that? Well, tell us what it looks like and we'll give you a definite answer. But yeah, there's a lot of different options we could take down the Veticare route that would be terrific, and even no interest loans from the government for people on social security and things like that would be really helpful. And I'd rather see money go into that than building specialised clinics that are going to compete with other vet clinics.
All right. That takes us to your 30 minutes. We did obviously run over a bit of time, but we were late from the previous session. So you have agreed to take some questions on notice, and the Secretary will be in touch with you within 21. You have to get them back within 21 days. So once again, thank you all for your time, your submissions, and answering our questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll now break for lunch.
Thank you.
Welcome back to this afternoon's sessions on the inquiry into the veterinary workforce shortage in New South Wales. We are now joined by witnesses from the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital and Wires. So starting with on my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Stephen Van Mills, CEO of Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Matthew French, Head of Wildlife Welfare at Wires. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Would either of you like to make a short opening statement before we get started in terms of questioning?
Yep, I'll keep it very brief. I firstly just want to say thank you for this opportunity to participate. The rehabilitation sector needs vets because the animals that we work with need vets. Veterinary medicine's an irreplaceable service in appropriate animal welfare outcomes. Society needs vets. Vet service provision has become critically challenging as our protected wildlife that are categorised as property of the Crown continue to face ever-increasing pressure. So it's our hope that this inquiry proves a turning point for the future of veterinary industry and ultimately for animal welfare.
Similarly, thank you for conducting the inquiry. Next year marks 40 years since I graduated as a veterinary surgeon, and I've been predominantly a general practice vet throughout those almost 4 decades. The Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital is a dedicated wildlife hospital that treats only Australian native animals and is based in the Northern Rivers of New South Wales, and we've been active now for almost 3 years. And the vet shortage issue in Australia is quite chronic. I recall that I addressed a conference in Hobart 25 years ago and basically highlighted the fact that Australia was then facing a veterinary shortage, and at one period I owned 3 hospitals, veterinary hospitals in Sydney, and even back then 20 odd years ago we were having to sponsor vets from overseas. So I really commend this inquiry because this is a growing chronic issue and does need to be addressed, so thank you.
All right, so we've just agreed to go free flow questions. Can I just start and pick up on that point you just made? So we had testimony from other witnesses this morning to say that it was 6-7 years was the time period that there was a workforce shortage issue, but you're saying that you presented 25 years ago at a what conference? An AVA conference?
Correct, yeah.
That there's a vet shortage and invariably nothing's happened to address this issue, or it just fell on deaf ears? From an industry perspective?
I think, Chairman, the new veterinary schools have emerged in Australia since then, particularly addressing the rural sector. But Australia now has the highest pet ownership per capita of any country in the world, I believe. And so the demand for vets and vet services is greater. We deal with far more emergency work these days, far more specialised work these days. A lot of pets are insured, so people are expecting a very high level of service. So, what we got away with, I guess, 40 years ago is very, very different to what it is today. And so whilst it was an emerging issue 20 odd years ago, it's become a significant issue today.
Okay. Can I just pick up on a couple of things from your submission? About the treating of wildlife. You say that the OEH's review of the minimum value of free veterinary services is around $1.8 million, but you are talking about equivalent labour costs of $288,000, and we've just had previous witnesses say that their value was around the same, and that's two veterinary officers basically almost coming close to half of that $1.8 million. Would it be fair to say that you would view the OEH's review quite invalid in terms of what their estimation of the work that you guys do in wildlife? Do you think they've underestimated that dollar value quite significantly?
I think if the question is, how much pro bono work is provided by veterinary surgeons throughout New South Wales, it's a very difficult thing to measure.
as a general practice veterinarian, as I have been for a long time, most days people would turn up with wildlife in boxes, cages, whatever they could capture them in, and most of the time those animals would sit out the back for a long time, until there was a break in traffic to be attended to, and then it's the value of the consultation, the procedures that are done, whether it's anaesthetised, x-rayed, whether surgery is performed, whether it's given intravenous fluids, and a lot of those stuff's not recorded. So, whilst when we see our domestic animals or we see our livestock, we've got to record all that data. Most of the work on wildlife is simply not recorded and therefore not charged for. So it's very hard to put an accurate dollar figure on how much pro bono work is provided by veterinary surgeons on an annual basis.
But clearly $1.8 million is nowhere near the mark.
I'd say that's probably very short of the mark.
Yeah, sure. And I guess, obviously, it's been noted in your submission and other witnesses that you've recently lost funding for your facility. Can you sort of break it down? What would that do in terms of the treatment of native wildlife in that area? Like how many animals are you seeing, in a year or in a week, a month, extrapolate that over a year? Like what will that do?
Yeah, so great question. As I said, we've been going for near 3 years now. We've treated well over 4,000 cases. It'll be at least 2,000 cases this current year. We've got a return of rate to the wild or back into care of over 50%, which is pretty high by normal standards. We've averaged out the cost per animal that we treat is around $550, and that covers a consultation, anaesthesia, pathology and x-rays, and not a lot else. So I think if we didn't exist, and in reference to the funding that didn't eventuate, then it would revert back to what it was in the Northern Rivers in New South Wales, and that is wildlife would just go to general practices, and those general practice vets would do their best, and the outcomes for the wildlife would, I would suggest, not would be anywhere near as significant as they are, with the expert care that we're able to provide.
Thank you. I might pass to Ms. Hurst.
Thank you. And thank you both for coming today. I just want to start with Dr. Van Mill. In your submission, you argue that that native animals are the legal property of the Crown, and that the New South Wales Government is responsible for providing finances for veterinary care, specifically for wildlife. I'm wondering if you can just expand a little bit on that, about your explanation as to why that should be government funded and how you see that actually working and functioning, particularly for, say, regional rural areas where there might not be a specialised wildlife veterinary clinic.
No, thank you. So there was a report that was tabled in Parliament here on Thursday that was led by Dr. Ken Henry, and it was a review of the Biodiversity and Conservation Act of New South Wales. And there's a number of recommendations in there, and one of them includes the recommendation that New South Wales Government funds wildlife hospitals and general practice vets that are providing care for wildlife. And in his submission, it clearly states that wildlife is the property of the Crown, and therefore, the Crown should take responsibility for that. The anomaly is that it is behoven on anyone, a member of the public or a wildlife carer, to attend to injured or ill wildlife, and it's behoven on any veterinary surgeon to provide treatment for that animal. Now that might be pain relief, it might be euthanasia, it might be a full workup, but there is absolutely no provision in there for compensation or remuneration for that, and that doesn't exist in any other occupational profession, and that is quite unusual. That the legal obligation is there, but there's no provision to cover the cost of that.
Thank you. Mr. French, we heard earlier today some evidence was put forward to us that because some of the wildlife charities have raised a lot of money during the bushfires, that they therefore should be responsible for paying for veterinary services. I wanted to give you an opportunity to give your opinion of that generally, but there's a couple of questions I've got around that. First of all, I wanted to know if that was to sort of switch, so that, I mean, obviously you've got the issue of vets having to cover the cost of that at the moment, but what kind of pressures that would put on charities if it was to just switch to charities being responsible to pay on that, and whether that was, even if one charity had a chunk of funds, whether that would be suitable in the long term, and whether that is a solution, or whether we do, as we've just heard, need to actually switch it towards a government-funded model, and if so, why?
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question, and one that we've thought often about, obviously. This is a systemic problem across the entire state, and it's a question of whether the rehabilitation sector itself should fund the cost of providing services to animals that are property of the Crown, that are managed by, that are regulated by the regulators themselves, obviously, have a role to play in this as well. It's not necessarily a sustainable outcome for the charity sector that is largely driven by volunteers to fund that work. We work with over 500 vets around the state. We provide quite an amount of remuneration to those vets. We have very different relationships with different vets in different parts of the state. Obviously, there are some vets who do a lot of the work for free. There are some vets who will do some of the work to a point before they will charge, and then there's vets who will charge for everything that comes through. So we're in a unique position of trying to work out, what does the future look like? How do we manage that? How do we sustain that? The money that's come in, obviously, into the rehab sector is not a sustainable source of income. It doesn't come in every year, certainly. It's never come in like that before. So it's a matter then of how do we appropriately and responsibly manage those funds? And we try to respond to that by paying for an amount of services that we provide where we can. We have grants programs running as well. So there's a lot that we try to do to responsibly disperse that money, I guess, into the greater space, because it's a plan for the future. The challenges, as Dr. Van Mil was pointing out before, in terms of that remuneration, that paying for funding, it's not something that I don't think the rehabilitation sector is able to maintain long term, certainly. And is it the responsibility of the rehabilitation sector to do that?
What do you think it would do to some of the smaller wildlife charities if a larger one was to sort of start to take on that responsibility? What kind of effect would that have across the board for...
Well, look, Wise is very fortunate in that we have a large structure, we have a large organisation now, we're growing, we have a lot in place now that we didn't have in the past. Sorry, can you restate the question for me?
Just wondering, if a larger charity did have some money and then they started to sort of shift that model and compensate vets entirely, what would that do to some of the much smaller organisations that are working to rehabilitate wildlife?
It's a similar question to the regulatory management of the sector as well, because the management of the sector now, the compliance management of the sector is explicitly now put back on the rehab sector. So the regulator does not specifically enforce any of the compliance measures that exist within the Biodiversity Conservation Act, other than from a very top-down approach. So it already falls upon the industry itself, the sector, the rehab sector itself, to manage its own compliance, and a lot of the smaller groups simply don't have the resource, the capability, the knowledge, the expertise to do that. So we're already seeing challenges, animal welfare challenges arising from that expectation on the sector to manage itself, let alone if we've got smaller... and the rehab sector covers every corner of the state. They're absolutely everywhere. Wires is not everywhere. Wires is the largest, obviously, and in most places, but there's a lot of other smaller groups who critically operate in those areas, and were the expectation to be placed on them to have to compensate vets for all the work that gets done, it simply would not be able to be done. It's ultimately about animal welfare, and as Dr. Van Mil pointed out earlier, what was done 20, 30, 40 years ago is not something that can be done now. And our strong preference going forward is that animal welfare is the most critical part of what we do, and vets play a crucial role in providing that animal welfare provision, service, knowledge, guidance, direction. And we simply couldn't provide the best animal welfare outcomes for animals without vets being a part of that conversation at every single turn, but it costs a lot of money.
Yeah,
obviously.
absolutely.
And I'd just add, with Dr. Van Mil's comment before, around the dollar value being assigned is incredibly hard to come up with an appropriate dollar value, because a lot of what we see, a lot of when we actually go to vets to get records to find out, it's just simply not recorded. It's very, very difficult for us to get case notes, records of animals, and A lot of animals end up sitting in vet clinics for an extended period of time, often sitting next to predatory species that they would not choose to interact with in the wild, often in no fault to the vets in any way, shape or form, but often end up in breach of the codes of practice, essentially, in terms of how animals should be housed and how they should be managed. And that is something that we're seeing more and more of as time goes on.
Yeah. We also heard this morning that vets play a crucial role during natural disasters like bushfires and floods, but a lot of those vets aren't compensated for their work in these emergencies. And we also heard from vets saying that, I couldn't possibly leave the vet clinic because of the extra pressures there. Considering the reliance that we have on vets during these emergencies, coupled with the veterinary shortage and the pressure already on vets, is that a sustainable model going into the future? And if not, what recommendation would you like to see from this inquiry around vets and their interaction with helping on natural disasters?
I might take that one, Emma. If we go to the catastrophic bushfires of 2019-20, it's a great example, and WWF estimates that 3 billion native Australian animals were killed during those fires, and we probably all recollect images of koalas sitting in laundry baskets in school halls in South Australia, and many other native Australian animals throughout Australia being affected. There's wonderful organisations like Vets Beyond Borders and Vets with Compassion. So a lot of vets from around Australia gave up their time. I know a lot of the zoos deployed their vets. A lot of vets from overseas turned up. A big part of the challenge there was this was an uncoordinated approach, and a lot of even Australian graduates, general practice vets, and particularly overseas vets simply don't have the knowledge and skills to deal with the vast array of wildlife that we have here in this country. And one of the salient points about being a wildlife vet is, the anatomy and physiology of the vast range of species we see is incredibly different. And, it takes many years to acquire that knowledge. And whether it's down to what medications you use to anaesthetise the animal, what drugs you use to treat their issues, surgical applications, it's a highly skilled area. And so I think that, those catastrophic fires was a real shining example of, what could and couldn't be done. And yes, and if you're a general practice veterinarian and, you've got clients to see and staff to pay and bills to pay, to give up your time voluntarily, which is what it all was, to attend to these crises is a big ask. And even, last year we were at the epicentre of the catastrophic flooding events of Lismore and beyond. We saw a lot of flood-affected wildlife. The Animal Welfare League turned up, to attend to livestock and domestic animals. Vet Beyond Borders were there. Vets in the region banded together and created an emergency centre. But again, it was an uncoordinated approach. It was simply organisations seeing a crisis and attending.
So are you, when you say an uncoordinated approach, are you suggesting that that there should be some sort of strategy within the Department of Primary Industries set up prior to these natural disasters taking place, so that can then be deployed when and if we know that more natural disasters are likely to occur? That there needs to be some kind of organisation, which is currently lacking.
Absolutely, and we note in our submission that we're working with state and federal governments. We've been talking to various organisations. In this state, there's an entity called M-Plan. And the EPA is involved with that, and other I guess emergency responders. But again, it's nothing has been formalised as far as that response goes. In our region, we're part of the Northern Rivers Wildlife Network, and the entire focus of all the meetings we've been holding for near 2 years now has been on emergency response. So, but we talk about wildlife being in crisis during peacetime. The vast majority of animals that we see hit by cars, 50% or so, attacked by domestic pets, caught on barbed wire fences, attacked by feral animals, shot, poisoned, orphaned, diseased. So the list goes on. It's not just crisis times that we need to focus on response. It's every day, to be honest.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that, I agree absolutely. And one of the challenges we found since the big bushfires of many years ago was that DPI have now passed wildlife management in emergencies over to EPA. So DPI don't actually now, they deal with domestics and livestock. EPA have run some wildlife listening sessions, I think they were called. We all attended and various groups attended. We're waiting to find out what is happening with that. Where are we going? Who's coordinating? Who's managing? There are a significant number of charity groups, small charity groups, that are trying to access that emergency space and trying to coordinate, but there is no central coordinating body. There is no particular agency. The government doesn't, at this point, we're not aware of what plans are in place, what would happen tomorrow. If the fires broke out, who's controlling it? Who's in charge? Who's being activated? What resources do we all have? How do we share those resources? And the focus of many of those meetings, as Stephen was saying, is who's in charge? Who wants to take charge? The wise response since the fires has been we've actually bolstered our emergency response capacity now. We actually have a number of vans that we're placing regionally. We have volunteer emergency response teams that are made up of volunteers that are all appropriately trained around the state. If an emergency broke out tomorrow, we would have a significant response, but that's only one group responding and getting out there. We need a coordinated approach. We need authority to be able to give access, to direct, to control those resources. That's really what we're waiting for in that space. And until that happens, as we've been talking about, we're all individually as organisations trying to do something, but just not in a coordinated way.
Thank you.
Does anyone want to?
Yeah, I'm not going to get an answer in time. So
Okay, well then I'll go. That's right. I was trying to share the love.
Thank you.
That's okay. So I have a couple of questions for both of you, and I'll probably just start with you, Dr. Van Mil, just in relation to your submission. So you talk about how effectively you run as an organisation through sort of donations and support. You don't get any government funding to run. This is separate to the $6 million because I want to ask about that. But up until that grant process, sort of your day-to-day operations, how is that funded and supported?
It's funded almost entirely by donations. So, foundations and philanthropists, school groups, individuals, mums and dads. We have a couple of smaller corporate partnerships, and we have other NGOs and not-for-profits that have supported us. We've received a number of grants from various organisations over the years, but fundamentally it's through donations.
And how big's your team there? Like how many of you are working there?
So we had for the submission for the grant earlier this year, we conducted an independent economic impact study, or commissioned, I should say, commissioned an independent economic impact study, and it showed that for the $1.5 million a year that we raise and give away in services, because we charge nothing for anything we do, it has a $4.3 million benefit to the New South Wales economy, and 19 full-time job equivalents. So, and we're 7 days a week. So it's it's in a short time it's become a very needed service, and a reasonably significant service, and we certainly don't want to have to shut the doors.
Yeah, and so that sort of takes me on to the questions about the grant, which had been allocated to you by the previous government and has now not been made available. You say in your submission that you sort of only found out a week before, and there haven't really been any discussions about whether there's a way forward, just that it wasn't value for money. But if you've got an independent look at that, you said 1.5 million equates to some 4 million.
Yeah.
What does not having that grant mean in terms of the services that you'll be able to provide or not provide in the community? Like, where would that money have taken you as an organisation, and without it, where will the gap be?
So the $6 million over 4 years, so 1.5 million a year, that was due to kick in on the 1st of July and was announced on the 6th of February by the previous government. We did only find out on the 23rd of June that we weren't going to be receiving any of those funds. It's put us in a tailspin, to be honest, and I guess the allocation of those funds over that 4-year period gave us certainty about being able to keep the doors open, and then would allow our team to focus on raising capital for projects and growth, rather than just paying day-to-day overheads. So it's we're scrambling. We've had numerous meetings. We were here in Parliament House last Tuesday having a number of meetings. No one wants to see the doors close. But we don't have any certainty of any government funding as I sit here today.
Okay. Yeah, that's not a good place for you to be in as an organisation. Can I it probably segues into what I was going to ask Mr. French, and I apologise for my ignorance. But again, in terms of WISE as an organisation, obviously you've got a lot of volunteers, but do you get any government funding, state or federal? It's all volunteer run and all sort of through again donations and the like. Is that right?
Yep. WISE runs like any charity on a fundraising model. So all of the money that we bring in based on the back of our fundraising campaigns. And we were very fortunate, obviously, to be the beneficiaries of a significant amount of money that came through after the fires. Yep. And we're still obviously working, and we have lots of structures in place. As I said before, some of those structures are our emergency response capacity. We also run a full call centre, 24-hour call centre. That receives the vast majority of calls. We deal with 130,000 animals every year that come through the doors, and they're just the animals that come through to WISE. Yep. So if you extrapolate that across the rest of the sector and the work done by all the other groups, it's a staggering number of animals. There is not 10 minutes that goes by on any given day of the year where somebody is not calling our contact centre wanting to report an injured animal, a displaced animal, a concern, advice, a snake, you name it, coming through every day. So it's a far bigger issue than I think the general public are aware of in terms of just how big and how many animals require assistance as well. So no, everything that we have that comes through, we continually fundraise and work towards that space.
And so try and I guess unpack a little bit more, obviously when you've got a dedicated wildlife hospital like you have up there in Byron, for your volunteers and people up there, somewhere that you know you can go and the animals can get that care. Because one of the other things that we've heard from some of the, I guess, private practice vets that we've had throughout the morning has been that obligation, not just under the law, but fundamentally being vets, they want to care for and treat injured animals, including wildlife. But that challenge sometimes when they're a private practice trying to take that on and what that presents to them in terms of their workforce and workload and the cost, because obviously they have to do that. Well, they want to do that from the evidence that we've had today, but it also adds to that sort of financial burden. So how important is it to really have those separate wildlife hospitals that do exist, like the one in Byron Bay, to provide that support? And what pressure does that take off other local vets in the area to be able to offer those services?
It's undeniably critically important and completely undervalued. For us, any wildlife or any hospital, any veterinary hospital that has a wildlife vet on staff, let alone a hospital that's dedicated specifically to and has staff employed within it that are specialists in wildlife, are worth their weight in gold. There's very, very few of them across the state. But most of our issues, once you get away from the city and once you start getting regional and remote, it gets harder and harder. Obviously, all service provision gets harder the further away you go. But for us to be able to access clinics across the state that have that specialist knowledge, we couldn't do what we do without vets, full stop. Yep. The whole sector could not run in an appropriate animal welfare model without vets to service it. But as Dr. Vermeer was saying before, the complexity, not just of the physical medicine nature of animals, but also the behaviour of animals that come into care. And vets do have an obligation to provide pain relief at the minimum, to refer an animal on to another vet where possible, or to euthanize, depending upon what the call is. It can be critically difficult getting vets. A lot of vets don't understand or appreciate necessarily what that might mean, or they're young vets, or they have other pressures that are coming at them. So to be able to turn up for one of our volunteers to say that they're attending to such and such clinic that is a specialist wildlife clinic, we know straight away that animal will be getting what it needs at that clinic. Appropriate decisions will be made, considerations done, appropriate services will be carried out to discover what's wrong with that animal and what the pathway is, what husbandry plan needs to be put together. General practice vets are amazing. They're under incredible pressure, not just in terms of the number of animals coming through their door, but financial pressure from every quarter. So for us, we would like, and it's in our submission as well, we would desperately like to see that investment in facilities across the state that are actually able to service and provide those services for native animals.
Yeah, thank you. I'm happy to let someone else.
You got more? Or?
I'll let someone else have a go.
Thank you, gentlemen, for both coming along. And appreciate the submissions received. I'll just start off with what's called a question on notice that you can take away and answer and return in due course. But the Australian Veterinary Association, in its submission 144, made 16 recommendations, and I wonder if I can invite you on notice to have a look at that submission and the recommendations, and if you can come back with your thoughts about any particular ones that you think have some merit. Can I move on to the matter of the structure of the business models that operate in the veterinary, I don't like the term veterinary industry, I don't know if that's the terminology used, but let's, for the purposes of discussion, call it the industry, the veterinary industry, or the veterinary care industry. Obviously, from information we've received from previous witnesses and in other submissions we've read, that's been evolving and changing over time, and we've got this advent now over more recent time of the corporate model starting to become preeminent. I'm just wondering if both of you would be interested to hear your thoughts about the business model, the sustainability of the business model that can cater for what's been that sort of broad spectrum of veterinary operations in the past, from those very small single vet, maybe a receptionist, a nurse or two, through to the larger standalone ones. But with the change that's been taking place in the industry, your thoughts about whether it's a good thing or not, its advantages and disadvantages, and whether or not it's an irresistible change that's going to continue, or there are new things emerging.
I might start that answer. The corporate model is inevitable. It's been, happening for quite a number of years in Australia, and there's pros and cons to all of that. The bottom line is vets aren't well remunerated as a profession, and the bottom line in private practice is not great. So to have amalgamation and sort of strength in numbers makes economic sense. And there's more and more organisations emerging doing that. I guess the problem from the perspective of wildlife being treated is if profitability is the motivator, then treating wildlife free of charge does not help your bottom line. And just at the Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, for instance, we have vet student, vet nurse and vet placements booked out to the end of 2024, and that's from all around Australia and all around the world. So we've got a vet from Spain right now, and we've got a student from Murdoch University right now. So what we constantly hear is these vets are passionate about wanting to learn wildlife, because none of the undergraduate courses have a focus on wildlife in Australia at all, of the 7 universities, the 7 faculties, and that has been the case since I went through. The feedback we get is, a lot of vets that want to treat wildlife are basically withheld from doing that by the practice owners because it's a cost that they can't justify. So that side of the equation is not a good side from the point of view of wildlife, but it is a harsh reality. As I said, there is a significant amount, as we flagged earlier, of pro bono work provided by vets throughout New South Wales and Australia in general, that is being held in check in many instances.
I'd follow that up by saying these are animals that are property of the Crown, defined under legislation as properties of the Crown, and there's a battle every day from our carers and right across the rehabilitation sector to have these animals appropriately managed within that industry, and at no fault to the veterinarians trying to treat, but there is no money to be made. There is no profit from treating a koala, other than maybe trying to fundraise off the back of it. But there's no money to be made in holding these animals in your clinic. They take up space. A lot of vets, as is discussed and in our submission as well, there is very, very little provision within the education space for time dedicated to native care. And right through, and not just in that graduate and undergraduate space, but also across many other levels of educational provision as well. There's also very little, I'm not sure if it's changed, but there's very little provision within there for vets to learn how to run businesses and manage themselves. And you have vets who get consumed by the corporate model and get consumed by the big role, and I understand why they would go for that, but there's also vets out there who just still run on passion alone and try to provide services across, and there's an incredible spectrum of business models that run in the veterinary industry, from some vets who are still on flip index cards to vets who run completely full monster corporate models, and there's an incredible disparity in that provision. So we would love to see vets being appropriately remunerated in some way, because these are animals that are managed, are owned by nobody but the Crown. And it's baffling to see that while it's wonderful to be here, it's baffling in some sense that we've gotten to this point and we need to be here talking about the provision of care for these animals.
I think Ms Mitchell has maybe a follow-on.
What Greg
please,
was-
Sarah.
Thank you. Just prompted me. The education component, because we've had other witnesses today talk about that sort of, not lack of business skills, but how running a business is very different to what you learn when you're at uni to become a vet. In terms of the course itself, and we've got the universities appearing, I think, tomorrow, but we've heard about, obviously, small animal vet, large animal, that wildlife kind of part. In an average vet course, which I know can be up to 6 years, what sort of percentage or how is it structured? Is it something that you go and kind of specialise in to get that wildlife expertise? How does that work in practice for someone studying? And then once you're out working, can you go back and do, because I noticed in the WIRES submission you talk about whether you could have some more specific focus on how to treat injured wildlife. What happens now and where are the gaps in terms of that training process? Happy for either or both.
I might start that answer by saying that, as I mentioned earlier, in none of the veterinary faculties in Australia currently is there any significant component of wildlife training at all. I don't know what the percentage is, but it would be very, very, very low, if at all. I mean, there's some training on exotic animals, avian species and reptiles, more for the pet area than exotics. Wild animals. So to become skilled in that area, a lot of vets do volunteer work, as I mentioned earlier with the placements we've got ourselves. They do a lot of online training, so we've conducted a lot of webinars through various organisations to upskill general practice vets, and I know WIRES do the same thing. And fundamentally, people learn on the job and reach out. In general practice, before we created, Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital, we'd be ringing Taronga Zoo or Currumbin Wildlife Hospital and asking, what in essence are pretty basic questions. But so it's a very ad hoc situation, and it's driven purely by passion. As Matt French said, it's not about making any dollars out of doing wildlife work. It's simply that you care, and you want a better outcome for wildlife, and that's simply why we created Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital. It's simply that the outcomes the Byron Bay region is a very biodiverse region. We've treated in our almost 3 years over 200 of the threatened species listed in New South Wales. So we see everything. It's extraordinarily biodiverse, and we know that if we didn't exist, the outcomes of those animals would have been very poor. So I think it's a big issue, and we're working with Southern Cross University to establish a new veterinary faculty, and there's going to be a strong focus on wildlife within that curriculum. There's also going to be a strong focus on business acumen and understanding, and also on mental health, which is one of the biggest issues that faces this profession in Australia.
Thank you.
Do you know, just before I pass to my colleague, can I just pick up on what you're saying, Matt, about that it's not about making money, but I think we'd all agree that it would be fair that your costs are covered. So is a potential solution some sort of reimbursement scheme that's funneled or organised by OEH, where you as a vet can say, look, I've treated X amount of animals this week, these are my costs, submit it to OEH, and then you are reimbursed for that treatment. Is that in principle, is that a potential solution?
Well, we would be very happy to work and discuss any potential solution that would help vets manage and make, even if it was break even, and I'm sure vets would like to do more than break even because they need to live as well, and it's incredibly expensive being a vet. If a vet treats an animal for us and does a radiograph, and does some blood work, they can be out $1,000 straight away, easily. And there are some vets who will then submit to us a costing for that, and then we'll work that out. And there's other vets who will do that free of charge, and I don't know how they survive. I don't know how pro bono vets get by in what they do and how they treat it. So we would be open to discussing or providing input into anything that would enable vets to keep going for the industry to survive. Essentially, we can't do without it.
Yeah. Pass to Ms. Hurst.
Yeah, and just continuing the discussion around the capacity and training for vets around treating wildlife, and it sounds like there's some good courses coming forward that will give vets those skills, but we're still going to have potentially, it sounds like, a gap in getting those vets to actually commit to that work. Is the only solution that they are provided the finances for that, or are there other things that we need to consider as well to make sure that we've got more vets that are able to actually treat wildlife and, of course, to deal with wildlife in natural disasters?
From our observations over the last few years, there's a big percentage of vets and emerging vets in Australia that do actually want to do good wildlife work. We're very certain of that, and Matthew French, referred to 500 vets throughout New South Wales alone that provide their services pro bono to WIRES and other organisations, I'm certain. So there's no lack of desire. It's going to come down to training. How do those people upskill, and then of course remuneration, because everyone's got bills to pay, and it would be far-fetched to imagine that people would commit to training and upskilling in wildlife care and receive nothing for that.
It's also an issue of mentorship and access, and if a vet is lucky enough to find themselves employed in a major institution such as Taronga, Australia Zoo, Currumbin, etc., then there's that access to these animals, there's that access to mentoring, there's that access to shared information, resourcing experiences and running and people to talk to, but for most vets, they just don't have that. And it's very difficult for them to access the animals themselves. And vets also have the creed to do no harm, and sometimes doing no harm might mean doing nothing because you don't know if what you are going to do may cause more harm or not. So vets themselves find themselves in a really difficult space of, do I do something? Do I understand the physiology of a brush-tailed phascogale? And if I use this certain drug, what's going to happen? And there may not be a good answer to that, but that's vets' capacity to ask that question, number one, and then get good advice on that question in a timely manner. These are all challenges within the space as well.
I've got a question. It might seem a little bit left of field, but I just wanted to ask, and I think it's relevant to both of you working particularly in the rescue space. My understanding is vets can be quite put into quite a complex situation when coming forward to report animal cruelty because of obligations for confidentiality, but also because a vet could potentially be sued for giving evidence to, say, the RSPCA on animal cruelty. It's been suggested that vets should be given indemnity under the Act so that if they report animal cruelty that they can't be sued. Could I get your thoughts on something like that going into the Act?
Yeah, and that's something that in previous existence for myself I've grappled with as well. In terms of vets coming forward and providing information in conflict to the Privacy Act, for example, is what's often cited. The RSPCA do have the capacity, and I wouldn't want to speak on their behalf at this point, but they do have the capacity to issue instructions to a person to provide certain information that then provides protection under Section 24 of POCTA. But it would be critical in that vets are often the people who see things that nobody else sees, and they can form opinions based on their expert knowledge of certain issues, occurrences. Domestic violence is another factor that plays into that as well. Vets often find themselves on the front line of a whole range of things, which contributes significantly and often negatively to the mental health outcomes that we all are very, very aware of in this space as well. And it can be very difficult for vets who may wish to report something to then take into consideration the implications that they could have on their own career, the practice they're working for, their job. There's a whole range of factors that play into that as well. It would be laudable and moving forward as a society if vets were free to communicate those issues, I would think, as well, because if we don't know about them, we can't do anything about them. We can't provide that assistance.
You mentioned something about if the RSPCA requires them to give evidence. That's kind of at a later stage, and that requires the RSPCA to activate that, doesn't it? So
Yep.
if a vet had a case where they thought it could be animal cruelty, they couldn't do anything unless RSPCA contacted them. Is that correct?
Unless that vet chose to contact a regulator, whether it was the RSPCA, whether it was Animal Welfare League or the police, and report the matter, the three agencies that have that power under POCTA, if they were able to bring that through, they would have to provide information and detail on it, obviously, in order for it for the RSPCA to have grounds to investigate. If general information goes through, and again, I wouldn't want to speak on behalf of another organisation, but there is certain space within the legislation to either require information, to subpoena somebody, obviously, to give evidence if that was necessary. But we also find ourselves in a position where we, as an organisation, want to maintain the highest level of animal welfare practice as well, and we have a welfare team now established at Wires that manages compliance, because the compliance management has fallen back on the sector. So we've also invested in a welfare team. We have no statutory power, obviously, but we do have the capacity to work with regulators, and we have relationships with regulators, and we do refer matters to regulators. If a matter comes before us, it's an internal matter, it will be referred to a regulator. We won't hide that away or shy away from that, because there's always something that needs to be managed and dealt with. So Wise is also invested in that space as well.
Thank you. We've also heard quite a bit today around mental health and the high suicide rate of vets. I just wanted to get an understanding from you both around potentially, if that's the same within vets working in the wildlife space, and what some of those contributing factors are, and what recommendations that you would like to see from this inquiry overall, I suppose, but also in that mental health space.
Yes, it's a big and growing concern, and it's something that I've been sort of directly involved in over many, many years in sort of exploring this and trying to sort of mitigate and help find solutions. The reality is the suicide rate in the veterinary profession is 4 times the normal population. Mental health and burnout are huge issues. Marriage dissolutions and all sorts of things like that are all part of practice. And I think there's probably 3 strong, compelling factors. One is the hours are long and can be, particularly in the rural area, can be really, really demanding. The remuneration simply doesn't match the time put in. The other reality is that death isn't a mystery to veterinarians. Half the animals we see in the wildlife hospital in Byron Bay don't make it. So they either die in our care or we euthanise them. So there's no mystique wrapped around death. And then I think the third big issue is we've got access to the drugs that do that. There needs to be far greater regulation on the supply and administration of those euthanising solutions. There was a period where I did some locums throughout Australia, and I could pretty well tell you in every practice I walked into within a few minutes where the euthanising solution was, and it almost never was inside a safe. And there have been instances where groomers have taken solutions home, and vets themselves and vet nurses and other support staff. So I think there needs to be more regulation around it, but fundamentally there needs to be far greater support for veterinarians to address the mental health issue. It is vast and, as I said earlier, growing, and it's unsustainable. We're many vets short in this country as it is right now. We just can't afford to lose any more through burnout, dropout, or suicide. We just can't.
I've just got one more question. I don't know if there's other people looking for questions. I just wanted to, I know we've talked a little bit about the loss of the $6 million grant from the New South Wales government. I just wondered if you could give us a little bit of information about the impact on the veterinarians that you're working with as well. We've talked a little bit about the impact on the animals in the local community, but if you could talk about the veterinarians that were working there and what impact that loss of money will have on them.
Thank you. To find wildlife skilled veterinarians is hard enough as it is, and our 2 full-time veterinarians that we have now, and there's quite a number of part-timers, moved from remote locations to the Byron Bay region specifically for the job. And when we broke the news to our team, our hospital team, that the funding had been revoked, there was consternation and deep concern, and the first question they asked is, should we be looking for new jobs? And these are people that relocated, they've settled their families into the region and kids in schools and things like that. And if the wildlife hospital doesn't or ceases to exist, these people are going to have to try and find other jobs. They're not skilled in general practice. That was a long time ago for these vets. They would be looking for other jobs in the wildlife sector that at this stage don't exist in that region. So it would be an enormous upset, and it was certainly a big shock and concern when we broke the news.
I'll just Thanks, Jeff. I'll put this proposition to you. It might appear a bit naive, but forgive me for bottling it up. But as I've been reading the submissions, preparing for today and witnesses today, about the matters of profitability and the ability to sustain a model of a vet industry over time, applying normal market principles of supply and demand, one normally expects the market to sort of adjust by raising its prices to make it more profitable in the return on investment for the proprietor or the operator. Do you think that thinking around the market and as a business, in fact, does not apply to the veterinary industry? There's something about it which makes it different from other markets that sort of produce this sort of, dare I say, profit return, and people entering and leaving on the basis of this is going to be something that's sustainable over time, and I can see and understand that, and accordingly I'll invest my career and my life into doing this work. Just a bit curious to see, is this market, the veterinary industry, different from other markets?
One of the complaints we regularly get, in general practice at least, is that everything costs a lot. And the reality is we don't have a Medicare scheme in the veterinary world. So, if a human goes into a public health system and has a total hip replacement, that might only cost them a few $100s out of their own pocket. It's not the case in the veterinary world. So we have to justify the costs of everything we provide. And the equipment's expensive. The X-ray machine we have in the wildlife hospital, for instance, which is the same as our general practice in Lennox Head, costs $120,000. So when people complain about being charged a couple of $100, for an X-ray, it's hard to explain that. The answer to your question, though, is the only way to remunerate vets more handsomely is by charging more for the services. But there's just this constant pushback because we're already perceived as expensive, yet the profitability for most general practices is well below 20%. So, it's not a money-making exercise. And most of the vets that have done well in their careers, it's not through what they've generated through general practice. So it's a quandary. Unless there was, some sort of pet insurance has certainly helped a lot. When someone comes in with their dog and it requires a cruciate surgery, it's going to be $6,000 if they're insured. They're happy. If they're not happy. So that has changed it, but that's only still a small percentage of pet ownership in Australia that have fully insured pets. And of course, in the wildlife sector, there's zero. There's nothing available at all. So. We constantly say in media quotes that the wildlife don't turn up with credit cards, and we don't charge anyone, whether it's care groups or members of the public or other veterinary practices. We don't charge anything for any of our services. So that's another challenge.
I'd add to that the difference in the business model with the veterinary world is that everybody owns pets. Everybody from every walk of life, every capacity to manage. So people who can pay for the services own dogs, people who can't pay for the services own dogs. Animals are pervasive right across every social structure and system there is, and there are a lot of people for whom those animals mean absolutely everything to them, but will never be in a position to afford to pay for the services. So the vet industry has to compensate in some way and is expected to compensate in some way for people from all walks of life walking into the clinic, for people who can pay and can afford and can meet those costs, to people who just cannot and will not. And there's a lot of social programs that are run by animal welfare charities that try to address those issues and try to bridge those gaps. And it's a big impact on those organisations as well to provide that shortfall, because what you have at the end of the day is animal welfare issues generated from that.
I'm not saying I support the proposition, but historically speaking, has this been a feature of veterinary science and vet work, that there has been this gap that's been picked up on a pro bono basis or a compensatory basis by the vet in his or her business to sort of carry this as part of what they do? Is that historically the nature of vet work?
Yeah, definitely there will be vets, and just like any profession in any walk of life, there will be vets on the spectrum of their understanding and knowledge and exposure to some of those social issues that generate a lot of animal welfare outcomes and issues. So there'll be vets who throw themselves into, at their own cost, social programs and involve themselves with trying to provide services to people animals are often victims of their own circumstances and their own situations. The animals just get caught up in it, and a lot of the time. So there are vets who will throw themselves into that space, and there are vets who don't, because they're on that spectrum, like any work. But yes, I think historically there will be a lot of private practice vets across the state who will do things for people that they can't sustain, they can't afford themselves as a business.
Yeah.
It's in exactly the same way that wildlife makes no money for them.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Okay. If there's no other questions, we're on to...
I'll pass one more question.
Okay.
Sorry, I was going to. I just want to come back to the grant again, sorry.
Yes.
So just in relation, you said that obviously you've been having some meetings in the last week or so. Has there been any indication from government about other pathways for support? How's that tracking for you as an organisation?
Right now we're seeking some emergency funding from New South Wales Government. So we're working on a submission along those lines that will buy us a period of time while we sort of restructure, I guess, and figure out a sustainable model. With the grant, we felt we'd arrived, that provided a sustainable model for at least the next 4 years. To have that rug pulled has been a big shock. So we're just literally regrouping and working out, how to keep going.
Okay.
There are a number of options, and we've been exploring those over the last 2 months. I guess the sentiment is no one wants the doors to shut, but it requires capital to ensure that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, so that concludes today's session with you guys. So I don't believe, there was probably one question that you took on notice, so the Secretary will be in touch and you'll have 21 days to get back to us. So, but thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
start by swearing in our new witnesses. So starting with you, Mr. Album, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Stephen Albin, the CEO of the Animal Welfare League. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Dr. Arnott?
Liz Arnott, RSPCA New South Wales Chief Veterinarian. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Dr. Withers?
And Margaret Withers, Senior Manager Outreach Programs, RSPCA New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. Now, going back to you, Mr. Album, would you like to make a short opening statement before we get to questions?
Yes, very short. Look, my name's Stephen Albin. I'm the CEO of the Animal Welfare League of New South Wales, previously the interim CEO for the Australian Veterinary Association. Thank you for taking our submission and thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I think the overarching analysis that we've done is that the vet shortage that's occurring in the market at the moment is creating some really material animal welfare outcomes that shelters like ours, and I think the people before from Byron Bay Wildlife Hospital are feeling. And unless we address these shortfalls in the veterinary industry and the veterinary labour markets, I think there'll continue to be material problems in the welfare sector.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Arnott, Dr. Arnott, you got a submission?
Statement?
Opening
Yep.
statement?
Yeah. RSPCA New South Wales has been operating in New South Wales for nearly 150 years. In the pursuit of caring for animals and investigating and prosecuting animal cruelty, RSPCA regularly relies on veterinarians in private practice employed by governments and universities and those employed by RSPCA. We operate 3 veterinary practices in New South Wales, one in Broken Hill, one in Rutherford and one in Sydney, and employ approximately 40 vets and 40 veterinary nurses and support staff, additional support staff I should say. RSPCA New South Wales veterinary teams have a large and varied caseload. Our shelters are the largest and regular clients of our veterinary services, with approximately 14,000 animals, including 1,000 inspectorate animals, coming into RSPCA New South Wales shelters every year. All 3 veterinary practices provide veterinary services to privately owned animals presented by full fee paying clients, and also clients of our subsidised and free services delivered both on site and at other veterinary clinics, and also in our outreach and community programs. Fully understanding the complex and intersecting reasons for high rates of attrition from veterinary clinical practice is not straightforward, much less the way to effectively address these issues. What is clear is that the extraordinary demand on veterinary services across New South Wales has had significant impacts on the vet teams themselves and the communities seeking their services. This inquiry will continue to elaborate on the range of issues resulting from the current veterinary service shortage. However, RSPCA New South Wales is uniquely positioned to describe one in particular, and that's the growing barriers to accessing vet care and the associated risks to human and animal wellbeing. As expected from the laws of supply and demand, the cost of veterinary services has increased significantly over recent years, where millions of people around the state are also dealing with extreme cost of living pressures and in many cases experiencing poverty. The committee will note in our submission that we report an increase in demand for subsidised veterinary services, and note that barriers to accessing vet care are greatest for the most vulnerable in the community: those living in remote New South Wales, the financially constrained, the elderly, those experiencing homelessness, and people suffering from mental and physical health problems. The risk is that excessive barriers to veterinary care will result in animals not receiving veterinary treatment when necessary. The cost pressures on owners will force animal relinquishments or euthanasias of treatable animals. It's not proposed that this is a problem for small business, that is the veterinary businesses, to solve. However, it is an issue that impacts everyone, including those in veterinary practice. The wellbeing of the vets that face these challenging situations is at risk, the owners that are distressed by their lack of options, and the animals who may suffer or lose their lives as a result. To try and provide some relief to those experiencing barriers to accessing veterinary care, throughout the year, RSPCA has supported the veterinary costs in excess of $200,000 at RSPCA clinics for those who have not been able to afford it. We have paid $100,000 to private clinics for bills for clients, for 144 clients who could not afford their bills. $85,000 has gone to subsidising the vet care for those who have enrolled in our aged care program, and $71,000 in veterinary costs covered for those enrolled in our homelessness program. In addition, through our outreach activities, 2,959 animals belonging to 2,200 people experiencing socioeconomic disadvantage were supported to attain core preventative veterinary services, and this includes the delivery of Indigenous community companion animal health programs travelling in remote New South Wales. Despite this investment, it's clear from the inquiries we receive and the communities we visit that this is not meeting the demand for accessible veterinary care around New South Wales, and it's in the interests of the people of New South Wales, their animals and the vet profession to find strategies to do so. The veterinary industry challenges, the subject of this inquiry, impact a range of stakeholders from governments to animal industries, universities, animal charities and not-for-profits, pet owners, primary producers and of course the staff and animals themselves. Therefore, it seems that the solutions will require a coordinated effort and contributions from many to effect some positive change, and we hope that this inquiry will hasten the process of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you. I might start with questions from Mr. Murphy.
Thank you, Chair. Look, I just had a question that arises out of evidence that was given earlier today. Both of your organisations are approved charitable organisations under the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act, is that right?
Yes.
So you can investigate and you can prosecute offences. Earlier today we heard evidence that there are lay people that are out there performing veterinary services, including things like using anaesthetic on horses in order to perform dental work. Have you prosecuted people for offences for cruelty to animals that have been engaging in that work?
I think your question crosses over two pieces of law that I think is an interesting and difficult conflict. So the Veterinary Practices Act lists in its regulations what are restricted acts of veterinary science, and so obviously our organisations don't have jurisdiction where it's a breach of that legislation and veterinary acts are being performed, such as anaesthesia, by lay people. So that sits in New South Wales with the Veterinary Practitioners Board. If it is demonstrated that it's a breach of the Prevention of Cruelty to Animals Act and it is reported to us, then that's something we can investigate, but that would have to require an animal to have been caused unnecessary, unreasonable or unjustifiable pain, distress, suffering. So there are, I believe, circumstances where that has been, those sorts of cases have been investigated by our organisation, but I don't have examples for you.
Yeah, are you able to provide that on notice? One of the things we heard this morning is that these people are advertising. They're out there advertising their services, and I just wonder whether you've ever used your powers to investigate what they're doing and whether it's resulted in any acts of animal cruelty that could then be prosecuted. And how it's come up today is because vets are saying that's one of the things that's making it difficult to maintain a practice, because they're competing against people who are undercutting them, who simply aren't qualified and are performing what is dangerous and perhaps cruel to
Well, that's
animals.
almost a therapeutic goods drugs administration issue with the access to the drugs more than anything else, and it happens with mulesing to sheep, but I can't recall us looking into it at all at AW. We're a lot smaller. We give a lot more money to low-income people to help with their vet bills, but we're a lot smaller than RSPCA in terms of our inspector. I think about a tenth of the size. So I'll take it on notice as well.
Yeah, and one of the follow-up questions I had to it is we have a number of public and private charitable organisations that have the power to investigate and prosecute. Having that arrangement with several different authorities responsible, is it the case that things like this are falling in the gaps between those different authorities and what they focus on in terms of investigations and prosecutions? Happy for you to take that on notice.
I'll take it on.
I mean, in my view, the structure of the enforcement organisations isn't a risk of falling through the gaps. What I feel is a consistent issue is this these three pieces of legislation that are all quite old and in need of review. So Obviously, we're not investigating competition with organisations, but what you describe is a real animal welfare risk, and I don't doubt that. But it does rely on someone to report it, and it does rely on the evidence being available. And as was pointed out, where there is the illegal supply of drugs to someone, then sometimes your witnesses in a certain case are hard to, I guess, get evidence from. And obviously, trying to protect where that information came from is difficult in some circumstances. So where there is evidence, we investigate it, but we can take on notice circumstances where that's occurred.
Thanks. Mr. Donnelly, do you want to ask some questions? Or do you want me to come back to you?
Come back, thank you.
Can I just ask a few? We've been exploring obviously different models of veterinary care, right, from the small model right up to the corporate model. But I guess both your organisations sit in a weird position off to the left, where you do provide some veterinary care, but it's a charity. I guess it's a model of a charity, but I note that RSPCA has corporate partners. So I just want to ask some questions around how you fund that veterinary care, just so we can get an idea in terms of profitability and how all that works. So you mentioned that you've got 40 veterinarians and 40 veterinary nurses across 3 facilities. Are you able to give us a breakdown as to how many of them are at each facility? I'm happy for you to take it on notice if...
I can do that in the spirit of taking as little as possible notice. So at our Sydney facility, we have 14 full-time equivalents. So I think I made the point in our submission, our total number of employed is much greater than our full-time equivalents because of the nature of the part-time workforce. So at Sydney, we have 14 full-time equivalent vets and 17 full-time equivalent nurses. At our Rutherford practice, we have about 7.5 full-time equivalent vets and 13 nurses. And at Broken Hill, 2 full-time equivalent vets with some assistance from locums when we can, and 5 nurses.
Okay. And how is that all funded, given that you're a charity? I note that you've got your pet insurance as a corporate partner listed on your website, and it says that a percentage of the premium goes towards some of the work that's been done in your facilities. Just how much of that premium is going towards funding those services?
So I imagine there's some more detail in our annual financial statements, but essentially, as you know, we're largely funded by donors fundraising. So that includes the funding of our vet salaries. We also make some revenue from full fee paying clients annually, and that, I guess, in a sort of often those clients come because they know that their money is going into supporting our other shelter work. So private clientele, fundraising are our main sources of income as a charity, as I understand it. You mentioned corporate partnerships, and we do have those. I don't understand entirely the distribution of that. Some of our corporate partnerships are about things like supplying food to our shelter animals or vaccines at lower cost.
Yeah, I did know that. It seems like a lot of it's goods in kind, but the pet insurance obviously is a separate issue that we're also looking at as part of this vet inquiry. And the uptake of pet insurance across the board. I'm just interested in terms of, is the pet insurance model that you have at RSPCA, is that something that's profitable? Is that something that's adequately funding your staffing? Because it says a percentage of your premium goes to that. So
it's managed by RSPCA Australia, and I don't know how the distributions are made. I don't know that it's. I don't know its profitability. So.
Are you able to take that on notice for us?
Yep.
So, Chair, we have 5 vets.
Yeah, that was going to be
my. Each animal that comes into our shelter, in terms of veterinary costs, is about $1,793 for a dog, and this is part of the pound inquiry submission as well, and less for a cat, so it's about $1,200 per cat. Those costs are material. We make all of our money out of fundraising and very generous donors and benefactors. We also provide the mobile vet truck, which is now known as the Animal Care Truck, 21 destinations around the state in a 12-month period, providing vaccinations and microchipping with the support of the New South Wales Government. It's been highly successful, but the veterinary costs per animal done internally is significant. We spend $1.2 million a year on our CADS and CAS program. So one is for desexing, the vast majority of that is for desexing, and the others for emergency vet fees. That also comes from donations alone. So we've been finding it tougher given the price rises, or the vet price rises over the last couple of years. Our access, or people's access to our programs has been lessened, but about 2,500 people received support from us last year, our own money.
Can I just, before I pass to someone else, because you mentioned the truck, in your submission you talked about regulatory constraints.
Yeah.
Making it harder for you to do your work with that truck. And I think many of us have seen this truck and are amazed by the work that you guys do in other inquiries. And I believe RSPCA has a vehicle as well, I believe. Can you talk us through what are some of those regulatory constraints? Because my understanding is that you have to re-register this vehicle every time it moves to a new location. Is that correct? Because
the Veterinary Practitioners Board has sort of changed their view on that a little bit. So we're getting, in some instances, an annual licence. So on a place like Dubbo, we've got an annual licence. But the real issue is that that truck can do surgeries and desexings. Given that it's mobile, I don't think it was ever contemplated when the Act was originally drafted that you'd have mobile veterinary services, and it's very hard to, you can't get approval unless you're on, unless you're in a pound doing the desexings to actually do the work on the truck. Now, the major impediment is when last week we went to Deniliquin, Broken Hill, and then back to Young, and the issue is that places like Broken Hill, RSPCA, and some of their vets, or RSPCA vet clinics getting refurbed, I understand. And in other places like Parks, there are no vets. We could easily do the desexings and the surgery there, but we just can't get the licences. So, that's the major regulatory impediment, because we are a mobile vet truck.
And is that I guess that's the main one?
That's the main one. Look, they've been pretty good. They're working within, they're constrained by the regulations as well. So the Veterinary Practitioners Board, but that's the major one, the desexings.
I might ask them to provide a bit more detail, but if there's any other constraints that you think of perhaps on notice, you could come back to us with. Because if the regulations are making life hard for vets because of silly little things that we haven't caught up with in terms of, we should look at that. So.
Follow on from that as well, because I wanted to ask about that too. So, Mr. Alban, you just mentioned that, for instance, Dubbo, you might have a 12-month sort of licence or permission to be there. Does that work per locality or local government area, or how does it actually work under the Act? Because I'm not sort of familiar. But
I might need to say I'm not an expert in the
that's
Act.
right.
But
Happy for you to take it on notice.
I'll take it on notice. But my understanding is that it's done by region, by area.
Yeah. Okay.
And Dubbo, we get the annual licence because we desex on the pound site there.
Yeah. Okay. But then you've got to go through for every community.
Yeah, every community.
To do that.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, any sort of suggestions on notice back on that would be good. Can I ask I have a few questions to the RSPCA from your submissions, and some of it relates to evidence that we've received earlier today. I just want to take you to page 5 of your submission, where you're talking about certain personality traits. I think it's the second paragraph, and people who particularly are wanting to sort of that having high resilience, but if you're a bit of a perfectionist, that trait can sometimes make it a bit challenging. What we've heard from some earlier witnesses today is whether there should be scope to look at, particularly for the admissions process into universities, whether it's a combination of not just sort of the academic marks, but also that aptitude and those personality traits that are maybe better fitted for people who are wanting to become veterinarians. Did you have a view on whether that process should be looked at in terms of the admissions into university and what that skill set should be? Happy for either or both of you. Yeah.
I don't purport to have any particular expertise. I can only, I guess, speak from my experience as a vet and seeing students come through.
Yeah.
I think there are benefits to having a more, an increased scope of admissions in university, same way we would for a job, a job interview. I think setting clear expectations about the role and understanding people's capacity. It is a fraught area because, as you know, you may become a vet to become a pathologist. So maybe you don't need the same skill set as a vet in clinical practice, but I think it's still valuable to change that admissions process, just because I think there's some evidence that the universities that are doing an interview style admissions process are having some good outcomes. So I think that's definitely worth investigating and considering as a useful exercise. It is hard though, isn't it? Because I think often it is a profession that you want to attract people who are compassionate and do have a high standard of care and, might be detailed focused. So I did hear a view that it was sort of a little bit of victim shaming to, victim blaming to have people go into an impossible profession and then blame their personality traits on. I mean, I quoted the evidence and it's, a very good paper, recent paper in the Irish Veterinary Journal looking at it. So it's interesting and useful information, but I think ultimately it shouldn't distract from finding ways, and I don't have all the solutions, but creating a working environment that people can still excel in, despite certain proclivities, I guess.
Yeah, and we've certainly had some evidence along the lines of that today too, about that sort of safe workplace and what you can do to provide support, and for early career vets as well who might be starting out. The issues around overseas trained vets, again, we've heard some evidence today about there being sort of quite a large percentage of overseas vets coming to study here, and obviously universities have their financial models that they have in terms of student intake. But I've also heard kind of anecdotally and just, speaking to a few vets, particularly in regional areas, sometimes when you have overseas trained vets, it can be quite an onerous process to have them registered and accredited here. Again, you want a high bar because it's an important role, but from your experience in terms of that overseas workforce, are there ways that could be better improved?
I don't know that we have the experience. We have had overseas trained vets working for the RSPCA, and it's a really difficult process to actually get them on board and then retain them. So it is a complicated process.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I think as I understand it, and again, we don't have a lot of visibility of it, but it can, take that 2 or 3 years to pass your exams, and during that you need an income, and so it's not uncommon for those vets to be employed, for example, as veterinary nurses, so they still get some experience. But they do need to be examined in both large and small animals, and so they're always needing this, quite intensive training to get over the line. So I think it's worth looking at the efficiency and fairness of the process while still maintaining a standard that's, befitting of the need of the welfare of our animals and our, our clients, I suppose.
A couple more. Sorry, just while I'm on a roll. Another area that we've discussed at length today is obviously that regional, rural and remote challenge. And I know you've mentioned you've got clinics or a clinic out at Broken Hill. But again, there's been quite a bit of evidence today, not with specific solutions, but looking at things like regional incentives and how you can get people to come and work in those areas, waiving HECS debts and the like, and that's been quite a common thread. But interestingly, we've also had a few witnesses today talk about access to childcare and the impact that has, particularly for a workforce that's becoming more and more female dominated. And you do reference that in your submission about when access to childcare is either expensive or just not available. And I, full disclosure, live in regional community myself, so very well aware of the challenges. But it doesn't probably seem on the surface like a natural connection to make between childcare and vet shortages, but I actually think it's a bit of an underlier from what we've heard today about people maybe not being able to move or to come out or work the hours that they need to when they're managing their childcare responsibilities as well. Just because you did reference it in your submission, is that something that you've seen in your clinics?
I would say absolutely. Just last week, we did a program out at Orange, and I was speaking to an ex-staff member who was a vet nurse, and she moved there to have children, and she was only back working 1 day a week because she couldn't get childcare. So she's a really qualified veterinary nurse, and yet she cannot get a childcare place. So I don't think that's, and with our own work force as well, people leave, have children, and then they only come back part-time as well. Because vet is not a very child-friendly place to work, unfortunately. As much as you try and make it family-friendly, it is really difficult if your child is suddenly sick to just drop what you're doing and run out and get them from the school or whatever it is. So but actually having somewhere to put them, childcare would be, making it more available would definitely make a difference.
Okay, and then just one more, back to the vet nurses and the role that they play. And it's not something we've kind of explored too much today, but I'm quite interested in how we can better support the vet nurse workforce as well. And you talk about there being an absence of a nursing regulatory framework in Australia. Could you expand on that a little bit more, if possible?
Yes, I can. So veterinary nurses can be employed without training. Obviously, you can't be a veterinarian without a degree, but you can certainly have nurses in a practice without qualifications. You can also have nurses that have completed TAFE certifications. Ultimately, however, there is no regulatory body that has any requirements for continuing professional development and no clear pathways for development whereby you might be able to become a senior nurse or acquire certain additional qualifications. So I suppose what has been supported more broadly is if there was a regulator the same way the Veterinary Practitioners Board is there just more opportunities for upskilling that group of team members, veterinary team members. It allows them then potentially the opportunity to take on more responsibility, and while there obviously has to be that balance for animal welfare reasons on what are restricted access to veterinary science, certainly veterinary nurses have extraordinary potential to contribute more. And if you look at vet clinics as in terms of their profitability, and if you believe there is going to be a limit to what they can charge for people to access that care, then efficiency is the other way to be profitable. And so leaving vets to do things that only vets can do while nurses do more is one way to achieve that. So just some sort of formalised structure that insists on a certain standard, provides pathways and makes clear, I guess, who can do what in that space, I think has some value.
It's interesting. I visited a vet clinic in Dubbo a few weeks ago, and that was something that we were talking about. And that practice owner was saying, particularly some of the vet nurses who've been there for decades, who really would have the skills to do things like vaccines and some of the more, I guess, lower end skill, for lack of a better term. But because without that framework to make sure that people have the full qualification, and I do think that that's probably something as a committee we should be exploring, whether there can be a sort of middle level between being a vet nurse and moving into being a fully qualified vet, whether you can recognise those skills and expertise and take off some of that workload burden so that the more complex matters can go to the vets.
Agreed, and I'd like to see it bring about greater nurse retention in the profession. When you have nowhere to go, you go and work for industry or you do something different. So I think it's great for a pathway as well.
Yeah, for sure. I'll let someone else have a go at it. But thank you.
It wasn't much of a fight, sorry. Thank you all for coming today, and thank you for all the amazing work that you guys do. We've had quite a lot of submissions talking about telehealth and the benefits of telehealth, but I just wanted to get your thoughts. I know we talked about telehealth in the regional and remote health inquiry for hospitals, and there was a concern about over-reliance on telehealth, and I know that you mentioned that Parkes doesn't have a vet, for example. Is there a risk with telehealth that it's over-relied on, particularly in regional and remote and rural New South Wales, and how do we find that balance where there are benefits to telehealth while we're also making sure that we're not sort of leaving certain areas without anyone being able to actually see a human vet?
Can I answer?
Yeah,
do you want me to
please.
answer that
No,
first?
go ahead.
Look, I think there are a lot of benefits to telehealth, especially with that regulatory issue I was talking about before. So if we're dissexing in parks, you need to actually have follow-up. So telehealth for us and ensuring those regulations are changed and can be effective is pretty important. There are a lot of changes in practices going on around the veterinary world. So if you go to the UK, for instance, you were just talking about sort of like paraprofessionals doing a lot of the work. That is what is occurring a lot in England, in the US markets. We should adopt that more here. But telehealth is just another arrow in the quiver to provide better services to people in rural and remote regions. We think that it should be used a lot more than it presently is in this industry.
As I understand it, there are quite a few organisations offering a degree of telehealth services. I don't think, and that's a good thing. I think advice for people is important. I think it increases access to vet care. I think the tricky things to resolve are the prescribing issues. And at the moment, as I understand, veterinary practitioners regulation that you can't prescribe unless you have an animal under your care, which means that you may have seen it in perhaps the last 6 months. So I think there's real value, as was just alluded to, in following up cases where you've seen it, and I think it would be invaluable. But there is, again, this crossover of different laws and the risks associated, so understanding prescribing issues. And also, of course, at the end of the day, most serious conditions require some kind of physical intervention for that animal. So, we struggle with what to do to support our team in Broken Hill, who are doing a lot of on-call. And, as we know, on-call's creates a 10 times risk of leaving the profession. It's really one of the real kickers in this profession, and so these triage services are available, but ultimately if it's an emergency, there's not much you can do. But we would certainly be in favour of looking at ways to make telehealth accessible and considering all the regulatory implications while still protecting animal welfare and the human health risks as well.
How do we find that balance within the regulations? Obviously if we're, opening things up to make sure that telehealth is more available, how do we make sure that it doesn't replace veterinary care directly in regional and rural areas where we're struggling to get vets?
Telehealth hasn't really replaced, in a human sense, it hasn't replaced doctor surgeries. It is more prevalent, but it hasn't replaced it yet. There'll still be a need for actual vet practices. I think, even though we hope that telehealth does get more of a foothold in this sector over time. Some of these areas, the biggest problem is access to services. And if it can be delivered by telehealth, it's better than them not actually having it at all. I've got some figures in the submission there which actually shows the economic impact or the welfare benefits of having a vet, which is significant. One vet saves 4,000 animals a year, and they're worth about $729,000 in avoidable economic costs to the economy. So, if you can get it through telehealth, it's a good way of doing it as well.
I just think it probably needs further consultation with the regulators to understand the risks. So the Veterinary Practitioners Board and New South Wales Health, and I'd be very interested to consider a model, but they're probably the keepers of the best idea of what they consider the risks, I suppose.
Thank you. I also wanted to ask about the barriers to accessing veterinary care and how there's a disproportionate impact on vulnerable members of the community. And I wanted to know we've been talking about the veterinary shortage over the years, but also we've got this cost of living crisis on top of that as well that's happening at the moment. I'm wondering if you can give the committee some insight into the cost of living crisis, but also the accessibility of veterinary care for vulnerable people and for lower income earners, and what needs to be done in that space.
At the moment, it's huge. And we normally have what's called a kitten season, right? It's where your shelter gets the kittens get born, they come into the shelter. That season's now been going for a year. there's no season. It's now virtually permanent. And the reason it's permanent is because you have got people not taking their animals to the vet, getting desexed, not getting supported, not being able to afford it. And you see, the way that cats breed, it just gets worse and worse and worse. So, and it grows exponentially, the cat populations, and we're at the, we're sort of at the front end of it now, but it is a material and real problem. And the cost of living and the fact that people aren't going to the vets is major. We are getting more calls. So we serviced 2,500 last year. We gave money to supplement desexing program or desexing for cats. The year before we had 5,400. But the calls are triple that at the moment, with people needing assistance to get their animals desexed. If we don't give them money, then those animals are going to come straight back to the shelter. So the cost of living and vets, and there are other issues as well. If you look at parvo, cat flu, especially in regional areas, like parvo gets into a pound, that pound's out of action for 7 years.
Wow.
So if they're not getting vaccinated either, the animals aren't getting vaccinated, there are some material, avoidable economic costs as well.
Can I just ask a follow-up question before we move on, just in regards to the cats? I know that there was, I think it was 1.5 million given last year from the government in regards to desexing programs. Based on what you're saying, is that sort of just a drop in the ocean? Like, I mean, it's still needed. I'm not sort of discrediting it, but are you suggesting that it needs to be a lot more than that and much more ongoing funding to just desex cats?
It certainly does need to be significantly bigger. I think that everyone sort of put their head in the sand for a couple of years, thinking that if you kept your cat indoors, that everything was going to be fine. Suddenly, populations exploded, and now you've got people, especially in Western Sydney, who aren't getting their cats desexed, also aren't owning the cats, so they're not microchipping them either. And we're hit with some real problems. And we've got a lot of volunteers out there trying to manage populations at the moment.
I'd certainly agree. We have a particular project, Keeping Cats Safe at Home, but the core of that is actually intensive cat desexing and all the modelling we've done. The money is great, but yeah, we need a lot more to support high-intensity cats to actually have an impact. So,
and will that reduce the pressure on vets? I mean, obviously, getting these big desexing programs does put some extra pressure on vets, but we're also hearing from vets that they're getting a whole lot of homeless animals dropped to them. So, where do we find that balance as well?
It'll certainly improve animal welfare outcomes. Yep. And, I mean, we regularly get calls every week with someone who started off with 2 cats and now they've got 30 cats and they can't afford to look after them or desex them and they're sick. And so we could spend all year servicing just those particular phone calls. So it is a real issue. So the more services and money that can be directed there definitely will make a big impact. And
I think in our submission as well, we talked about injured strays. Mm-hmm. Back in the day, vets used to, we've got a rule in our shelter where our animal ambulance needs to drop the injured stray off at the local vet. We're finding it a lot more difficult to drop those strays off at vets to do welfare work. And understandably, they're busy. This is no criticism of the vets. It's just, you make a very good point.
In regards to councils as well, and I know that both of your organisations interact a lot with councils, how is the vet shortage impacting on them and their ability to care for animals that are dropped there?
I mean, we've been approached by several councils asking us to help them sort of process their animals through for adoption. So just the simple work of desexing them, vaccinating them, because every clinic that they approach has enough work and too much work to fit it in a timely manner. So it's causing capacity issues, they're under pressure to retain these animals longer, and it's also causing welfare issues. Shelters and pounds are not the place for animals. So as every other vet clinic, we're struggling to fit it in to help them. We've organised weekend desexing days for certain local councils just to try and get some of their animals through. But we and Margaret spoke to some of our programs that around the state look at funding desexing of cats, and one of the greatest limitations is finding the vets to do it. It's not even the money at this point in some of the areas. So we're hoping to set up a desexing clinic to do it. I think that there is interest from vets even sometimes to volunteer for that work, perhaps even, vets who are part-time or considering retirement. I actually think there's an interest in doing it. It's straightforward, it's satisfying work. So actually having the facilities available to do it, and there's an example from Albury, I think, where Dr. Withers' team went down because it was a closed vet clinic, and we could make use of the facility to try and provide some services to that area. So there are ways and means, I think, where there is some funding to do it, but I think, it's a constant struggle because of the staffing shortages.
I've just got one more question. Mr. Alban, you mentioned that Parks has no vet.
Yeah.
What does that mean for people and for the animals in that area? I mean, how far are they travelling to get a vet? I understand that you're travelling out there to try to sort of create a bit of a stopgap, but
Ours, it's got more of a deep-seated impact than you'd expect. So when we take, and this is anecdotal from the truck, when we take the truck around, we've been averaging about 120 animals in a 4-hour period, vaccinations, microchips. We work closely with the vets in each regional area. Now that vet's gone in Parks, we had the lowest number of people turning up because there's no connection between the animal and the organisation. Vets are really important for a local area to ensure that there is some, there's someone for animal owners to turn to. Parks was the toughest one to get people to. There are people travelling hours to get to the vet, but a lot of people just simply don't go to the vet. And if you go to some of these rural and remote regions, the animal welfare issues are material. We've had our inspectors go out to Cobar, and we've previously been out in Burke. There are real issues out there, and that's not just to do with the vets, but when you lose a vet, you're in real trouble.
Thank you.
Ms. Boyd?
Thank you. And hello. There's two main questions I wanted to ask. The first one was just, we've heard a little bit about, the idea of having an animal in your family being a privilege, not a right. And I think that, we often talk about that in terms of, as a responsible pet owner, you need to care for your animal, you need to take certain steps. It's not a right for you to sort of, just have an animal. But when at least when I say it's a privilege, not a right, I don't mean it's a privilege for those who are just very wealthy. And I think that there was a beautiful paragraph in the RSPCA submission that talks about this, which is talking about these, I think you call it antiquated attitudes, that we sort of confine animal ownership to this sort of wealthy group of people who can afford. Can you talk about the impact of government not taking any sort of proper responsibility, I guess, for the financial burden of pet ownership? Can you just talk maybe a little bit more about what you meant in that paragraph?
Yeah, so the reality is 68% of Australian families have a pet. So, and a significant number of those live on or below the poverty line as well. We have provided at RSPCA, just due to sheer force of requests, we've actually started up a subsidised veterinary program. We call it our own access to vet care, where we provide a 35% discount on services, and it's means tested, so it's people on Centrelink benefits. And then we have another pool of funding that people can apply for if it's a more expensive procedure. And it's not something that we actually advertise, but the sheer force of, the weight of requests for assistance has just meant that we've actually had to go there, as well as externally. We've provided veterinary care around the state as well. And we are actually trying to run a private clinic to fund our work. We're trying to look after our shelter and inspectorate animals, but we're also trying to service underserved communities as well. And and it's not only us. I mean, AWL does it. The universities have programs as well to support low-income people. There are other people out there doing stuff, but no one can actually advertise it and say this is what we're doing because we don't have enough money to actually cover the need. But if you look at all around the world, in the United States, in the UK, in Canada, even in Victoria, there are lots of models there for access to vet care that is government supported. In Victoria, the government put out a lot of grants to try and get low cost clinics to be developed. So if there was more funding and then we would be able to support that need, and that would have the flow-on effects of improving animal welfare. It decreases stress on vets in the community because we know that one of the greatest stress is the ethical distress because they can't treat animals, and they're either euthanizing them because the owner can't afford something. So actually having that have lots of flow-on benefits for the vets, for the animals, and for the community.
And if pet ownership does become, I guess, the something that only the very wealthy can afford, I think sort of a current misconception is perhaps that that would be okay, and we would, I don't know, have less animals being bred. But what we'd end up with is just a whole lot of animals needing homes, wouldn't we?
Well, I mean, there's a saying that sort of the people who have the least often need a pet the most, so our most vulnerable, aged people with mental health, homelessness, these people all have animals in their family, they're their emotional support. Every time we've ever done some kind of survey of our clients, whether they're from our Indigenous community programs or whether it's our aged care homelessness programs, what does this animal mean to you? It's like everything. They are family. So income's not an indicator for the importance or impact that the animal actually has. And that bond is so important. And so that's why we've started these programs. This is actually how we prevent animal cruelty as well. If you support the human-animal bond, it saves in a healthy relationship in the home and it doesn't get surrendered to a pound or euthanized. So the more support we can have there, then, the better.
I think to your point, because I've thought about it a lot, as someone in practice who's experienced that ethical dilemma, I have thought, and it's a logical thought, I wish you didn't have this pet, you can't afford it. But to your very good point, when people say that, I think they're not testing their beliefs about what they would like done with the 14,000 animals in the pound and the shelters. It seems to be a strong, community consensus that they would like those animals rehomed. And if those animals are not to be euthanized, then I assume people would like them homed to loving homes, which is not going to be the most, affluent in our community. And to Anne Margaret's point, I believe people probably like the idea that the elderly have health benefits from having animals and that they don't feel as isolated. And so, again, they're going to need support, a lot of them. So, yeah, there's no point in the philosophical discussion because the animals are there and they're going to be there. So there's the logic and there's the reality. So what are we going to do with the reality, I suppose?
Thank you. And just in the time I've got, I just wanted to also ask you, Mr. Albin, about the fabulous vet trucks that you have, the animal care trucks. You say in your submission that there's an obstacle at the moment to being able to run surgical procedures from the truck?
Surgical and desexing, yeah.
So what's the change that we need to make there?
So you need to allow mobile vehicles to be able to do it, to be able to do surgeries and desexings. We will, on notice, I'll give you I'll write a clause that you could make.
Is it similar to with medical professionals where you have licensed people who are licensed to do the surgery, but then you also need licensed premises? Is it the licensed premises issue?
And
right,
it can't
okay.
be mobile. Yeah.
Can I just say something to that point? We've been doing remote desexing services since about 2006, and we've done it under the regulatory framework that currently exists, the veterinary regulatory framework. And with our work with New South Wales Health Aboriginal Environmental Health Unit, we've been getting restricted temporary licences for dwellings within communities to do that. So we've been able to, over a 3-year period, we serviced over 1,600 animals and desexed, I think, about 800 or something of those. But it's a temporary licence.
And you need a dwelling as well.
Right.
That's how you got around it. You do it through the dwellings.
Yeah, we wouldn't get around it. We'd
Oh,
get
sorry,
a
you- yeah,
licensed
get a
dwelling.
licence, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Donnelly.
First one, just on behalf of a colleague who couldn't be here this afternoon, just a question on notice. The Australian Veterinary Association, their submission to the inquiry submission 144, I'm wondering on notice if you could please have a look at their 16 recommendations that they provided in their submission and provide any feedback that you might have in regards to those recommendations that stand out as being perhaps those that appear to be most supportable or ones do you think are some good ideas?
I'm happy to respond now, but you'd rather it on.
Well, I know you don't have any
happy
aversion
either
to
way,
taking them on
whatever
notice.
you'd rather.
There's
That's fine.
16 of them, but if you'd like to respond now, of course.
Look, I think 7 and 8 were resonated with us because we
Okay,
really
right.
understand that rural situation is crucial, and so we would really be supportive of those that are seeking to find solutions to the after-hours situation and to get vets there. And also, I think recommendations 9 and 10 were ones that are hard not to support, aren't they? We've heard so much about the veterinary profession doing everything for everyone for free, and so, we'd also support those. Along with recommendation 12, I think we refer in our submission to the access to veterinary care report done in the US, and while financial restrictions were the greatest barrier, there were also definitely barriers around language barriers and those sorts of cultural issues. So we were supportive of number 12.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My next question, and this is sort of a pretty crude calculation, but I'll just provide it to you and welcome your response. These numbers are well known, but the value, or what's valued as the worth of the pet industry in Australia is $13 billion. That's a figure that we hear not irregularly. And there's a bit over 13,000 vets in Australia. So if you sort of break it down, you say, well, listen, there's $1 billion for every 1,000 vets. So if you take the number of vets and apply that crudely as a divisor, you end up with that figure, $1 billion for each 1,000 vets. Trying to work out in my mind, listening to the evidence we've had today and this afternoon and reading submissions, who's making the big bucks out of pets? Because, I just finish, that seems to me, I don't know whether it's the pet food manufacturers or there's other elements in there that it's not quite clear that it is highly profitable. But what we do know from the evidence we've received is that the vets certainly, and the vet industry doesn't appear to be making the big dollars. So who is? And the reason I raise that is that maybe whoever's making the bucks maybe have a greater responsibility to make a contribution.
So this is a very good question, but it's not really a vet. There are two parts to this industry. One is, and in our submission we say it could be due to the corporatisation of the industry. So you've got private equity in this industry who's running your vet clinics, right? Private industry are motivated by EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortisation. The more money, the more earnings you get in a clinic, the higher valuations, the more private equity you can get in and buy more clinics, right? It's a very interesting scheme, right? And this has been done in other industries like Cardno in engineering, and it's a playbook. Then you've got the traditional practices. They're chalk and cheese. And these traditional practices, they're selling into the private equity because there's a get-out clause. Typically they don't have. In the old days, it would be difficult for them to sell their practice at a reasonable return. Now they can take a scrip offer for private equity, and they've got their retirement income. So you're seeing the industry change materially, and I reckon that's part of the reason why, at the moment, you're seeing what you're seeing with workforce shortages and some of the pressures in the veterinary workforce. But it's not just one. There are completely different pressures, and I was trying to find submissions from Green Cross and Apium, but I can't find them to this inquiry. Maybe they put them, maybe they were anonymous here, but they're major employers and they're major parts of the veterinary workforce structure. And they have different motivations from people that run the traditional practices.
Of course, yeah. And just on the matter of following, just a follow-up question about the charging out rates for the procedures that vets do, obviously from something quite simple through to a sort of complex piece of surgery. Is there a schedule that's actually understood to be the going rate for what vets charge, either formally or informally, or is it set in some other way, what the market will bear? Or
I'm no expert, but I would have thought that was anti-competitive to be comparing prices. So I don't think there is. I think the way most people set their fees is to look at their costs and then at a margin. So we use a lot of external vets, so we have a feeling for what the general prices of things are. But there's no set schedule of fees that's understood to exist.
There must be an informal understanding out there. I mean, it's hard to believe that vets don't have a general sense of what their competitors are doing. I mean, it's...
Well, yeah, of course we have a general sense, because we're the clients of veterinary practices as well as veterinary practices ourselves, and we know what the average salaries are and how long it takes a practitioner to do a certain job. So there is certainly a feeling of what certain procedures would cost, but there's no way you can look that up. You just sort of have experience of that across the board, I suppose.
Do you think vet services are actually undervalued in terms of what their value is? For charging what they do?
I think it really would vary across New South Wales. I think generally speaking, yes, because there's a limit to what people will pay for their animals, and I think my experience of working in regional New South Wales is it's an unsatisfactory existence to price people out of your services. I mean, you want good outcomes for those animals, so absolutely being able to repair a cruciate ligament on a dog after you've ultrasounded its abdomen and done blood work and done its epidural and do that all in an afternoon's work is worth a lot more than what we were charging for it 10 years ago. I guess I don't know what the price elasticity is, but certainly in the country, you had to be mindful of what people were paying.
Thank you.
The expectations of the customer have changed materially.
Could you please explain?
Well, cruciate ligament injury on a dog. When I was growing up in Brisbane, I don't think we would have ever gone there. And owners wouldn't have. And I think now that people want to keep their dogs and animals alive longer, they're very important companions. The community's expectations have changed. They're getting more work done. A friend of mine, he's got to give an injection, diabetic injection to the dog. Had corneal implants in for his dog. So the thing is that the costs are going up as well, because the type of work that's being done is materially different to what was expected and what was done in the past.
Yeah, the last 20 years things have changed significantly, and vets have gone from being generalists to incredible specialists and highly skilled, and so they are starting to really charge for what they're worth, and unfortunately that's leaving a lot of people behind. So
and
can't afford it.
Yeah, it's been used, I know, through discussions with vets as a mechanism for reducing their workload. So if you are too overwhelmed with work, you increase your prices so fewer people can, you have a lower customer base that you can't service anyway. And I think as small business, they have every right to do that. But I guess from an animal welfare organisation, and this is what the part of the inquiry is about, is are we comfortable with the consequences of that, and is there anything we can do about it?
No, thank you.
In the 1 minute, you probably won't have time to answer this, but obviously the nature of the work that your vets do, they see probably things that other vets may not. Do you guys have a higher attrition rate with your workforce than the more broader vet workforce? And if you don't, what are you guys doing differently that you, in terms of supporting your vets so they don't burn out?
I can provide a quick answer to that just on the basis of some internal engagement questionnaires from our staff, and you're right, they see some horrendous cruelties, and it there is every reason to think that that would have an impact on them, and I believe it does. But what they value about their jobs and the reason they stay with us is often the large team. And I know in the AVA workforce survey, peer support was noted as a really important factor for people. So I think the large team, and certainly in our larger practice, is not having to do a lot of overtime. They don't have to do on call, and that also seems to be protective in terms of burnout. Interestingly, where I struggle mostly to keep, I think, our vets from burnout is in our Broken Hill practice, where they don't do a lot of animal cruelty work, but they do a lot of on-call and are at risk of having to do longer hours in a smaller team. So I do think it's an interesting question, because I can say personally there's a toll that is taken on you from seeing this work, but if you have time to recover and you have people around you, it seems to be something you can cope with better than the day in, day out, on-call relentlessness of remote practice.
I've got to agree with Liz that we're a lot smaller than you, but the pressures on our vets are enormous, and we have to engage in various mental health techniques, training programs, support services to ensure that we look after their well-being. So it's very similar to the RSPCA. They love the team. The people around them are really, really important.
Well, perhaps on notice, any information on those mental health programs you do run your teams through would be great, because it may be a model that we could expand on. Thank you. That will take us to the end. So thank you very much for your time this afternoon. It was much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thanks for the work you do.
You've taken some questions on notice, so the committee secretary will be in touch, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us. So thank you. We'll now break for afternoon tea. Session of the inquiry into veterinary workforce shortage in New South Wales. Now we have witnesses from New South Wales Farmers Association and the New South Wales Dairy Action Plan Implementation Panel. So starting with Ms Rankin from my left, can you state your first name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation?
Certainly, thank you. My name is Cathy Rankin. I'm Acting Head of Policy and Advocacy with New South Wales Farmers, and I will take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Robin Alders. I'm a member of New South Wales Farmers. I'm also an honorary professor with the Australian National University, with the Royal Veterinary College in the UK, and with Tufts University School of Veterinary Medicine in the US. I'll take an affirmation. I solemnly, sincerely, and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm Professor Ian Lane. I'm Adjunct Professor at University of Sydney. I'm on the Dairy Industry Advisory Panel, and I also am Managing Director of Cibus and Cows R Us. And I'll take the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you.
And Rob Cooper, I'm the Chair of the New South Wales Dairy Action Plan Implementation Panel, which is a bit of a mouthful, and also a practical dairy farmer and member of New South Wales Farmers. The oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. I will just go to opening statements. Ms Rankin, did you want to make your opening statement?
No, we've asked Dr Alders if she'll make our opening
Excellent.
statement.
Thank you.
New South Wales Farmers applauds the establishment of this inquiry into the shortage of veterinarians, and thank you for reading the association's submission. Over the past 3 decades, the relative decline in veterinary and other frontline personnel associated with animal health, welfare and biosecurity in rural areas has been presided over by governments of all stripes, and we believe that this situation requires bipartisan support to achieve sustainable solutions. Having said this, we also recognise that shortages of veterinarians in rural areas is not unique to New South Wales or to other Australian states. Indeed, it's a challenge facing many countries, including many high-income countries. Therefore, we would briefly like to explore 3 approaches being employed internationally that may help to ensure that the New South Wales Government is better able to ensure appropriate access to veterinary services in rural areas. Firstly, lobby the federal government to incentivise new graduates to practice in underserved rural areas by waiving student loans. This is done in a number of high-income countries, for instance in the US. However, when implemented in isolation, this approach does not solve the retention problem, with veterinarians moving away to higher-paying positions on the completion of the required minimum period. It can also lead to an over-reliance on a less experienced veterinary workforce in rural areas, which can directly impact on animal welfare as well as the mental health of newly graduated veterinarians and animal owners and carers. Secondly, implement government initiatives that ensure the availability of appropriate, affordable veterinary services to livestock producers. In Canada, livestock producing areas such as the provinces of Manitoba and Ontario, governments are supporting a range of initiatives to ensure the availability of appropriate, affordable veterinary services to livestock producers. These initiatives include rolling out tele-veterinary medicine, grants to equip mobile veterinary clinics, and travel subsidies or cost sharing to reduce the cost of call-outs incurred by clients. Thirdly, enter into public-private partnerships. The World Organisation for Animal Health, of which Australia is a member, emphasises the potential to improve veterinary services overall through greater partnership between the public and private sectors. In fact, recognising the lack of surge capacity within Australian veterinary services, the DPI, in line with national guidelines, has approved the involvement of private veterinarians in emergency animal disease responses. Given the dire shortage of veterinarians in some rural areas, we would like to suggest that the New South Wales Government consider extending the engagement of private veterinary services to cover key veterinary functions such as disease investigation and preventive medicine activities. Here's an example as to why such an approach is required. As a result of the ongoing government veterinary services response to repeated biosecurity incursions and natural disasters, local land services veterinarians have been called in to provide relief to the DPI veterinarians who have been overstretched. During these secondment periods, livestock producers have been left without access to local government veterinarians, meaning that timely disease investigations, including post-mortems and sample submissions, are compromised. By entering into routine contracts with private veterinary practices operating in rural areas, the government would help to ensure improved access to the services required to support animal health and welfare and disease surveillance, and provide additional financial support to these private practices for a sum less than that required to add full-time government personnel. In conclusion, the importance of having efficient and sensitive animal disease surveillance has been highlighted recently in relation to the outbreaks of foot and mouth disease and lumpy skin disease in neighbouring countries. Such surveillance systems depend on much more than sample submission and laboratory diagnosis. The key to rapid detection and response is the quality of the relationship between the animal owner or carer and government veterinary services. Put simply, trust between livestock producers and veterinarians is essential and must be maintained over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Lean or Mr. Trooper, do you have an opening statement?
Yeah, look, thank you very much for the opportunity to present. I want to start with a little bit of perspective and also to highlight that we're really talking about a limited area of veterinary science, but it's such an important area. Historically, the profession really arose out of the major livestock plagues in Europe in the 1700s, and the response was to form veterinary school at Lyon. Subsequently, the profession has been hugely successful, especially in this country. We've eliminated major diseases that affect both animals and humans, including tuberculosis and brucellosis. We've also removed infectious leukemia. We've removed pleuropneumonia. And we've controlled a lot of the major outbreak diseases that affect livestock. Unfortunately, of course, such success has its downcomings, and those have been a failure to adapt, a failure to change, and those things have had significant impacts. They've been exacerbated by changes in the agricultural environment. Farms have changed dramatically in the last 2006 to now. We've lost 44% of the dairy farms in New South Wales, and dairy farms were a very substantial employer of veterinarians in practice. I can attest to that. What we've also seen is a change in those herds. We're now seeing many herds over 600 head of cattle. These are major enterprises that are incredibly complex and require intellect and skill and deep knowledge to service. Very simply, those businesses are worth somewhere between 10 and even $100 million. This is not a place that will readily sustain the inept. Fundamentally, we've got a situation where the profession at the same time has changed. There's, as you've heard in the last two sessions, an increasing level of sophistication and interest and application of very sophisticated medical techniques applied to animals. Unfortunately, at the same time, core skills and new skills have not been gained for the agricultural industries. We've seen a focus that's shifted at the universities towards the veterinary specialist, the small animal specialist, and consequently we've seen a diminution at the same time of core skills that are required to service the agricultural industries. Put simply, industries that fail to adapt fail to exist. And that's what we're seeing across the rural communities. It is a failure in part of the profession, but also there's challenges as well. The universities have substantially failed in their charter, and this is the charter that the federal government actually fund them for primarily. That is to service the agricultural industries of the country which are the drive chain of part of our economy. And what we've got is a situation where there is a loss of focus. And with that loss of focus, we're now seeing the results come. And this was predictable. I've supplied you with a paper I wrote in 1998 that predicted this exact outcome. At that stage, we were starting the crisis. We are now beyond the crisis point. We are becoming increasingly vulnerable to exotic disease. We're certainly vulnerable to failures of animal care, and we need to build new structures. I note that there's two submissions to you that I think are very important. One from the Australian Veterinary Association and another from the veterinary schools of Australia and New Zealand. And while I have huge respect, especially for the colleagues who wrote the piece for the veterinary schools, their deep knowledge of animal agriculture is not there now. They are profoundly talented people and there's a lot of good recommendations there, but what they've failed to grasp is the magnitude of change that we have to establish to actually provide the agricultural community with the profession it needs. At the very least, we need to support recommendations for increased selection of students. We need to think about the opportunities to provide, HECS redemption for people who go into rural areas. But we also need to think about significant streaming of the university courses. We need to think about the formation of centres of excellence. A great example is one that has been supported by the New South Wales Government, and that's the Dairy Up initiative based around the University of Sydney, CIVIS and New South Wales DPI. There's over 70 people now researching dairy activities and 12 PhD students, and it involves now more than 10 or 12 universities and significant private sector support. It's an example of how the land grant system that is used in the universities of America might be applied into Australia in at least prototype. So we've provided you with a number of recommendations. There's opportunity for significant animal wellbeing benefit. There's opportunity for significant financial benefit. The dairy industry of New South Wales and Queensland are short by 2 billion litres of local consumption. That represents about $1.6 to $1.8 billion that is not being gained by these industries, and there is ample opportunity, as my good colleague Rob will support, to develop new facilities to develop that market. So, thank you.
Thank you. So we've resolved to just have free flow questions. I'm just looking for someone to take up the offer.
I'll start.
Thank you, Ms Mitchell.
Thank you. Thank you to both organisations for your very comprehensive submissions. I just wanted to start with some questions around those rural and regional incentives, because it is, someone's happy, obviously something that you both touch on, and again it's been quite a common theme amongst the submissions and some of the witnesses we've had today. So obviously making sure that, you know, potentially as a committee we look at whether it's some form of HECS payback system or a way that you can really provide that incentive to go out and work in the regions. There's also been some suggestions around that admissions process to universities, looking at aptitude, looking at people who actually do want to go out and work in regional community, and particularly in agriculture and large animal vets. For both organisations, I don't think I'm putting words in your mouth when I say that it is something that you think that we should pursue, and as a committee maybe look to make some recommendations around how that's structured and what we can do to really get the vets that we need out into regional communities. Happy for a comment or?
Thank you for the question. Yes, it's it really is a challenging environment to both attract and retain, particularly when you describe veterinarians as a caring profession. And quite often people go into these sorts of professions because it is about caring. And sometimes the reality is slightly different, that you are caring, but you're also facing some quite challenging and confronting situations. One of the things that I think is really critical is understanding that if from a New South Wales farmer's perspective, we really are focusing on large animal veterinarian services because they really are the critical things for the management and maintenance of our agricultural sector. And so often the appropriate thing is understanding not only what's driving somebody to come into the profession, but also understanding their knowledge of the profession as well. So if you've got somebody who comes from a regional community who is prepared to engage and train and then go back into the regional community and work with large animal services, that's going to be more supported if these people have actually come from that background.
Yeah.
It's very difficult to help people to move into that environment if they don't have good mentors, if they don't feel that there is a trust and a development process that can come through as well, because they are working in a completely different environment to the small animal veterinarian practices.
Could I add to that?
Yeah, of course,
Yes.
yeah,
I think the financial incentive is definitely needed, not only with vets but others, but also there's the education level of getting into these courses. So rural people are disadvantaged because they have to travel for study often. You know, it's harder to get the higher marks. And so they're at immediate disadvantage. So that would be an area. And then, I don't think I'm speaking out of turn, but mainly females tend to be better, higher achievers in that area as well. So we need to get a balance. It needs a balance between male and female in country vets as well, as in trying to, get that intakes right as well. So that's where I'd see that this committee
Interesting.
could
It's
really
come up
help.
today a bit to access to childcare, particularly in rural and
Yeah.
regional areas with a more sort of female-dominated profession over the last period of time. That's been a barrier for people coming back to work, which again, not unique to veterinarians, but something that.
Yeah, so in the
different
Manila
access.
and Barraba area that I'm, it's all female vets,
Yeah.
which is great. Really good vets, but the younger having children
Yeah.
and babies, and so that would be, childcare is important, but we've sort of got out of balance between male and female a little bit too. So there's probably a little bit of work to do in there.
Yeah.
If I can just follow up on that, personally, having a slender arm is much easier when you're delivering a car. But what I'd like to say is...
We'll take your word for it.
Yeah,
That's great.
Yeah.
Place that on hands.
The ongoing discussions here, yes. So it's relating to education. So having some process in the short term of selecting going into university may well be a useful thing, not only in terms of ensuring that people understand what it is to be a vet, because if all you've done is look at animated films, you maybe have a bit of a different idea. But I do want to go back to the issue of local schools. If I wanted to be a vet in my local area today, I wouldn't get the grades. I went through at a time when we just had the student-to-teacher ratio and the teacher's ability to concentrate on individual students and give them what they need to get where they wanted to go was just fabulous. I don't know how to advise high school students in my area now because local high schools are not getting the support they need. So that's just not exactly
Well, it all
answering your
feeds in.
question,
Yeah,
but
no,
but
it's relevant.
relevant.
Yeah.
Could I maybe just take that question a little bit? Firstly, there is an initiative by Sydney Uni to actively try to enrol with scholarships 10 rural vets a year. I think that's a very good thing. I think totally agree with all the others on the panel around the need for HECS forgiveness to bring people in. Absolutely agree that I think the Charles Sturt initiative of interviewing has been reasonably successful. It's not perfect, but it's quite good. Unfortunately, the students are sort of learning how to rort the system a little bit and give the answers that they believe are wanted. But I'd also highlight two really important areas that Robin's hit on. The first one is that there's now a statewide lack of agriculture teachers that is profound and serious. And that's partly because the agricultural salaries are really positive, but it's also, teaching conditions and all those things, and it's a serious matter there. But lastly, I want to touch on something that I believe is incredibly serious for the sort of people we need for the profession, and that is that the salaries offered to PhD candidates are unbelievably abysmal. They're 35 to 40,000 theoretically. Fortunately, we've been able to fund a couple better. But I cannot believe that the best and brightest are offered that sort of salary to do 3 years worth of work when they're about 30, 35 years old. It is just, frankly, an obscenity that needs addressing rapidly, because we will not fill the positions. They need HECS forgiveness, and they also need a salary that allows them to be human.
Just one more, and it relates to both of your submissions in different ways, particularly from the dairy aspect and I guess those specialities that you talk about in your submission, where in terms of skill shortages for those sort of who assist in sort of the animal welfare and the kind of hands-on day-to-day life of a dairy farmer, but also the issue around those allied support networks available to vets. So we spoke earlier about vet nurses and the role that they can play, but we also heard evidence this morning from a couple of regionally based vets who talked about some of the challenges around people who can do preg testing or artificial insemination and how that impacts their business. But I guess also from your perspective as sort of industry experts in the ag space, how do we come up with a model or a system that recognises how those sort of people can maybe complement the work of vets? We did talk earlier about regulations, and in some areas there was some concerning evidence around sedation and the like from equine dentists who weren't actually appropriately qualified. But where's that balance in terms of skills and training that can assist vets with their work, but also the ag industry as well in the various...
Can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
And I just put a few notes down here because I thought it might have been helpful for the committee to look at how we actually use vets on our place, which has changed a lot over the years, and to become more, instead of reactive, and a lot of people think, oh, well, you get a problem on farm or with even a cat or dog, you ring up the vet and you take the animal there. We've moved away from that model, and it comes to what you're talking about. We're much more proactive instead of reactive. So I use 3 vets on our farm at different levels. One is a colleague of Ian's, but he comes and does consultative work for us. So the main one is the nutrition. So we actually get the nutrition right, so the cow is more healthier and balanced and can produce as well as healthier. So you're not getting those health problems. So it's a well-being thing.
Like preventative.
Preventative, yeah. So that's really important, and which leads to better outcomes, obviously profit-wise, which is important. We're in that business for the general economy, and also the well-being of the animal, which is, farmers are really, that is a top priority. There is a few outliers, but it is a top priority. The second vet we use is to come in and actually check our procedures. So procedures to do basic vet, or not vet, but basic health operations, like, well, we do our own AI, we do our own hoof trimming, treating mastitis, treating basic, so they come in and actually train the staff, so they're not coming out all the time, because we need, if we've got a sick cow or one that's getting sick, we want to treat her immediately. So we don't want to wait, until the next day for the vet to come out and that. We want it within very short period, so that's a better outcome. And then the third level is the older way, where we may have a caesarean or some operation where we have to get the vet out. So we're actually trying to do a lot of those basic levels of like the vet nurses. We obviously do all the vaccinations and hoof trimming, do dehorning, but we need training, need good well-trained vets to do the nutrition, which goes more into the whole farm management. We do need trained vets to offer that advice. We need advice getting people to actually do some of these operations that you're not getting the vet out to do basic things, and but that and we on our farm have trained a lot of vets. They come at holidays, and it's really good that they do that. If the local vet comes out, often our knowledge may be better than them, so we can actually train them. So that's important as well. So that whole thing is really important. But then you look at the bigger picture, like we're talking about schools, we've got to get that right, not only for vets. Vets aren't on their own. It's for all services in agriculture. We've got to be training, having good ag teachers, good vocational ones that are promoting ag. And in the dairy industry, why the Dairy Action Plan was put in, because it was all, Woolworths down. Nobody wanted to be involved with the dairy industry. So we've got to start there in the schools, good education to give all these, not only vets, but then we've got to have good education services like at Sydney University, good and well, backed up, but also things like Tocal then come important, because they train vets, but they also train the next level down. Is coming back to what you're talking about. So it's a bigger picture as well, and that solves quite a few issues.
Yeah.
It's probably the point I want to. Getting a bit more off the subject, but
probably there's something that Rob raised that we've discussed, and it's quite a serious issue. Is that one of the problems that the universities face is that the federal funding is not sufficient for the course. It's way short, and I know you've got plenty of submissions around that. And what that's led to is that the universities have developed a model of enrolling a lot of overseas students. And essentially what they're doing now is training students for overseas placement. They're meeting the qualities and the qualifications for a DVM course, for example, that is really designed for American graduates. And what you've got is a situation where we've got a lot of graduates who are being trained by the universities with no intent of staying in Australia. Now, that's got two impacts that are pretty direct. The first is that farmers, and I've written a textbook that is actually dedicated to farmers who'll teach you everything they know. Those farmers have been incredibly generous in training the profession. And yes, they've had a vested interest, but there was a generosity of spirit that existed. That has been largely dissipated because of the intake of people going into the veterinary course who have zero interest in agriculture, and even worse, some who consider agriculture a peasant activity. What you've got is an alienation of that community. The short-term nature of a lot of veterinary appointments into the rural areas, they leave quickly, has exhausted farmers in terms of training. One of the things we can do as a very positive step out of this committee is to re-establish a connection between farmers to the education process so that we actually have an engagement around what is required, and Rob's enunciated quite a bit of the things that we need. But we also need to perhaps even do a new degree course that separates the small animal components from the large animal components, so that the large animal course can be taught by people who are going to get positive feedback. And the farmers will then see people who want to learn about farms. What we've got at the moment is an alienating process of people who just don't give a damn being on farm, and that feeds back. And the other problem is that because we are not producing veterinarians fit for purpose, what we've then got is that part of the veterinary alienation comes from not being valued. And they're not valued because they're not delivering what they need to deliver to be valued. So what you've got is a circular feedback mechanism that's negative on a number of levels.
If I could just mention that I think when vets are saying that they would like to do more preg testing and more AI, it's an indication that there's a problem with the remuneration system. I don't know of any vet who'd really like to spend their time doing
They just made the
preg
point it was
testing.
a part of their business model.
Indeed,
in some of the rural practice
and
if others come
clearly
in.
an important part because there's a problem with the remuneration structure. So finding a way, and it's one thing that the World Organisation for Animal Health stresses, is linking up those various service providers so that vets do work with AI technicians who can also be your frontline people, or to your people who work at community level, and having everyone understand their role, how they contribute to animal health and to the wider public good of animal health and human health. That's really an important point. But clearly, while people are going to be fighting for their own self-interest because the income in relation to the overhead costs of running their business. That's really what you're hearing, I think.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for appearing today. If I was to sort of distill down the issues as I see it in relation to vet shortages in metropolitan areas versus vet shortages in rural regional areas, which I think are two distinct issues. Focusing more on the rural regional issues, because that's predominantly where my interest would lie, we know that, for example, when we have a doctor shortage, which we've, I guess, discussed at length in a number of inquiries, there's been efforts made to have the rural medical schools implemented, which allows country people to train in country areas in medicine. And there's been a lot of talk around the idea that we are going to implement a sort of rural generalist program, which will allow those people that want to stay rural regional the opportunity to study in that field, to give them that wide variance of medicine as opposed to the focal point that a specialist might do. It sounds to me that model could almost be replicated for the veterinary industry. And I note that in a lot of what you've been saying, there's been a focus on, whether we talk about, the larger animals versus the smaller animals, and training close to home. How would we actually progress a model like that? Obviously, you've got New South Wales farmers who are, the peak industry body for those people that would potentially be looking at that. And you've got people, like you said, the dairy industry, where now all of a sudden I think dairy's coming back on song, and there's money to be made there, and a shortage, as you said, of milk. How do we get those people that need to be invested in this model involved and start to progress it? Do you have any thoughts and ideas about that?
I'm happy.
You go ahead.
I'll make one observation, and the delivery of veterinary services is very different to the delivery of medical services. In that, in a medical service environment, there is a lot of government support in various ways. There's Medicare, there's private insurance. I am concerned about how you might build a real awareness of what happens in terms of veterinary practice for farm animals and how you actually fund that, given that there's an incredible expense for the patient. The patient doesn't travel to the vet travels to the patient. The challenge of being able to identify and then manage what the response should be, whether it is a health management or whether it's something that's more determinative around the end of life of the animal. But I think you've also every time that an animal becomes unwell in a farm environment, there's a question as to whether the farmer can afford to undertake that same sort of process and procedure that was talked about in terms of some of the smaller animals around cruciate ligaments. For high-value animals, yes, but for a lot of the animals, there's a real question about how they can manage the best response to the health within a financially viable environment of operating a business as a farmer.
You've touched on an issue that I don't know, for decades the veterinary profession has discussed as to whether there should be tracks so that before you graduate you start your process of specialisation. On the whole, most schools have not done that. What is it to be a veterinarian? And one of the Kathy touched on the need to make an income. For most private veterinary practices in rural areas, they're mixed practices. They do small animals, they do large animals, and some of the training and the basic skills you need are common across those. There's also the problem now of the schools that have moved to the DVM model is that people are now taking 6 years to get out. It's a very long time, but they moved to that because of the shortage of funding to run the courses. So I think there's a deeper issue, and I don't know that just going with different tracks is going to solve that problem. And just before we finish, I want to manage. We've spent a lot of time talking about farm animals, but it's also important to think about aquatic animals, and vets also play a role there. And we do have also a lack of specialisation for aquatic animals and for veterinary pathology. So there are some areas where we're in deep trouble, and that's a generational thing to address.
Yeah, if I come back to the structure, I think it is contentious, and that's why I think we need to have a broader series of inputs into it, and certainly I wouldn't like to see the university solely in charge of that area. I think that at this point, after 30 years of abrogating a capacity to change, you needed some really fresh thoughts in there, and I think it's really important to engage both with farmers and those who know agribusiness deeply. I do believe, though, that there is a core of understanding around physiology and pathology and other areas that is necessary to inform those who might become much more oriented towards the preventive medicine pathways. You know, our goal as a company, speaking from a company hat, is to never treat an animal because we will have prevented it. So that's our goal. You know, it's an ambitious goal that won't ever be met, but it's a goal. Some of the things that are very important, I think, is the creation of centres of excellence. We need universities to work together to get critical academic mass and research mass. And this is happening, as I said, with the Dairy Up model, but it could happen at Charles Sturt around sheep or beef cattle. It could be UNE. I don't see any problem in, you know, moving around those communities to provide the critical mass in certain areas that then provides for excellence. And the excellence is required because as a community, an academic community, we can't communicate with the best in the world unless we've got some real quality behind us. And, you know, in some areas we're just lagging behind. And it's very serious because those who are in the age group where, you know, that's getting near to retirement are the ones who are communicating overseas, and we missed 30 years of people. You know, we're trying to rejuvenate now, but, you know, we literally missed 30 years of people. And those that we'd graduated didn't necessarily go into career paths that were able to sustain them. We've got some serious policy thinking to do around that space of rejuvenating these professions. And lastly, we need, and one of our recommendations is to support redevelopment of both Tocal and Sydney Uni. And the new dairy at Sydney Uni is a really important thing to do because, you know, you can't teach advanced skills to people in anachronistic facilities. And modern facilities are damned expensive. And so what you've got to do is actually bite the bullet and encourage the universities to indeed invest so that they can actually get better facilities. But it's, you know, we're really just lagging so far behind. I have good friends at Guelph, University of Guelph up in Canada. Their facilities are absolutely impeccable, and now they have the leading faculty across North America on the back of really good facilities and really good people and really good selection processes. So it can be done, but we really have a challenge in front of us.
Can I just pick up on some of the stuff that you've been saying? You said that we possibly need to redesign our university courses, whether that's streamed or not is up for debate, but you also mentioned about our TAFE courses and getting, you know, I guess better investment in our vocational education. Do you think our vocational education courses, like our certificates in agriculture, certificates in primary industries, do you think we need to look at those courses and see whether they're really hitting the mark in terms of what needs to be delivered? And
I think they are. They have had changes. You know, it's a good system that we've got, but again, a bit short on funding again. But also, I don't think, you know, we've got to look at the veterinarian shortage, but we've got to look at also consider the bigger picture. And a facility like Tocal can, the vet students go there for practical as well as doing the certificate courses. And so it's, you can cover a few different bases there, but definitely need training all the way through, yeah.
I think one of the things you'd say, Rob, is that one of the impediments to seeing that industry grow rapidly in this state is the fact that we don't have qualified managers. If you're starting to talk about, the minimum entry level's about 4 million, but 20 million is a reasonable asset in terms of the dairy industry now, and you just simply can't ask somebody who's underqualified or indeed has solely learnt on the job to be in charge of these sorts of businesses. And especially if you want to make sure that people thoroughly understand the importance of animal care and well-being in those structures. So I think we do need to, I think we've got a good system, but I think it needs building on.
So to pick up on that point, in just a short answer, yes or no, do the current educational courses, whether at TAFE or uni, adequately prepare someone to manage a multi-million dollar farming operation, encompassing everything that it takes?
No.
But in saying that, like you look at the national, you nearly got to go to a national because we're getting less and less farmers, less and less dairy farmers. You can't have something in every state. So if we can be TOCAL doing the Cert 3, Cert 4, Cert 2, encouraging that at the high school level, but then, we do have to go to the Marcus Oldham's maybe for a management course, but we need to help that in New South Wales.
Our vocational courses are managed nationally anyway through ASTRA, so that would be the logical place to do it. I'm conscious that Mr. Murphy's been waiting patiently to fire off a question.
Yeah, look, I've just got a short question which you might want to take on notice given the short time, but both of your organisations in your submissions identify that the retention of veterinarians is a massive issue and that there's a high churn rate. And I'm just wondering, as clients of these vet services, as farmers, do you think you've got a role to play in improving that retention? Most workplaces, most businesses have changed the way they operate. They've moved to models that are more family friendly. They've had outreach programs that engage with people they do business with. Is there anything that farms have done or can do, you think, in terms of changing the way you interact with vets that might make it easier? I mean, a lot of the submissions that we've had identify things like late night call-outs, and I know animals are going to get sick at times that you can't predict or manage, but some of the submissions have talked about going to the middle of nowhere, driving hours to get there, it's the middle of the night. Are there things you do to engage with local vets that might make it easier so people feel welcome and want to stay in that industry servicing your businesses?
In terms of dairy, I'll let you discuss. I think the cooperative mechanism that you have with the dairy structure does make it easier to put preventive medicine practices in to retain skilled personnel who provide that support to improving animal health and preventing problems. At the same time that we're having a problem of retaining vets, the number of family farmers across Australia has also been decimated because of farm gate prices. So if you've got a problem making your end meet, as Rob said, farmers love their animals. No one wants to see them. But if you've got a choice between, sending your kid to school or, where things are very tough, of course it's going to be difficult to make those decisions. So yes, farmers recognise there's a problem, and what you will find is that where you've got a good government vet, farmers depend on that person a lot. And what's been happening is that the system has driven those vets out. Many of them have taken early retirement, and you've got young people coming through who are inexperienced without mentors, and farmers are losing hope. So yes, farmers, I'm sure they'd love to do better, and in many cases they do try to work together. but there's pressure across the rural industries that are being felt by everybody, and it does create issues at times.
I think one thing we can do is to actually choose the right people to do vet studies and be trained. I think that's where we've gone off the rail.
Who are they?
You know, and
People from
what we've
rural
talked
areas?
about with incentives, getting more rural people, would really help. But then, you know, getting them involved in local communities, it's so difficult if you haven't got contacts there. You know, if you come from a totally different place to an isolated place, most communities try, but yeah, it's tough to keep the local doctor, all professionals, you know, yeah, so it's not only, but we could really start by choosing the right people first.
You don't want to ask your ADO question?
Excuse me,
Just
thank you.
conscious of the time.
On behalf of a colleague, I've just got a question that you can take on notice. Just in regard to the Australian Veterinary Association submission, which is submission 144. The organisation proposes 16 recommendations. I'm wondering when you get an opportunity after the hearing on notice to have a look at those recommendations, and appreciate any feedback about any ones in particular.
We'd take that one on
Thank
notice.
you.
Yeah, happy to do that.
Can I put my one on notice?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, it's a little bit convoluted, but I had someone recently tell me they're actually in the dairy industry on the mid-north coast, but there's a rule or a regulation where if you haven't had a vet on farm for, I think it's 12 months, if you want to get, I think it's an antibiotic or something, which normally farmers could do, you have to know to put it in the muscle, not the bloodstream or whatever the rule is, but they didn't realise that had sort of changed, and they try to have good practices so they don't have to have the vet out all the time. Are there any examples of little things like that where someone who might have been a dairy farmer, for instance, for 20 years should actually just be able to do some of that to help with the workload? Happy for you to come back on notice, but that one was raised with me as a recent example, and there's a few nodding heads. So is there some kind of low-hanging fruit around that workload where you could give farmers a bit more autonomy to do what they know how to do and maybe look at something in that space?
It's a really difficult one.
Yeah, I know it's not easy.
Let me maybe just give you a couple of perspectives around that. Yes, it's done, but it's done with trust.
Yeah.
So, but there's also a concern because of the Veterinary Surgeons Act and the Veterinary Surgeons Board being a very activist board at the moment, where they could be viewed as basically breaking the rules. So they need to have a bona fide relationship with that client to be able to dispense that way. And there's good reasons. We did see one murder case in New South Wales. Actually, the veterinarian raised an alarm about it.
Yeah.
Some of these drugs are just not benign,
Yeah.
and they shouldn't be handed out.
Yeah.
Things like routine antibiotic therapies, yes.
Yeah,
you know,
and that was sort of the
but much
example,
more.
but-
There needs to be a bona fide relationship.
Yeah.
If you think about it, think about that farm, and if no veterinarian has been on that farm,
Yeah.
those are the sort of foci where we may end up with exotic disease.
Yeah, no, that's
You know,
fair.
that's part of the vulnerability. Once a year won't fix it, but a bona fide relationship will certainly help.
So we're definitely trying to do more proactive. Again, come back to what I was saying. So we've got systems in place, standard operating procedures, so you know where that line is. Like we were talking about removing a tooth out of a horse, you know, like I could do that, give the injection, but, you know, yeah, that's probably, or even do a cesarean. But that's, you know, there's a line there where... and if a dairy farmer isn't getting a decent price for their milk, they're more likely not to, you know, they'll try and cut corners. Where now, you know, if we're running good businesses, it's a bigger picture too.
No, I understand.
Yeah, if you're running a good business, profitable business, you can afford to have the vet come out maybe twice a year and really look through your program, define things, and then you know when to call the vet out and when you can do it yourself. Yeah.
Clearly there are challenges, certainly for farmers who do a great job, whose animals don't need attention, but then they need.
That balance.
And so maybe there's something to look at through the accreditation system. So farmers have to go through accreditation with MLA. So maybe there are options there for ensuring that there's been appropriate training.
Yeah. And we're doing that with a lot of things in agriculture, you know, just effluent and, you know, climate change, you know, trying to get our greenhouse gases down and, you know, yeah, there's all the way through our way we do business and contracts and dealing with staff, you know, so it is part of it.
Yeah.
And dairy, you know, I must say Dairy Australia is really trying to train farmers, and it is available. We're doing it through the action plan as well. Really, you know, lift the level up because things are changing. Yeah.
Sorry, Chair.
No, that's all right.
I apologise.
Well, that takes us to the end. So thank you very much for your time. You've taken some questions on notice, and the committee secretariat will be in touch with you, and you'll have 21 days to get back to us on that. So, again, thank you very much for your time and evidence.
Thank you all.
Much appreciated. Thank you. All right, so we just welcome back our last panel for today. So can I ask, starting from my left, can you state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation for me, please?
Dr. Brett Hodgkin, Chief Veterinary Officer for Vet Partners. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Alex Thomas, CEO of PetSure. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
I'm Dr. Claire Jenkins, the CEO of VetChat and Veterinarian. I'll do the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. Now, would any of you like to make a brief opening statement before we go to questions?
Yeah, look, I think so, if that's okay. Just really probably by way of introduction, I've been an employee and employer for over 34 years in the profession. I think the workforce shortages in part are a result of increasing demand and decreasing retention rates. I think as a profession and generally as a society, there's been a lack of adaptation to that a little bit. I think there are a lot of real solutions available to us, but we need a collaborative approach to those solutions. And I think we need to get away from the fixes just being on one side, which is just the supply of veterinarians through our university and new graduate numbers. So yeah, I look forward to answering questions to the committee.
Thank you. Ms. Thomas?
Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before the committee. I'll just make a short statement in the interests of time so we might answer questions. PetSure's vision is to create a better world for pets and their people, and importantly, this includes vets also. We're the only dedicated pet insurer in Australia, helping to fund vet treatment for over 190,000 dogs and cats across New South Wales. We're also a significant employer of vets and vet nurses. We're trying to advocate for and alleviate the stresses on veterinarians where mental health challenges are exacerbated by conversations about costs. We're taking action in 3 ways. We're improving pet care affordability through gap only. Gap only allows insurance claims to be improved on the spot at the vet clinic. Similar to high caps in private health insurance, patients at gap-only clinics pay the gap. We have 300 clinics across New South Wales enabled so far, and we're progressing the rollout quickly. About 80% of our customers across New South Wales live within 5 kilometres of a gap-only clinic, with significant work underway to improve the availability in regional areas. We're supporting the vet mental health and wellbeing. For every gap-only transaction, we set aside $1 to our Go Well program in support of vet mental health and wellbeing. And the third area, improving vet access with 24/7 telehealth. Through our association with VetChat, we are making pet health advice accessible via telehealth, operated by qualified veterinarians to complement and support in-clinic services. We know that this activity alleviates the load for many vets, particularly after hours and in regional areas. And now I take our submission as read, but I just want to touch on 2 things where I think PetSure could do more. The first of which is to advocate for vets through public education. We have more than 20 years of data, data-led insights on vet care in Australia. We'd like to work alongside government and other interested groups to drive the design and mobilisation of a campaign focusing on the benefits and costs of veterinary care. Secondly, we are developing a program which we call Safety Net as part of our sustainability strategy to drive positive social change. And we'd like to collaborate with government and industry partners to launch a sustainable co-funded vet care model for vulnerable and disadvantaged pet owners. Thank you.
Dr. Jenkins?
So I've been a vet for over 18 years. I graduated in Queensland and I've worked in the UK, in Melbourne and in Sydney. I'm a member of the Australian New Zealand College of Veterinary Scientists in the subject of small animal medicine. I've seen firsthand countless cases where the delay in getting the best veterinary advice for that pet has resulted directly in poorer pet health outcomes. And that's why I started VetChat in 2017. I wanted to improve 24/7 access to quality Australian registered vets to better support carers, pets and vets. We connect pet carers directly to experienced Australian registered vets online or on the phone within minutes 24/7. We're helping about 4,000 pets a month at the moment. We employ 39 veterinarians across Australia, 6 in New South Wales, and we also partner directly with veterinary clinics to help with their out-of-hours triage. We partner with 50 clinics and 10 of those are in New South Wales, all regional locations, everywhere from Albury to Brunswick Heads. And we do a mixture of small animal and mixed animal practice. Clinics are partnering with us because their after-hours service is no longer sustainable for their team, sadly. It's causing stress. It's making recruitment and retention harder, as you've heard. They want to continue their critical out-of-hours services, but they're burnt out and they've got fewer vets that are sharing the workload on top of their normal hours. So they've got less vets doing more work. Teletriage is positively supporting these vets in the clinics to reduce after-hour stress and unnecessary call-outs, reduces interruptions and time spent on calls where they're not needed, so that they can deliver patient care when it is needed and get rest when it isn't. We know that about 70% of phone calls out of hours are not urgent. We know that the triage has also been used as clinics as a recruitment tool to help attract vets. And as a support system for new graduate vets and a layer of safety for potentially dangerous work that vets do. Myself and the VetChat team appreciate and welcome this inquiry and the opportunity that we can help collaborate and develop strategies to tackle the issues.
Thank you. I'll throw to Ms. Boyd for the first question.
Thank you. And hello, and thank you to all of you for coming along. I wanted to, perhaps if I could go to you, Dr. Hodgkin, first. There's a couple of interesting things in your submission that I wanted to touch on. The first one was you state that due to the inability to recruit vets, you've had to divest practices in rural and regional areas. Says we've divested several clinics across Australia, particularly in rural and regional areas. That seems to be a bit of a recurring theme. Could you tell us a little bit more sort of about that? Is there a case study that you could tell us?
Yeah, so probably rural Victoria. And the issue has been that often the practices, we buy the practices and acquire the practice off our owners, who often have to show strong leadership in those practices. The succession plan for those leaders is often stepping out, but it's the recruitment of leadership to those communities, and the core leadership is actually what provides a lot of the stability and retention in those practices. So, recruitment, in our city-based practices is tough enough, but, in rural space, it's getting more and more difficult to recruit to those spaces. And our data just shows that in general, that, and I think I put in there that it's about twice the open or vacancy rate compared to city-based practices.
Is it a product of size? Like, is there an element of it being easier to recruit people to sort of bring up the leadership chain in a larger practice than you have perhaps?
Yeah, so generally our model is exactly that. Like, we tend to want to acquire practices that are in larger numbers, so sort of minimum sort of 4 vet practices, because we understand that in size there is less risk post those leadership moving on, and then a little bit of us sort of installing into leadership. So size does matter. Veterinarians feel a lot more comfortable sharing the after hours load. Rostering for work-life balance are all really important areas. So, which then leads into the recruitment retention issues that we sort of face. But, sometimes when you lose leadership, and it's very difficult to replace, sometimes some of these veterinarians have, 30, 40 years experience. And it's very hard in the profession and in the market to go and find that level of leadership easily.
Yeah. The other thing that jumped out at me was the suggestion of redirecting a portion of taxes from horse racing, for example, into animal welfare provision and access to vet services for disadvantaged individuals. And we've been talking a lot about this idea of a Medicare kind of system, or, let's just call it some form of government funding for vet services, particularly for people who are, sort of unable otherwise to afford vet services. Another suggestion that's been made is the idea of perhaps taxing or putting some sort of levy on the sale of pets that are coming straight from breeders, as opposed to pets that are being adopted. Is that something that you've considered in your thinking?
Yeah, look, I think one of the parts of society that fall through the cracks when there's a supply-demand mismatch, right, is people where it's disadvantaged and they're in society, and those people, that human-animal bond is just as important, and often more important sometimes, to their well-being as a group of people in society. So I think it's about everyone making contributions. I think the private sector in the veterinary industry has made a huge contribution to that space through free services, over the years to come. But I think, contributions from other people that benefit from the profits of the animal industry, where we can put it in. I know that example, and I use that example about the Victorian racing industry because I think the Victorian government recently, proposing putting a levy on to actually redirect funding from a taxation person. But I think breeding establishments, licensing, how we use our funds, sort of registration fees for breeding fees, they're all possible that we could redirect into well-being, and perhaps those making veterinary care a little bit more affordable to those people that are disadvantaged.
Thank you. And just one question to you, Ms. Thomas, just in relation to, I guess we've heard again a lot about the idea of pet insurance, and if this, in some ways, for some groups of people being able to effectively, whether it's putting money away every month or it's putting money into pet insurance, there's a sort of a way to then shield the family finances from sort of sudden shocks. I guess the counter to that is those people who simply can't afford either of those things, whether to put money aside or to do that, to have pet insurance, and the dangers of having, I guess, a kind of two-tier system. How do you envisage that working in sort of an ideal world?
Well, I do think insurance helps good pet health care options, and it is true that I think when you buy a pet, sometimes the full cost of that those care treatments are not immediately known to you. And my own opinion on that is because I think very few of us understand the true costs of human health care, because we put our Medicare card on the table and a large part of those costs are subsidised by the government. I think the other factor is that when you buy a pet, that animal ages very rapidly. So you go from having a puppy or a kitten to a senior citizen in about 13 years, which is very different from a human. So those costs really accelerate. So I think the options that are available to people when they buy a pet is firstly understanding the true costs of pet healthcare, and then they've got a couple of choices. You can self-insure, and not everyone has the means to do that. Secondly, you can put aside some money via a savings account, and our research says that anything above $3,000, a lot of people don't have that money in their bank account. Or you could insure, or you can get short-term funding. So those are the options that are available for those people who have the means to do that. We think there is a gap, which is why we've been setting some dollars into this Go Well program that we have, whereby we receive applications from charities to put money into things for vet mental health and wellbeing. We've been contemplating directing that into a program which we're calling Safety Net, which enables pet health care for those people who are unable to access those 4 options I mentioned before, by way of either a telehealth option or by way of subsidised care options in clinic. And that's one thing that we do want to collaborate with government and industry on, to develop that in a scalable way, recognising that we would like to be part of that, realising that we think that we're part of that ecosystem that's important for vet sustainability.
Mr. Murphy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I just had, firstly, one question for Dr. Hodgkin. In your submission, you outline that a significant proportion of your workforce is from overseas sourced veterinarians. When I look at the list of recognised degrees from the Australasian Veterinary Boards Council, it seems to be extremely Anglo-centric. It's really only former British colonies outside 4 courses that I can see, one from France, one from Mexico, one from the Netherlands, one from South Korea, and they say they're working on one from Hong Kong. Do you think that's an issue, where if we recognised degrees from other universities, particularly in our region, it could improve access to a veterinary workforce that may want to come here and fill some of those gaps?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think it's a short-term solution, and I think to give you an idea, like I've attended the London Vet Show every year for the last 4 or 5 years, and we have a recruitment stand there, and the number of practicing veterinarians from degrees in Europe that have actually been practicing under the Royal College in Europe has been significant, and these people often are interested in coming to Australia and New Zealand to work, but the barrier of the university and having to sit the NAVLE and the costs are a major barrier to that actually happening. And yet, they've been practicing at a standard that the Royal College accept for 10 years in an English-speaking sort of position, and there's a willingness and want there, so there seems to be this barrier that's actually stopping.
Look, one of the things that came out of me putting this question in a private session we had with the OVBC was that it's about an English language requirement. I saw that as 2 different things. Somebody can have a degree from some other university and also be perfectly competent at speaking English and communicating with people. That was one issue, and another issue that was raised was it's different animals in different areas. Do you have any comment on those two things?
Yeah, like I think there is this sort of, like the NAVLE exam, I think if I even had to sit that exam, it's sort of cross-species is a pretty tough entry exam. And, I think the concept of restricted registrations, like I think the problem in rural Australia, like I think the medical profession do this where they have restricted registrations that they can sort of do it. And restricted registration might be that veterinarian only can work in species like cattle or sort of horses, or, there's a rural sort of restriction under the guidance of a qualified Australian vet degree that has to meet certain criteria, potentially, of what they could practice. So I think there are probably solutions outside the square that we, that are there for us.
Sure. And look, I just had one question for Dr. Jenkins. In your submission, Part 5 recommendations, you say specifically there that regulatory reform around digital innovation in veterinary health must be a priority. What specific regulations do you think need to be changed to make way for your platform and other innovation? I'm happy for you to take it on notice if you want to come back with a list of particular laws you think need to be changed.
I'll definitely come back to you, but I'll give you a brief overview now. It's particularly around acts of veterinary service and also prescribing laws, but not even just prescribing, advising on actual first aid for an animal overnight that can't get to a clinic, and over-the-counter medications. The rules are really vague, and that's on purpose, I believe. So it is open to interpretation after the fact, but that's not helpful for a vet that's trying to give the best advice, the best help for a pet remotely, when there's no chance of hands-on care at that moment. I think, so it's the prescribing and the acts of veterinary service.
Thanks.
Ms. Hurst?
Thank you, Chair. I've just got a question for Ms. Thomas. You raised an interesting point in your submission about the fact that animals are not allowed on public transport in New South Wales. Actually hampers the access to veterinary care for many people. Can you expand on that a little bit for the committee, please?
Well, if you don't have access to a car or don't have access to someone to drive you to the vet, it's very difficult for people to get to their vet. So, we think that having rules that allow responsible pet owners to take their companion dog or companion cat on public transport to enable good pet health care options is something that should be considered.
Okay, thank you. And do you think that kind of expands on some of the issues that we've been talking about, even in this session, about ensuring that everybody can have a companion animal because of the mental health benefits of having companion animals? And we've been talking about, whether or not people can afford insurance, but also there's this whole idea about then you also have to be able to afford a car.
Look, I think there is a symbiosis, I think, between good human health care, pet health care, and just the overall benefits for the environment, which probably needs to be explored in some more detail here in Australia. In the US, they call that the sort of the One Health plan, and what I've read about that seems to make a lot of sense. So I think enabling people to access pet health care in the fairest way possible should be a priority.
Thank you. Dr. Jenkins, we've been talking today a little bit about the telehealth services, and what's been mentioned is the need for some regulatory reform in order to enable vets to properly use the telehealth services and operate more broadly in New South Wales. How are you currently working within the current regulatory framework, and what changes need to be made specifically in regards to regulatory reform?
So as a vet that started it, I've obviously been really conservative and be really careful to make sure that the way that we deliver our services is safe for veterinarians, namely, because we're responsible for the advice that we give, and obviously helpful for pets, so not just performative, like how do we actually help in these situations. And I think the way that we are giving advice, general advice and triage, so we're working within the frameworks, it does get a little bit uncomfortable, and then it's not clear when we're talking about over-the-counter medications, pain relief for animals that won't be able to, it might be they're in a regional area, the clinic's closed at 12 and they may have no after hours and, not be able to see anyone until Monday. And it's not an emergency. They don't need to drive 4 or 5 hours somewhere and wait. They can wait. We should be able to advise on some levels of medications at that time. And at the moment, it's very much up to the vet's discretion of how urgent it is, and obviously the need. But I think it needs to be a lot clearer as in what we are able to do. And I think that we're working, even with COVID, there were no real changes to the regulations. And I think, we've got a real opportunity now to see how this is a tool that can help improve access to care. It's not instead of, it's a tool to help. And so we need to improve those rules so that we're still working in the framework in the way that we need to, but where we are also actually delivering help to people that need it.
So rather than there being some sort of just tweak to some regulation, probably what we need is a review of the whole space now that things are sort of moving in different directions?
Absolutely, yeah.
Thank you. And I've got one question for Dr. Hodgkins as well. You mentioned in your submission, one of your recommendations was to have stronger government support financing animal welfare groups, and you also talk about financial support for desexing. Can you explain how that would help the veterinary profession?
Yeah, I think in the shortage, so some societies like Northern Europe actually finance and fund through different society and taxes in different areas routine sterilisation, and they make the sterilisation more mandatory, which actually then controls the stray animal issue and problems and all the resourcing that then sort of requires. Generally speaking, sterilisation has been a lost leader for the profession. So when we break it down to the actual cost of us performing that service, we're actually performing that service at about 50% of the cost per client. So there is a societal input into that we take seriously because it benefits the overall, overpopulation, stray animals filling our shelters and those sorts of areas, right? But the cost sits with us. So when we're in a supply and demand mismatch, we've got to sometimes make choices. So I think if we're having assistance in that space, I think it does promote good animal welfare and promotes increased sterilisation of our pets, which leads to better overall. And it also leads into wildlife issues. So, cat and feral cat populations do cause a lot of damage to our wildlife, and controlled sterilisation does sort of help control that. But again, that's often being funded privately, where I think it's more equitable generally if we sort of potentially sharing the cost of those benefits to society.
So there was a small grant from the government for some desexing last year. First of all, do you think that grant needs to be a lot bigger? But I think it was about 1.5 million for desexing. And then can you also sort of explain you mentioned sort of resourcing, I'm just wondering if we significantly reduce the number of animals that end up in pounds and things like that, and homeless animals, how that will overall help that veterinary industry and the fact that we've got a current shortage.
Well, it's less lead time, right? So they're problems that we're already supplying vet hours to, because we're a compassionate profession. We see that as our ethical responsibility, right? But it's always at a cost, right? And it's one of the problems with the issue in the workforce shortages. So whether it's, wildlife, whether it's veterinary service or disadvantaged people, whether it's the right society thing as far as the desexing. So if we're reducing the number of animals that we actually have to provide shelter to, right, it actually frees up time and resources and reduces the need for some of those resources or redirects them into other areas.
Can I just pick up on one comment you were making to Ms. Boyd's questions about redirecting taxes from animal industries. We've heard today that the veterinary industry is $13 billion, and vets is coming in. Pet industry.
Food and everything.
Yeah, so, and the vets are saying, well, we're not making much money from performing the work. So do you think that we should redirect some of the taxes from those people that are making big money, whether it's pet food, whether it's the pharmaceuticals that are prescribed to our animals? Should they contribute to the assistance for low socioeconomic people owning pets as well?
Yeah, but I think I can only speak from ourselves. So, we're obviously a large corporate with 270 practices that, contributing to the economy in lots of sort of different ways, like by sort of paying our taxes. We're providing charitable free services with our veterinary resources. We're in the middle of setting up a Vet Partner Cares program, which is going to redirect funding that we'll make direct donations to in the sort of first place. I mean, I think my opinion would be that we pay a fair share of taxes. We create jobs and employment for people in that sense as well. Whether some of those taxes are actually put aside to specifically redirect from our industry, absolutely. Paying extra taxes or levies.
Oh, it wasn't necessarily paying extra tax, but redirecting the taxes that you do pay to actually light causes. Yeah.
And I think some recognition of working together in some of those areas where we are providing, one of the things that we're looking at is really understanding where we are locally providing charitable services in our business and what that actually from a quantitative point relates to from an hours point of view and also from a dollar point of view. And then saying, okay, this is how we break down and perhaps being more strategic about the way we actually direct those charitable services and funds.
Thank you. Mr. Donnelly, you had some
thank
question?
you, Chair. That question was my question, so
sorry.
that's one less. That's fine. We'll move on. No, it's a good question. I think trying to understand the actual finances of the industry. So thanks for that. But perhaps my second question was to Ms. Thomas. Just in terms of pet insurance, just looking at, and thank you all for your very good submissions, but specifically yours, Ms. Thomas, the actual numbers of people have got their pets insured in Australia. Just seems to me that there's a lot of blue sky there for the pet insuring industry. What's the forecast about what is going to happen, into the medium term, longer term, about what people are going to do with respect to their pets? Is this a growth industry in itself, the actual insurance of pets, or is it something which is only going to, from your forecast, develop gradually and slowly over time? What's your understanding?
Before I answer your question, I think that the rate of pet insurance penetration is anywhere from 8 to 13%. I think Animal Medicines Australia quote 13%. I think that depends on the type of insurance you have. You could have some insurance as part of your home insurance that has a small cover for pet.
Right.
What we do is dedicated pet health insurance, and I think that number's roughly around 8 or 9% of dogs and cats, companion dogs and cats in Australia. And I think it varies around the world. You've got the UK who have sat on about 25% of market penetration for the last 8 years, whereas you've got Sweden, which is 85% of pets are insured and is regulated to be insured there. So I think if you look at Sweden...
Excuse me, so what does that mean? That there is an obligation or a mandatory requirement?
If you're a pet owner, you have to have insurance.
Including your budgie?
Not for dogs and cats.
Dogs and cats.
Dogs and cats. Sweden. And I think that drives very different health outcomes for pets. Animals live longer, those sorts of things. It's difficult to predict what it will be in Australia. Suffice to say that the industry is growing and growing well, and I think particularly over the last year, growing quite responsibly, acting on feedback from customers to include more in terms of our product cover. So I would hope that over the next 5 years, for dedicated pet health insurance, we're in excess of 10%. And I think that's very, very important for the veterinary industry as well, because the sustainability of the vet industry is important to my business, but equally my business is important to the sustainability of vets as well. So providing options for people to be able to afford pet health care is important. And that program that I spoke about increasing the awareness of the true costs of pet healthcare, I think is really overdue and one that we would like to contribute to and with.
Just following on for that, I know the time's creeping by. Could you elucidate that about this communication or informing of the population at large about the cost of pet care?
Well, I can only share my experiences from what I grew up, a long time ago, and we had an Aussie Terrier, and I think we would have taken that dog to the vet very, very infrequently. I now, in addition to 2 human kids, I have 2 fluffy dogs, and one of those dogs has a chronic condition whereby he's on medication for the rest of his life, and he goes to the vet every 3 months for diagnostic services. That costs money. I think if you add to the point I made before about the fact that you go from being a puppy or a kitten to being an old age citizen in about 13 years, the range of services that are available to you have really increased. And as we've learnt today, it's been provided by highly qualified professionals with hospital grade equipment and pharmaceuticals. So there's a cost to that. And, for example, oncology treatment, from the time I've been part of PetSure to where we're now, that's increased by 700%. So pets are living longer, they're getting better health care, and people need to understand what their options are in terms of that quality pet health care when they buy that animal. And I think an education campaign is extremely important to raise that awareness.
Thank you. I've got plenty more questions, but I might have to place them on
Well,
notice.
I'd be happy to take them on notice.
Thank you. And just one which a general knows on behalf of a colleague. The Australian Veterinary Association's submission to the inquiry was submission 144. I'm wondering on notice, it contains 16 recommendations. Could I invite you respectively to have a look at those recommendations and provide any feedback that you might have? So
we're delighted.
Be grateful for that. Thank you.
And just to support that answer a little bit, I suppose, from an optimism around insurance, we think the market does have further corporation, and we're actively marketing to that space. But the main reason we think it is one, and Alexandra put this in her submission up front. We think that it takes a lot of pressure off our veterinarians sometimes around the costs and relationship that they have with their clients. But also we know, and we have the data that shows there's earlier intervention. So the clients are getting often much better value because the early disease and prevention side of what insurance provides them. So it might be a dental disease that they're bringing in earlier. So the cost is actually less to them. You get better, sort of patient care outcomes because of that earlier intervention as well, and hence better value.
Yeah, I saw Woolworths advertising on television about pet insurance. So I guess this is something which is going to grow.
Yeah, and then we get access to, we just recently sent out like 500,000 emails around insurance to our database around educating the benefits of insurance and health plans.
Thank you.
Ms Mitchell, bring it home.
Thanks. It's a question to Dr. Hodgkin, just about that international workforce piece, and I know it was touched on a little bit earlier in terms of the training, but in your submission you talk about whether there could be some benefit from having provisional licences for people who are overseas qualified but working here, which I think is something the committee should explore. But I was interested in the submission where you said a greater age tolerance for veterinarians with the right qualifications to apply for visas. I don't know now, is there an age limit that after a certain point you can't? I'm happy for you to take it on notice, but
yeah, I
just thought that was interesting because, I agree with you. I think if people have the expertise, we shouldn't be sort of cutting them out, but I just wondered where that sat and if you had any thoughts on what we should increase it to.
I'm a little bit unsure where the age cut-off is on the immigration visas for professionals. And I'd sort of go back to the older 457 visas, but there was definitely an age cut-off. Yeah. And I know New Zealand, for instance, there was a 5 or 10 year difference. Yeah. Often we had veterinarians that were coming in for Europe that were either looking for sort of working holidays that had 10, 15, 20, 30 years experience sometimes. But there was a barrier there for them getting in under the age restriction. But I must admit at the moment I'm not exactly currently...
That's all right. I mean, because I think to your point, like even if it's a short-term solution, if you can get someone in on a working holiday who might be older and more experienced but come in for a period of time, that could be something that we could explore.
Be useful.
So.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay. That was all I wanted to ask, Chair. So
excellent.
there you go. We might have 1 minute spare.
All right, we do. Excellent. So thank you guys.
By the time you finish talking.
You keep interrupting. We'll go to 5:15. Thank you guys very much for your time. You have taken some questions on notice, and the committee secretariat will be in touch for you guys to come back to us with answers. But once again, thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
I would just ask.
Opportunity.
I would just ask some of the committee to remain behind to just a quorum, just to deal with tabling of documents.
Sure.